Hello everyone and welcome to Learn Python from Scratch course. Before we go into technical details, let me highlight two important points. To learn the Python, you don't need any programming knowledge. If you already have C or C++ or Java knowledge, then it will be good. But we will cover the basic of each and every topic in this course. You don't need to pay for any tool or software to learn this course. All the tools and software are available freely on the internet. Most important thing, I have already uploaded all the resources and code snippets. So please make sure you are downloading and doing the practice at your end. I have created quizzes and assessment tests for each and every topic. So make sure you are attempting quizzes and assessment tests to check your understanding. That's all in this video. In next video, we will see the feature of Python. Welcome everyone. In this video, we will learn about Python features. Most important thing of Python is that it is free and it is open source. So you can download it to create your own program without paying anything. Also, its source code is available free if you want to customize anything. Another feature of Python is that it is interpreted language and not the compiled one like C, C++, or Java. So what basically that means? See, in the C or C++, you first need to write the complete program, then compile it, fix all the errors, and then you can run it. But in the case of Python, compilation is not needed. Interpreter will check the code line by line. So as soon as it comes across first error, it will throw the error and provide you the details and terminate the program. So in the Python, you can see the output for each and every line instead of writing the whole complete program and then execute it. The next important thing of Python is that it is much more easier to learn compared to other languages like Java. One of the important feature of Python is the portability, i.e. the cross-platform languages. So you don't need to change the code if you want to run the same code on the Windows, Mac machine or Linux. So it basically like write once and run everywhere. Next important feature of Python is that it is object-oriented language. So basically it supports all the features like classes, encapsulation, function overloading and all. If you are not aware about the classes and all, then it is okay. We will cover this in detail in future videos. Next comes the extensibility. So Python can be easily integrated in the C or C++ projects. So basically in the C or C++ project, you can add the Python powerful library for handling images, videos, voice recognition and all. Python comes with thousands of inbuilt libraries which help you to implement various functionalities like image processing, graphs, videos, natural language processing and all. So you simply need to add one or two lines of code to import these libraries in your program and make use of all the available features. Python provides the GUI support so you can create the application with UI elements like text boxes, slider, drop down, buttons and all. Suppose if you want to create the application for library, okay, so you can use, so using Python you can create all the screens to add the features like add book, book issue, see membership detail, etc. Also, you can even create the 2D games in Python very easily. Another feature of Python that it is not restricted to create only web application or only desktop application. So basically using Python, you can create both type of application. So that's all in this video. Thanks for joining us. Hello everyone. In this video, we will discuss about what is an IDE. IDE basically stands for Integrated Development Environment. See, basically, whenever you write a program, you don't want to use one software for writing the code, another software for compiling it, and third software for testing or debug. So we always prefer a single software where we can perform all these activities. So IDE will be basically a software where you can perform the things like code editing, where you should be able to compile the code, you should be able to run the code, and also you should be able to debug the code in case if there is any error. Nowadays we should be able to automate the test script to avoid any manual testing. There are many additional features which are present in good IDE like syntax highlighting. So suppose if you want to highlight all the variables in blue color and constant in green color, such things can be possible in the most of recent IDEs. Next important feature is code completion. So for example, in Google search, as soon as you write few characters, it gives you a lot of suggestion. So similarly in the IDE, as soon as you write few characters, the IDE will provide you this the code completion option. This will reduce the time for typing and it will also reduce the typing mistakes. Next comes the version control. Many ID provides the integration with the GitHub and SVN to merge and upload the recent code. Last one is the code search. So if you want to search for some variable in your project which is 100 or 5, then you should be able to find all the instances of that variable using this feature. So these are some of the features for the IDE. In the next lecture, we will see what are the different IDE available for the Python. Thanks to all. Welcome everyone. In this video, we will cover the different IDEs available in the market for Python. So let's start. The first IDE is IDLE. This IDE comes by default with the Python installation. So you don't need to install any additional software for this. This IDE is very lightweight and it will give you very good performance even if your RAM size is very low. This can be used for small projects. This IDE adds features like syntax highlighting, basic debugging, and smart indentation. Now, why indentation is important in Python project that we will cover in the future videos. Moving to the next IDE, the next IDE is called PyCharm. This is one of the most famous IDE for Python developers. This IDE comes in two flavors. One is the community version and another one is the professional version. If you're trying to create the pure Python project, then you can go for the community version. But if you want to do the web development with Python along with SQL Server, then you need to go for the professional version. But you have to pay for that. There are various features available in this IDE like code completion, error highlighting, code refactoring, debugging, and version control. One of the important thing for this IDE is that Python installation is already part of this IDE. So you don't need to do any separate Python installation. Coming to the drawback side, this IDE needed a lot of memory. So if your RAM size is low, then you will see a lot of lagging. Moving to the next IDE, which is Sublime Text 3. This is also a very famous IDE because of various features and very lightweight. Moving further, the next IDE is Visual Studio Code, which is developed by Microsoft. This one also has all the good features like code completion, debugging, and all. One of the important thing for this IDE that you need to install the plugin to do any Python development. But this plugin is available free, so you can go to the Microsoft Marketplace and download it before do any Python development. Moving further, the next IDE is called the Jupyter Notebook. This is very excellent tool if you want to show some demo or you want to give training. This tool may not be very useful where you want to create a large project which has hundred of files. There are some other IDs also available in the market like Spider, Thorny and all. You can search further about them if you want to explore further. That's all in this video. Welcome everyone. In this video, we will see how to do the Python installation. So these are the some of the steps which we need to do for the Python installation on Windows machine, and then we are all set. So let's start. Let's go to the Google and search for the python.org site. So if you see the first link, that is the python.org, this is the official website for all the Python development. Let's open the website. So this website has all the official documentation for all the functions and APIs. So in the future, if you have any question about any of the Python function or API, then you can refer the documentation section of this website. Let's go ahead and download the Python exe. Let me click on the download. So if you see here, the current version of Python is Python 3.8.3. But suppose if you want to download the any of the older version of the Python, then you can go to the bottom link, view the full list of downloads, and click on the Windows here. And then I'm looking for older version, and then you can see all the older version of Python is available here. Let us go ahead and download the latest version of Python. So now you can see the Python installation has been started, and this will take few minutes. So once the download has been completed, then let's open the exe file. Just click on this. So this will open the installation window. Make sure on this window you are checking this checkbox 8 Python 3.8 to path. We will see what this will do later. Click on install now option. This will start the installation. So its installation has been completed successfully. Let's close the window. Now let's click on the start button, and we can go to the P section. So here you can see the Python 3 head has been installed successfully. You can see the Python 3.8 interpreter as well as the ideal IDE which we have already discussed earlier. So let's open the ideal IDE. You can see here the ideal IDE has been opened. Types of calculation command here. You can see the ideal IDE is working fine. We are able to see the calculation result. Now let's go to the search window and type environment. You can see the option here, the edit the system environment variable. Just click on that. This will open the system property. Click on the environment variable. Now click on the path variable and click on the edit. You will be able to see that two paths had been added here. One is the C user PRAD app data local program Python 32 with ending with the scripts, and the another one is Python 32. What this actually means? Let's open this path here. Let's open this path in the Explorer. So you can see here, this is the path where your Python has been installed. And if you open the script, there are some component like pip and all are installed in this folder. If you remember, during the installation, we click on checkbox to update the path variables. These two entries in the path variables are result of that. But why we need that, we will cover this in the next video. Welcome everyone. In this video, we will discuss the use of environment variable and why we need to set the path variable. Let me open the command prompt. Let me type the command python minus version. So you can see here, we are able to see Python version 3.83 has been installed in this machine. But now the important question is, the current directory is C user PRADE and not the Python directory. So how command prompt was able to find out how to execute Python command? That's where the magic of Python environment variable comes in the picture. So what exactly happened here is the command prompt try to find out either any application which support the Python command in path variable. So let me open the environment variable set again. So if you see here in our path variable, Python installation directory full path is mentioned. So command prompt was able to run the command. Now let's go ahead and delete the Python directory path from environment variable and see the effect. So I'm going ahead and deleting the two paths. Let's save them. Let me open the command prompt and let me try the command again. And now you have seen that we are not getting any result here. So environment variable are required to run the Python program globally. So without path variable setting, command prompt will unable to find the Python directly. Let me highlight one important thing. if your current directory is Python directory, then you will be able to see the result here. Let me change my current directory at Python directory. This is the directory where Python has been installed. And now let me run the command again. Now you are able to see that we are getting the result. This happened because command prompt able to find Python in the current directory itself and doesn't need it to search somewhere else. So hopefully you guys are able to understand the environment variable concept now. That's all in this video. Thanks to all.
Welcome everyone. In this video, we will check what will happen if we try to install the different version of Python on the machine where another version is already installed. So if you see on my machine, Python 3.8 has already been installed. Now let's see what will happen if we try to install Python 3.7. So let's go to the python.org site and let's try to download the Python 3.7 version. This will take few seconds to download the executable file. So the download has been completed. Let's try to install the application. So the setup has been completed successfully. Now let's go to the start. So now you're able to see, we are able to see Python 3.7 as well as Python 3.8 here. Now let's open the Python directory. So you are able to see we have both the directory for Python 3.7 as well as for Python 3.8. So yes, it is possible to install multiple versions of Python on the same machine. So suppose if you're working on some older Python 2.x project and the same time also you're working on the Python 3.x project, then you can work on both the projects at the same time. You simply need to set your Python directory while running the program. So it will choose the appropriate interpreter while executing the program. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Welcome everyone. In this video, we will see the steps to install the Python on Mac machine. So these are some of the steps to install the Python on Mac machine and then we are all set. So let's go ahead and open the python.org in browser. In the python.org website, click on the download buttons, then click on the Mac OS option. Now under the stable releases, you are able to see the latest version Python 3.8.3. Let's download the Mac OS 64-bit installer. So you can see here, this will start the downloading of PKG file. Once the download has been completed, you can open the PKG file and this will install the Python in the application directory. So if you go to the application directory, you will find another directory Python 3.8.3 and inside there you will be able to see the Python application. And along with the Python application, you will be able to see the IDE. Now how to verify that Python has been set up correctly or not? So go ahead, open the terminal and type the command python 3 minus minus version. See, in the window, the command was Python minus minus version, but here in the Mac machine, the Python 3 minus minus version command is used for the Python 3 installation, and Python minus minus version is command is used to verify the Python 2 installation. Also remember one thing, in some of the Mac OS, Python 2 already had been installed by default. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone.
Hello everyone. In this video, we will write our first program in Python. I know you guys must be feeling excited. So let's go ahead. So we will first start with one of the small program to write Python is full language in console. There are multiple ways to write the program. We can directly write the code in any of the IDE and run there, or we can write the code in any of the text editor. We can save the file and then we can run from the command prompt. So let's go ahead and we will see how to write the code in the idle IDE. So let me launch the idle IDE. Let's go ahead and click on file, then new file. Let's write the command here. In Python is full programming. Now you must be wondering what is this print command? See, in Python there are various functions which are inbuilt, and print is one of that function. We will cover other inbuilt function in future videos. So let's go ahead and save this file. Click on file, save as. So if you see here, it is showing me the Python directory at by default. Let me save this file in some another folder. Let me go into let me go to the C drive. Let me create new folder. Let me save this folder as Python examples. And let's give the file name as first program. Remember one thing, for the Python, the extension is .py. So let's go ahead and save this file. So if I go ahead and go to the C folder, you can see the file has been saved here. Now go back to the idle IDE and click on run. So either you can click on run module or you can click on F5, and you can see here the Python is full programming has been printed in console. So we have completed our first program successfully. So we have already created the Python file. Now let's see how to run this Python file from command prompt. So let's open the command prompt. Now you have two options. One, that you can enter the Python command and you can put the complete part of this file. You can see I'm typing here C colon Python example first program.py and just click on enter. You can see here we are able to see the result. The Python is full programming. The next option is you can change your current directory to this folder. So let's click change our current directory. Now you can run the command and you don't need to give the complete path. You just need to give the file name here. Python and the first program.py. And you can see here. So in command prompt, you can run the program in two different ways. Either you can give the complete absolute file path, or you can change your directory to the folder where your Python file is present. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone.
Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to do the PyCharm installation and setup. So let's go ahead. Let's search for the PyCharm in the Google. Let's go ahead and click on download button. So if you see, PyCharm has been available for all the three different type of operating system: Windows, Mac, and Linux. Also, if you see, PyCharm is available in two different type of version. One is the community version and another one is the professional version. So if you want to do the pure Python development, then you can go for the community version. But if you want to do the web Python development along with SQL Server, then you need to go for the professional version, which is not available free. So let's go ahead and download the community version. So download has been started. This will take few minutes. So the download has been completed. Let's run the installation file. So the installation has been started. You can click on next. If you want, you can change the your destination folder, or you can go ahead click on the next button. If you want to create a shortcut on desktop, then you can click on this checkbox. Else, you can go ahead and click on the next button. So the PyCharm installation has been completed. You can click on finish button. Now you can click on start button and go to the J section. Now under the JetBrains, you will be able to see the PyCharm software. Now you can go ahead and click on it. So this will ask you which type of theme you want. Let me select the light one. You can click on skip remaining and set default. So now the PyCharm will open with the default setting. Let's go ahead and click on create new project. So let's select the location where you want to create the PyCharm project. My first project. As Python is already installed on this machine, PyCharm was able to find the location here. But suppose in your machine Python has not been installed, then PyCharm will give you the option to download the interpreter. Let's go ahead and click on the create button. It is creating the virtual environment where we can run the application. So you can see here PyCharm IDE is now ready. Let's go ahead and create the Python file. Click on file, new Python file. Let's give the name it test.py. So you can see the file has been created. So let's go ahead and write the first command, print Python each tool programming. Now let's go ahead and click on run. Now you can click on run again. Click the test here, and you can see here we are able to see the output. You can Type any of the command, x equal to 2, y equal to 4, print x, print y. We will discuss about the assignment operators like x equal to 2 and y equal to 4 in the future videos. Meanwhile, go ahead and click on the run again. So now if you see here, we are able to see all the output. Python is cool programming. Then we are printing x, which is equal to 2. Then we are printing y, which is equal to 4. Now let me do one thing. Let me put a breakpoint on line number 4. Just go to the line number 4, click your mouse, and you can see your breakpoint has been set up. Now you can go to the run, and instead of click on run, you can click on debug test. So now what will happen that your program will run in the debug mode instead of the normal mode. This will be very helpful if you are getting some error and you're trying to find the root cause. So if you see here, the currently the program has been executed till line number 3, and now it is waiting for further action at line number 4. So if you see the bottom window, we are able to see all the variables which we have used till now. So if you see here, it is showing me the x equal to 2, y equal to 4, and it is showing me both are integer. We will discuss about integer and all in the future videos. Now if you see here, we have some buttons like step over, step into, step into my code. So these are the basically some of the command where you want to skip some code or you run the code line by line. So if you see the console, the program has been executed till only line number 3. So we are able to see only this print statement. The Python is full programming. We are yet to run this line number 4 and 5. Now do one thing. Let's click on step over, or you can click on F8. Now you can see the line number 4 has been executed, and we are able to see the result here. And now if you see here, currently the program is moved to the line number 5. So till now we have executed line number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and we are yet to execute line number 5. So let's go ahead and again click on F8, and you're able to see now we are able to see the result. This will be very helpful where you want to fix some of the bugs. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to do the installation and setup for Sublime Text. So let's go ahead and search for Sublime Text. Let's go ahead and click on the first URL. Let's go ahead and click on download. So you can see here Sublime is available for all the three operating systems, OS, Windows and Linux. Let's go and download the Windows 64. So Sublime Text is very lightweight. You can see it is just a 10 MB of the executable file. So the download had been completed. So go ahead and do the installation. You can, if you want, you can change the directory. Else you will go ahead and click on next button. So the installation has been completed. Now go ahead and click on start. You can see here Sublime Text 3 is now available. Let's go ahead and create a new file. Let's go and write the first command. Make sure you are saving this file before you run any other command. So let's go ahead and save the file. Before we try to run this file, let's click on Tools, Build System, and if you see by default it is showing automatic. As I mentioned that Sublime Text support many languages, not only the Python. So what happened if you put the build system as automatic, then Sublime Text will select the correct build type based on the file extension. But I still suggest that you change the build system type to Python instead of automatic. So now we have set up the build system as Python. So let's go ahead and run the file. Click on Tools, Build, and here you can see you're able to see the output here. Let's add more command. Equal to 2, y equal to found, z equal to x plus y, print. You can see here we are getting all the suggestions here. Please save the file and run again. You can see here we're able to see the output x equal to 2, y equal to 4, and z equal to 6. That's all in this video. Thanks everyone. Welcome everyone. In this video, we will see how to do installation and setup of Visual Studio Code. So let's go ahead and search for the Visual Studio Code in Google. Click on the first URL. So you can see as I'm using Windows machine, it automatically showing me the download for Windows. On Mac machine, you will see similar option, download for Mac. So let's say and click on the download for Windows button. So the download has been started. It will take few minutes. So if you are using the Mac machine, then the DMG file will be installed. So the download has been completed. So let's go ahead and start the installation. If you want, you can change the default directory or else you can click on the next. If you want to create a shortcut on your desktop, then you go ahead and click on this checkbox. So you can see the installation has been started. You can see here installation has been clicked. You can click on finish. You can go to the start button. You can see here under the section V, the Microsoft Visual Studio Code is now available. You can click on it. So this will open the Visual Studio Code. As I have already mentioned, to run the Python in Visual Studio Code, you need to install the Python as well as you need to download the plugin for the same. So I have already installed the Python on this machine. Let's go ahead and download the Python plugin. For that, you need to click on the extension option here at the bottom. Now search for the Python. Click on the Python option. Then go ahead and click on the install. So you can see the Python plugin had not been installed. Now if you see here at the bottom, we are able to see one status bar. Just click on it. So if you see the bottom status bar, it is showing me that it was able to find the Python 3.2 interpreter in my machine, and this interpreter has been set as default to run this Python on the Visual Studio Code. If you want to change your interpreter, you can change here. You can see here in the you have the option to change the interpreter path. So let's go ahead and create a new file. Go to File, New File. Let me write the command. Let's go ahead and save the file with the extension py. So you have seen as soon as you change the extension to py, VSS was able to differentiate between the function and the string. So you're able to see it is showing me the different color for print and different color for the string. Now let's go ahead and click on run. Click on run without debugging. So you can see here we are able to see the output. Python is cool programming. Let me add some more command. So you can see here as soon as I type A, it is showing me one of the option for me is the ABC. So this type of auto completion will be very helpful. Let me save the file and let me run the program again. You can see here we are able to see all the result. Python is cool programming. X equal to y equal to 4 and ABC equal to x plus y, which is 2 plus 4 equal to 6. If you want to run this program in the debugging mode, you can put the breakpoint anywhere. Then go ahead and run. Click on start debugging. You can select the debug the currently active Python file. You can see here till now only the line 1, 2, and 3 has been executed. So we are able to see the output. Python is cool programming. We are yet to run line 4, 5, and 7. And at the same time, in the left section window, we are able to see the value of x equal to and y equal to 4. So if you see in the statement for 1, 2, and 3, we are yet to create the variable ABC. Because of that, this ABC variable is not available in the left section window. We are only able to see variable x and y. Now, if you see we have some options here at the top: step over, step into, step out. So let's click on step over. So you can see as soon as I click on step over, this run the line number 4, and you're able to see the output 2 in the bottom section. Let's click on the step over again. This will print the y, and we are able to see the y value in this console. Let's go ahead and run the step over again. Now you can see as soon as we run the line number 6, we are able to see the value of ABC in the left section window. So this debugging feature will be very helpful to find the bug in the code. So you can run the code line by line and see what are the current value of the variables. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to do setup and installation of Jupyter Notebook. So let's go ahead and search for Jupyter Notebook installation. So go ahead and open the first URL. So if you see here, we have a section getting started with classical Jupyter Notebook. And if you see one of the prerequisites that Python should be already be installed on the machine. Now if you see here, there are two options to install the Jupyter Notebook. one is through the conda and another one is pip. So in this video we will go with the second option, pip. See, pip is basically the package manager which comes by default with the Python. So let me open the file explorer. So if you see here, this is the Python directory, and if you open the scripts, so if you see here, pip had already installed by default. So now let's go ahead and open the command prompt, and let's go ahead and type the command which mentioned on the website, pip install notebook. So you can see here the installation has been started. So the Jupyter Notebook installation has been completed successfully. Now let's go ahead and type the command Jupyter Notebook. So you can see here Jupyter Notebook had started successfully. The Jupyter Notebook run in your browser. So this is basically showing the directory structure of your machine. Now let's click on desktop, click on new, let's create one folder. You can select the folder and we can rename it Jupyter projects. Rename it. Now click on Jupyter Node projects and let's create the new file, the Python 3 file. So you can see here that the empty Python file has been created. So you can type the command here. You can add more blocks. Just click on plus. You can run if you want to run. Just click on run. You can see here it's showing us the Python full programming. You can add more statement. You can see here you are able to see the result of x plus y, which is 6. In the Jupyter Notebook, there are different type of cells. Till now, we have created all the cells of type code. But if you want to put some command, you can go and go change the as markdown. So whatever I did in this cell, it will not be compiled. Let me try to run again. So you can see here, it is printed whatever I'm writing here. This is like a command. This will be ignored by interpreter. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to use Python interpreter as calculator. So let me go ahead and launch the idle IDE. Let me write some mathematical command. 2 plus 3. So you can see here, we are able to see result like equal to 5. Let me perform subtraction. We can write a multiple command in a single line. 7 minus 2 minus 3 is equal to. We can perform plus and minus together. 5 plus 4 minus 3. We can do multiplication. Remember, in the Python, the star sign is considered multiplication. and slash consider as a division. Also, if you are trying to find the square and cube, then the Python has provision for that also. There is one command to find the x raised to y. For that, you have to simply use the two multiplication sign together. So suppose if I am trying to find the square of 5, then say 5 star star 2 is 25. Suppose if I want to find the cube of 4, then the syntax will be 4 to 3, which is basically same as 4 raised to 3. You can use the brackets and all. Suppose you want to 5 plus 6 plus 2 into 3. So which is basically 5 plus 6 equal to 17. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the identifiers in Python. So let's go ahead. So identifier is basically the name given to any one of the object from the below list, like variable, function, class, module, package. See, we will cover all these classes and modules in the future video. Meanwhile, we already seen the variables in our previous videos. So suppose if I say x equal to 2, basically x is the variable here, and x is the name given to this variable. So you can see the x is the identifier given to this variable. So similarly, we have seen the print command, print hello world. So print is the identifier here, and this is the name given to the function. So Python had some rules for naming these identifiers. So let's go ahead and see what are the different rules. So Python only support alphabets A to Z, number 0 to 9, and underscore. So if you see here, overall Python supports 63 different characters. So 26 character for small a to z, 26 character for capital A to Z, number 0 to 9, and underscore. So we will be able to create any variable which following this naming convention. Let's go ahead and create a variable a b c d equal to 10. Let me print a b c d now. You can see it is showing me value 10. One important thing that the variable cannot start with the number. So if I create the variable like 0, A, B, C, you can see here that it will throw me the invalid syntax. I cannot say ABC equal to 10, 0 ABC equal to 10. See here, the number can comes in between the string. So if I say A0BC equal to 10, print A0BC, you can see this is working fine. Another very important thing that Python is case sensitive. So if I suppose if I'm creating a variable A and I assign this variable A equal to 50. Now if I try to print capital A, it will throw me error that name is not defined because we are yet to create this variable. But let me now create a variable with capital A equal to 100. Let me now print small a is showing me 50. Let me print capital A is showing value 100. Also, Python doesn't support any special character, so I cannot use any dollar and all sign. I cannot say dollar ABC equal to 90. You can see here it will throw me error that dollar is not a valid alphabet. Also, there are 33 reserved keywords in the Python which you cannot use for the identifier. What are those reserved keywords? We will discuss this in next video. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video, I have mentioned that there are few keywords which we cannot use for the identifiers. So let's go ahead and see the list of those keywords which we cannot use for the identifiers. So if you see here, there are around 33 keywords which we cannot use for the identifiers. So if you see here, the global is one of the keyword, and let me try to assign some value to global. So if I say global equal to 10, you can see here I'm getting the error because global is keyword. So we cannot assign any value to the keyword. Also, if you observe, there are 30 keywords which are start with the small alphabet, and there are only three keywords which start with the capital letter. Those are true, false, and none. So make sure you are not naming any class, variable, or function with one of the reserved keywords. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the comments in Python. So let's go ahead. See, comments are very useful for documentation of program logic. Suppose if you have created a program with very complex logic, now if you try to open the project after a month, it may be possible that you forgot all the logic. So to avoid that, you can put the comments in program to elaborate the logic. In Python, you can either write the single line comment or you can write the multi-line comment. To write a single line comment, you simply have to put the hash at the beginning. So if you see the example, hash, this program will calculate the area of circle. So suppose if you're creating a Python project to calculate the area of circle, you can put this comment at the start of the project, which will help you that what this project actually do. So let's go ahead and see how the comment can be written in the program. You can see here, I'm writing the hash. This program will calculate the area of circle radius equal to 5, area equal to 3.14, 2 radius into radius print area. Let me go and run the program. So you can see here we are able to see the output, and this line has been ignored by the Python interpreter because this is a comment. Now suppose I want to write the complete logic that how I am calculating the area of circle. One of the option that I can add more lines, like I can put one more hash here, and I can say calculation logic will be area equal to 3.14 to radius into radius. Now suppose if you want to write the 8 to 10 line of comments, then it will not be a good idea to put the hash at the beginning of each and every line. There is another option that's called the multi-line comment. In the multi-line comment, the comment start with either three single quotes and end with the three single quotes, or you can start the comment with three double quotes and then end with the three double quotes. So let's see. Let me write three quotes. Let me write this same comment here. Let me do the same thing with double quotes. Let me run the program again. So you can see here that the program has run successfully and interpreter has ignored all the comments, either single line comments or the multi-line comments. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the statements in Python. So let's go ahead. See, any line of code which will be interpreted by Python interpreter is called statements. So till now we have seen many statements like x equal to, which is basically a assignment statement because we are assigning value 2 to x. We also seen the statement like print hello world to print something on the console. So any line of code which we are able to execute in the Python is called the statement. So see, the x equal to and print hello world are basically the single line statement because we are writing everything on the single line. Now suppose if you want to add 10 to 20 numbers, it will not be a good idea to write everything on a single line. It will always be a better idea to break the code on multiple lines. So the person doesn't need to scroll the screen to see the code. So if you see here, one of the option to write the multi-line statement is by putting the slash at the end. So suppose if you want to add numbers like 10,000, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 to 70,000, I can put the slash at the end of the line. So by putting the slash at the end of the line, I'm basically telling interpreter that my statement is not yet completed. I'm still writing some more code. So let's go ahead and see how this will work in the editor. So let me write the command here. A equal to 10,000 plus 20,000. Let me don't put the slash here and let me try to copy something here. Now let me run the program. You can see here the interpreter throwing the error because it is unable to understand the command here. Let's do one thing. Let's go ahead and put the slash here. Not try to run the command. You see it's here. It's working fine. Let's print A. You can see here. Now you're able to see the value. So you can use the slash to write the multi-line statement in Python. Another important thing, if your statement is written between parentheses, brackets, or braces, then you don't need to specifically put the slash at the end of the line. So if you see here, we have put all the numbers 10,000 plus 20,000 and all between the parentheses. So here explicit slash is not needed. Let's go ahead and try in this in the IDE. So let me remove the slash. Let me put the parentheses. So you can see here we are able to see the result. We haven't put the explicit slash here. We can write the multiple statement in a single line by separating them with the semicolon. So let me write the multiple assignment statement. X equal to y equal to 5, z equal to 10. Let me print them. Print x, print y, print z. Let me run the code. You can see everything works fine. So in this we have written the three assignment status in a single line separated by semicolon. Let's do the same thing with the print statement. Let's go ahead and run it. You can see here everything again working fine. Now let's go ahead and move everything in a single line, all the assignment and the print statement. Let's put the semicolon. So you can see it is still working fine. So we can put multiple statement in a single line separated by the semicolon, but it is always a good practice that we should avoid writing multiple statement in a single line. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the variables in Python. See, variables are basically containers for storing the data. So you have already seen that we have declared the variables like x equal to y equal to 4 and all. So if you can see here that we can declare the integer variable, we can declare the float variable like y equal to 1.7. We can even store the complete string like z equal to hello world and so on. Python even support the complex number like 5 plus 3j and all. There are various different other data type also supported by the Python like list, tuples, directories, and set that we will discuss in the future videos. There is one very important thing. See, if you're coming from C or C++ background, in the C or C++, we have to first declare the variable data type. Like you have to declare integer x. So in C++, Java, basically you're telling the compiler that you want to create a variable x whose data type is integer. But this is not applicable in Python. In Python, you don't need to explicitly tell the Python that what type of variable you want to create. So if you see here, if I say x equal to 2, then basically Python will automatically assume that you want to create a integer variable. Also in Python, you can change the variable type at runtime. So suppose if I say x equal to, then the Python will assume that you want to create an integer variable. But in the later stage, if you say x equal to 1.2, then Python will change the type from integer to float. You can create a new variable by assigning value of some other another variable also. For example, if I say x equal to 2, then I can say y equal to x. So Python will basically create a new variable y whose value will be same as x, which is 2. Similarly, you can create a variable like z equal to x plus 3. In this case, Python will first execute the statement x plus 3, which will return 5. Then the value 5 will be assigned to variable z. Let me open the ideal ID, then we will see some of the example. So you can see here, we can create a variable like x equal to 2. I can say y equal to 2.1. I can say z equal to x plus y. Now if I try to print z, it will say 4.1. So basically here we created a new variable z by adding two variable x and y. Also if you seen here earlier x was a integer variable 2. Now if I say suppose x equal to 2.5, it will be accepted by interpreter. Now if I try to check print x, you can see it is showing me 2.5. So at the runtime, we basically change the data type of x. Also, if also as I mentioned that Python support the complex variable. So suppose if I say a equal to 1 plus 2j, print a, you can see here. So a is basically the complex number whose real part is 1 and the imaginary part is 2. Similarly, we can create a string variable. I can say h equal to hello world, print h. You can see here. So h is the string here whose value is hello world. We will learn the different operations available for the integer and string and all in the future videos. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how the Python do the memory management at the high level. So let's go ahead. So suppose if we have one program where we are writing these seven statements, where basically we are creating three variable x, y, z, and we are printing them. Let's go ahead and see how the Python is doing the memory management in this scenario. So initially there is nothing in the memory. So suppose we have 60 memory block to save the data. See, in practically the memory may be like 100 of megabytes, but for understanding purpose, let's assume that we have the 60 blocks where the Python is storing the data. So suppose now when I execute the first statement x equal to 2, Python will try to find the free block. Let's assume by some logic Python interpreter found out that the block number 10 is the best. So what will happen in this scenario? Python will save value of x which is 2 in the block number 10. You can see here. At the same time, Python must be maintaining some type of mapping of location with the variable. So if you see here at the bottom, we have one table here which is a variable x which is stored at the location 10. Now what will happen when we try to run the second statement that print x? In this scenario, what will happen that Python will go and find out the location of x in the table. Now, if from the table, it will see that the value of x is stored at the location number 10. Now using this memory location 10, it will go ahead and the fetch value 2 from the memory and then print this on the console. Now moving ahead, now when we try to run the third statement, y equal to 3, Python will again try to find the best location to save this value in the memory. Now let's assume in this scenario Python found out that the memory location 25 is the best one. Now after that, the Python will save the value 3 in the memory at location 25, and it will update the table with the y variable and location 25. So when we run the fourth statement to print the y value, it will again refer the table and find out that the y stored at location 25, and then go away to then the fetch the value 3 from the memory location 25. Now the most important thing, what will happen when we try to execute the fifth statement, which is z equal to x. In this scenario, Python will not try to find out the new memory location, and instead of that, it will go ahead and update the memory table that the x and z are pointing to the same location. So if you see the below table, it will say variable x and z are stored at location number 10 because the x and z had the same value now. So now when we try to execute the sixth statement, the Python will find out that both the variable x and z are at the same location 10. That will fetch the value 2 from the memory and print on the console. Let's go ahead and run the last statement, which is z equal to y plus 10. Now what will happen in this scenario? First, the Python will try to find the value of y from the table, which he will see, okay, the way y is stored at the location number 25. From memory location 25, he will get the value 3. Then he will do the calculation 3 plus 10. Now the value becomes 13. Now if you see here, the 13 is not stored anywhere in the memory. Then what will happen? It will create a new memory location. Suppose the new memory location is 50, then it will put the 50, then it will update the memory location 50 with the value 13, and at the same time it will update the memory mapping table and add a new line for z which indicates the location is 50, now 50. So hopefully you guys have some high level understanding of the memory management in the Python. See, this is the very high level management. Python must be doing various things like hashing and all those, but that all is not the scope of this course. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn what is the ID function. In the previous video, we have learned that Python stored the variables in memory blocks. So suppose you are trying to find out that at what memory location that value x has been stored, then you can use the ID function. So suppose if I have created a variable x and assigned with the value 2, and if I try to find out at what location that this value x has been stored, then I can use the function id x. So if you remember, in the previous video, we created a variable xyz which was stored at location 10, 25, and 50. So suppose in this case, if you say id of y, then the function will return the value 25 because the value of y has been stored at the memory block 25. So let's go ahead and let's launch the idle. So if you see here, if I say x equal to 2 and then I have the ID of x, I'm getting a one big number. This number basically representing the memory location where this variable x has been stored. So let me go and create one more variable y equal to 3. Let me print the ID of y. You can see here now I'm getting the different memory location. Now let's go ahead and create one more variable z equal to x, and let's see what is the ID of z. You can see here the ID of x and the z is same because they both have the same value. Because in Python, if the two variables have same value, then Python avoid to create the duplicate memory location, and instead of that, it manage some way of tracking that these two variables are sharing the same memory location. Now let's go ahead and update the value of x. So if I say x equal to x plus 2, now let me see the ID of x. You can see now x has got the new ID, and let me try to print the ID of z. So if you see the z still had the same location which was earlier, but now the x had but now the location of x has been changed because x has got the new value now after the addition. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to assign same value to multiple variables. So let's go ahead. So suppose if you want to assign value 1 to 6 different variable A, B, C, D, E and F. Now one of the option that we can write 6 different statement that A equal to 1, B equal to 1, C equal to 1, D equal to 1, E equal to 1 and F equal to 1. But this is not the optimized solution. Instead of this, in Python, we can write a single statement like A equal to B equal to C equal to D equal to E equal to F equal to 1. This statement means assign 1 to each and every variable A, B, C, D, E, and F. So let me open the PyCharm project and then we can verify this. So in the PyCharm, let's try to write A equal to B equal to C equal to D E equal to F equal to 1. Let's try to print A, print B, print C. Let me try to run this. So you can see here each and every variable A, B, C, D, E, and F has now been assigned with value 1. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the best way to assign multiple variables. So let's go ahead. So suppose if you want to assign value 1 to variable A, value 2 to variable B, and values 3 to variable C. One of the option that we can write A equal to 1, B equal to 2, and C equal to 3. But in the Python, we can assign multiple variables in a single line. So instead of writing three statements, we can assign three variables like A comma B comma C equal to 1, 2, 3. So in this case, A will assign with value 1, B will assign with value 2, and the C will assign with value 3. Also, it is not necessary that the data type of all the variables should be same. So suppose if you see the second statement where we are assigning P, Q, or with the 1, 1.2 and hello world. So in this scenario, P will get the value 1 which is integer, q will be assigned with the 1.2 which is float, and the r will be assigned with the value hello world which is string. So let me open the PyCharm to see more this about this in details. So let me assign the three value a comma b comma c equal to 10, 20, and 30. Let me print a, print b, print c. Let me run the program. We can see here the a has been assigned with value 10, b has been assigned with value 20, and the c has been assigned with value 30. Let me go ahead and try the same thing with different data types. So let me see p, q, r. Let me assign some integer to p, 10, and let me assign some float number to q, 30.52, and let me assign some string to r. Let me print p, q, and r. Let me go and run the program. So you can see here the p has been assigned with value 10, q has been assigned with value 30.52, and the r has been assigned with string python. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the constant. Constants are those variables whose value cannot be changed after assignment on first time. So suppose if you are making a variable x as a constant and you are assigning your value equal to 2, then throughout the program value of x will remain 2. You cannot say x equal to 3 or x equal to 4 during the complete program. But Python doesn't support the constant variable. There is no concept of a constant in Python. But suppose in your project you are using some variables which cannot be changed during the project, then it is always better that you create a separate file with those variables. For example, if you're working in some scientific project and you are using the value like pi, earth gravity, speed of light and all, then it is better that you can create of the file with all those value, and then you can import this file in your project. Constants are normally written in capital letter, so it is easy to distinguish that this is the constant or this is a common variable. As I have mentioned, that Python doesn't support the constant, and but we can create a constant file. But remember one thing: if developer want to change the value of constant in Python, then Python will not stop. It will be a developer responsibility to avoid any operation on constant. Let me open the PyCharm IDE and then we will see how to handle the constant in Python. So let me create a new file constant. Let me define some constant variable I equal to 3.14, Earth gravity equal to 9.8, miles to kilometer equal to 1.6. Now let me create a program which will convert the miles to kilometer. Let me create a new file. Miles to kilometer. First thing, we will import the constant file. Constant. Let me create a variable miles equal to 10. kilometer. Now we will do conversion. We will say miles into constant dot miles to kilometer. We print kilometer. Let me run the program. So you can see here it is showing that 10 miles are equivalent to 16 kilometers. So if you see here, instead of writing the conversion ratio in this file, we are importing this from constant file. So now you can use this conversion rate in any of other project by importing the constant file. So in the future, suppose some conversion rate has been changed, then you have to simply go to change your constant file. You don't have to change any other project. This will improve the code reusability significantly because you don't have to make the changes in all the project files. You simply have to make changes only at one place. That be your constant file. Now if you see here, if I go wide and if I say constant dot miles to kilometer equal to 1.7. Let me print constant to miles kilometer. So if you see here, we are able to change the value of miles to kilometer variable. So Python will not stop you to make any changes in the values of variable stored in the constant file, but it will be your responsibility that you should not apply any mathematical or any other logic on these constant variables. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the type function. So in the past video, we have seen the statement like x equal to 2, y equal to 1.2. So earlier I have mentioned that when you assign x equal to 2, then we can say x is the integer and the y it float in this scenario because we have assigned the decimal value to the y. But suppose if I want to check what is the current data type of variable, then you can use the type function. So let's go and see. Let me say print type of x, print type of y. Let's see here. Now let me run the program. You can see here that x is of type integer and the y is the type of float. Now let's go ahead and let's create the another variable z, which is the complex number. Z equal to 5 plus 2 plus. Let me print type of z. Let me run the program again. We can see here the type of z is now complex. Let's go ahead and create a string a equal to hello world. Sorry, print type of a. You can see here the data type of age str which represent these strings. Let's create a list here. We will cover the list in the future video. We can just see here one small example. Let's give a b equal to 1, 2, 3. B. You can see here the type of b is list. So type is the function which can return the data type of the variable. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the different type of data types available in Python. We will cover each and every data type individually in the future video. So let's go ahead. So we have already seen the integer, float, complex, and string. As I have mentioned, that we will cover again all of these data types individually in the future video. So let's proceed further. The next data type is Boolean. The Boolean consists of only two values, either true and false. And this data type will be very helpful where you need to implement the business logic. Moving next is the collection. See, till now in all the variables, whatever we have discussed, the variable can only have one value, like x equal to 2, or x equal to 5, or x equal to 1.2. We cannot say that x can hold two values together, that x equal to 2 and 4 together. But suppose you want to create an object where you want to store the multiple values. For example, you want to create the object for the student where you want to say the different marks obtained by the student in different subjects like mathematics, science, and geography. To handle those scenarios, we had to use the collection. So in Python, there are basically four different type of collection: list, tuple, set, and dictionary. We will cover each and every collection type individually in the future videos. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the delete function. So suppose if I'm creating a program where I have created the sum of the variable like x equal to 2, y equal to 4. Let me try to print x, print y. Let me run this program. So if you see here, we are able to see the value of x and y. Now suppose where you are creating a one very large program and where you have created thousands of variables. If you keep creating the more and more variable, they will keep using your memory. So it is always a better idea to remove the variables from your memory if you are not using them. Suppose in this program I don't want to use the variable x anymore and I want to delete the variable x from memory. In this scenario, we can use the delete function. Let's see, let's go wait. Let me say delete and I can say x. So basically I'm telling the interpreter here to delete the x from the memory. Now let me try to print the x. Let me run the program now. So you can see here I was able to see the first two line 2 and 4, but as soon as interpreter reach the line number 7, it throws me error that x is not defined because we had deleted the variable x from memory and x is not available anymore. So make sure to release the memory by deleting the unused variables in your program. This will give you a better performance. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn more about numeric data types. So we have already discussed that in Python that there are three different type of numeric data type available. The first one is integer. So if I say x equal to 1, 1 is the integer variable. If I say y equal to 1.3, the y become float. And the last one is the complex number. If I say z equal to 6 plus 4j, the z become the complex number. So Python support these three numeric data types. Now there is one thing I want to highlight. So if you're coming from C or C++ or Java world, you must have known that in in those programming languages there is a limitation on the integer size. So in the C and C++, the integer value cannot be more than 32,768. But in Python, there is no such limitation. So suppose if I say a equal to 2 raised to 100, let me try to print a. You can see here we are able to get the values. So even if I try to print 2 raised to 100, you can see here I'm getting such a long value, which is the integer one. So there's no such limitation in Python. Next important thing that we can write the float number in scientific notation also. So suppose if the x equal to 143,000, in Python we can write the float numbers using the scientific notation also. For example, if x equal to 143,000, I can write the same thing as 1.43 E5. Let me print the x now. You can see here we are getting the same value. So 1.43 E5 is similar as 1.43 into 10 raised to 5. So basically x equal to 1.43 into 10 with the 5 zeros. So similarly, suppose if z equal to 0.0045, I can write the same thing as z equal to 4.5 e minus 3. So let me print z here. You can see here it is 0.0045. So you can understand. So this is basically the same thing as 4.5 divided by 10 to 3, which is 1000. Also, you can use the capital E or the small e. So suppose if I say D equal to 2.3 capital E2, let me print D. You can see here we are getting the 230 here. So you can either use the small e or you can use the capital E. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the implicit data conversion. So let's go ahead. So suppose if I'm creating one variable x equal to 4 and y equal to 4.5. So if you can see here the x is integer and the y is float. So let's go ahead and add them. So z equal to x plus y. Let me print them. So if you can see here, the value of z is 8.5, which is the float. So now you should know that when you perform the operation on two different variables, the data type of those variables should be same. But now in this case, one of the variable was integer and another one was float. So what happened in this scenario that Python implicitly changed the data type of variable x to float while doing the calculation and then return the output as float. So if I go ahead and let me try to print the type of all the three variables. So if I say type print type x, so if you can see here, the data type of x is still remain integer and the data type of y and z is float. So just while doing the operation, Python convert the data type of integer x to float. This is called the implicit conversion. So similarly, let's go wide and let's see what will happen if we try to add complex number with the integer. Let me say e equal to 2 plus 3j, r equal to e plus x. So e the complex number here, x is the integer here. Let me print r. So you can see here the output of the sum of integer and the complex number is complex. So what internally happened that Python convert this variable x into complex by adding 0 for the imaginary number. So the 4 got added to the real part of e, that is the 2. So 4 plus 2 equal to 6, which is the real number. So 4 plus 2 which is equal to 6, which is real part, and the imaginary part remain same as 3. So let me go wide and try to do the same thing with the float number. Let me say m equal to e, which is the complex number. We will add y, which is the float. We will say print m. Let's let's run the program. You can again see here the output is the complex number. So in this scenario, again, the float number got converted to the complex number while doing the addition. So 4.5 plus 2 equal to 6.5, which is the real part of the complex number, and the imaginary number remain 3. So always remember that there are some operation where the Python do such type of implicit conversion. In this scenario, the low precedence variable converted into higher precedence. So the integer had the lowest precedence, then come the float, and then come the complex number. So if you perform any operation of the complex number with the float or integer, your output will be always the complex number. Similarly, if you perform any operation between integer and float, then your output will always be float. One important thing that this implicit conversion is not possible between all different type of data types. So suppose if you're trying to add the string with the integer, or if you try to add the string with the float number, then you will get the error. So let's try that. Let me say a equal to hello world. Let me say b equal to k plus x. If I run this program, so if you can see here, we are getting the error that we cannot concatenate string with the integer. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the explicit conversion. So suppose in some of the scenario, you want to explicitly change the data type of one variable from another. So suppose if you want to change the data type of one variable from integer to float or from integer to complex, then in that scenario you can use the explicit conversion. Let's go ahead and try. So suppose if I say x equal to 4.5 and y equal to 2.8, and if I say z equal to x plus y, let me print that, let me print type of z. Okay, so you can see here the value of z is 7.3 and the type is float. Now suppose I'm not interested into the decimal part of this z. For me, only the integer part is important. So in this scenario, we can use the explicit conversion and we can change the data type of z from float to integer. Let's see how to do that. Let me try to copy the code again. Let me here. And this scenario, I will say z equal to integer, I will say int. Let me say x plus y. Let me go and print. We can see here now the sum is 7 and the data type of z is now integer, not the float. So now moving to the next example. Now in the previous video, I have said that we cannot add the string with the integer. So suppose if the x equal to 4 and I have one string y equal to value of x is, now suppose if I want to print something like this on the screen, value of x is 4. So as we know that if we try to perform the plus operation between two strings, then we get the concatenated string. So let's suppose if I say a equal to good morning and m equal to Pradeep, if I say t equal to k plus m, print t, you can see here in this scenario the string k and m got appended and we got the result. Now coming back to the previous example where we need to add the string with the integer. So suppose if I try to add the two string, I say e equal to y plus x, print e, and let's see. So you can see here we are getting the error that plus operation cannot be performed between the string and integer. So either both variables should be of string type or both the variable of the integer type. So now how to resolve this issue? One other option, we can convert this variable x into the string. So we can say something like str of x. Now let's go ahead and try. So you can see here. Now we are able to see the result. The value of x is 4. So what exactly happened here that we changed the data type of x temporarily to string and then we were able to concatenate that with the y. So explicit conversion will be very helpful when you are trying to do the operation between the different data types. Remember one thing that explicit conversion will not work in all the scenario. So suppose if I try to do the explicit conversion of complex number into integer, that will not work. So if I say suppose if I say u equal to 4 plus 5j, and then if I try to put the integer here, let me then run the program. So you can see here we are getting the error that we cannot change the complex to integer. So make sure you are using the explicit conversion on the correct type of data type before doing any operation. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see some of the math function available in Python math library. So before we proceed further, we can import the math library. We will say import math. See, math library comes up with many function, but in this video we will cover only the most important functions provided by the math library. So the first function is ceil function. So suppose if we say ceil of x, then the output of ceil of x will be the closest integer to x which is greater than x or equal to x. So suppose if I say x equal to 2.3 and if I say y equal to math dot ceil of x print y. Let me run this. So you can see here the output is 3 because 3 is the closest integer to 2.3 which is greater than x. Now suppose if I say x equal to minus 2.3, then you will see what will happen. So you can see here the output is minus 2 and not the minus 3. So as I mentioned, the seal is basically the integer closest to the number which is greater than that number. So so minus 3 is not greater than minus 2.3 but the minus 2 is. So output of seal of minus 2.3 is minus 2 and not the minus 3. The next important function is fx, which is basically the absolute function. This function basically return the absolute value of the number. So suppose if the number is positive, then we will get the same number. But if the number is negative number, then we will get the absolute value of that number. So suppose if I say x equal to 4.5 print math of absolute of x. You can see here we are getting the same number 4.5, but if I say x equal to minus 4.5, then again we will get the output at 4.5. So it basically return the same number but always with the positive sign. The next important function is the floor function. So the floor function and the seal is similar, but in case of floor we will get the number which is the lower than x or equal to x. So let me copy the above code and change the seal to floor. Let me run the code again. Now you can see here in this scenario the output 2. We got the integer which is lower than x or equal to x. A- And when we say x equal to minus 2.3, we got the result as minus 3 because the minus 3 is lower than minus 2.3. The next important function is factorial function. So what is the factorial here? So if we say factorial of 5, the factorial of 5 is basically equal to 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5. So if we say factorial of 5 equal to 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5. Similarly, factorial of 6 equal to 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5 into 6. So let's see how to do that. So if we say x equal to 5, y equal to math dot factorial of x print y, we'll say run math. So you can see here the output is 120. So 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5 equal to 120. The next important function is GCD. So suppose if you want to find the greatest common divisor between x and y. So suppose if I say x equal to 12, y equal to 18. If I say z equal to math dot GCD of x comma y print z, you can see the result will be 6. The next important function is the log function. So suppose if I say x equal to 2, I can say y equal to math dot log. Here you can mention what is your number and you can even define the base. So if I say base equal to 10, and this is the output. print y. So let me run the program now. You can see here the log of 2 is 0.3. Remember one thing, to get the log, the base is not compulsory. If you don't put the base, then by default the base will be e. So let's go ahead and we can try with that. If I say x y equal to math dot log x print y, we can see here log of 2 with base e is equal to 0.69. Similarly, we have the function to get the log of 2. We can say x equal to 2 y equal to math dot log 2, and we'll say x print y, and run this. You can see here 1 because x equal to 1 and log of 2 is 1. Similarly, we have function for log 10. If I say x equal to 2 y equal to math dot log 10 x print y. So you can see here log of 2 for base 10 is 0.30 here. So remember one thing, if you want, we can achieve this result of log 2 and log 10 from log itself by putting the correct base here. So if I want to get the log of 2, then I will say x comma 2 here. If I want to get the log of x with base 10, I will say log of x comma 10. Important function is the square root. So suppose if I say x equal to 9, y equal to math dot sqrt of x print y, and in this scenario the output will be 3. We can see here because square root of 9 is 3. The next important function available in the math library is the power function. So suppose if I want to find out what is the 9 raised to 5, and I will say x equal to 9, y equal to 5, z equal to math dot pow, that the x into y print z. You can see here this is basically 9 into 9 into 9 into 9 into 9 5 times. Similarly, math library provide various function to solve the trigonometry. So suppose if I want to find out the sine of x, then I will say suppose if I x equal to 1, y equal to math dot sine of x into y. So you can see here, remember one thing here, x is in the radians. Also math library had some of the constant. Suppose if I want to print the pi number, I can say print math dot pi. I can say print math dot p. Let me run this. So you can see here we have got the value of pi, and here we have got the value of e. As I mentioned, there are various more math function available in the math library. For that, you can refer the documentation of math.h on Python site. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how we can assign the variables with binary, hexadecimal, or octal values. If you already have the idea about the binary and hexadecimal and the octal, so binary numbers are those numbers whose base is 2. Similarly, the octal is the number whose base is 8, and the hexadecimal number whose base is 16. So if we write the binary number like 101, then in the decimal value it becomes the 5. So let's see how we can assign a variable with the binary number. So suppose if you want to assign some values to variable in the binary, then it should be start with the 0b. Let's see. Suppose if I say x equal to 0, b101. So if you see here, we the value has been started with the 0b, which means this number is the binary, and the value of the number is 101 in the binary terms. When we convert this variable into the decimal form, the value is 5. So let's go ahead and try to print the value of x. I will say print x. You can see here the value of x is 5. So suppose if we need to assign a variable with the octal value, then we need to start with that with the 0 and O. So suppose if I want to assign octal value 1 2 to some variable, so when we say 1 2 in the octal, is basically the 10 in the decimal system. So let's go right. If I say y equal to 0 O 1 2, print y, and see here the value is become 10. Let me go ahead and see what is the type of y. Print type of y. So you can see here the type of y is integer and not the octal or binary or something. See, remember one thing, in the Python we only had the three numeric data type, that is the integer, float, and the complex. So we can assign some variable with the binary, hexadecimal, or octal, but internally the value will be stored in the basic data type like integer, float, or complex. So let's go ahead and see how to assign some hexadecimal value. So suppose if I say z equal to 0 x 1 2. So remember the 0x will be used to represent the hexadecimal value. So when we say 1 2 in hexadecimal, it will become the 18 in decimal system. Let's go right and say print z. We can see here the value of z is 18. Also, it is possible to print all these numbers in the binary, hexadecimal, and octal. We can use the explicit conversion. So suppose if I have one variable which is the in decimal system like 100, I want to print the hexadecimal of this one. I will say print hexadecimal A. For converting integer to hexadecimal, we have to use the hex. We can run. You can see here the value is 64. If you want to print this in octal, we can say OCD. And similarly, if you want to print the 100 in binary, we will say bin plus print. So you can see here the equivalent of 100 in hexadecimal is 64. Similarly, in the octal, it will be 144. And in the binary, it will be like 1100100. So hopefully you guys have got some understanding about the hexadecimal, octal, and binary system. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see one of the most important topic in Python. In this video, we will cover what is the difference between mutable and immutable data types. So let's go wide. So if you see here, these are the some of the data types which are immutable in the Python. So integer, float, complex, string, bool, tuple, fusion sets and all. Now the most important question, what are the immutable types? See, immutable types are those variable or data type whose value you cannot change. So now if you see here, I am saying that we cannot change the value of x, but we have already seen that we have performed the operation on a x. Like suppose if I say x equal to and then I say x equal to x plus 1, then the value of x were getting changed to 3. Then why I am saying that we cannot change the value of x? So let me do one thing. Let me open the PyCharm and then we will see what I mean by the integer type is immutable. So if I say x equal to 2, now let me try to print the ID of x. If you remember, the ID return the memory location of x. Now if I say x equal to x plus 1, and then after that let me try to print the x, and let me try to print the value of ID of x. Now let me run the program. So you can see here, when I assign value 2 to x, the memory location of x was something like this, which was ending with the 896. And then I perform the operation x equal to x plus 1. That time you are expecting that the value of x will be changed, and then and at the same time interpreter should have updated the value of the x at the same memory location. But if you can see here, the memory location of x got changed. The reason is simple, that x is integer and it is immutable. When I say the immutable, the Python cannot change the value of x. So whenever we are performing some operation on immutable objects, so basically the Python is creating the copy of that object, applying the operation, and then storing at the new memory location, and not and at the not the same location. Let's go wait. So if I say s equal to hello world, and if I say s equal to s plus Pradeep, and let me print the id of s. Let me print the id of s before also. So you can see here, earlier the memory location of s was ending with the 136. Then we updated the string, we appended the Pradeep at the end. After doing the concatenation, if you see the memory location, it got changed because the string is immutable object. We cannot update the string at the same location. Now let's go wait and see what are the immutable objects. So you can see here, there are three objects: set, dictionary, and list. Those are the immutable objects. Now let me open the pie chart again, and then we can see why we are saying these objects are the mutable objects. So let me create a list p equal to 1, 2, 3, and I will say p dot append 4 print p, print id of p. Let me run the program. So you can see here, earlier in the p there were only three elements. Then we added a fourth element with the value 4. So you can see here, after appending the new value, we are able to see the new p list. Now you can see here the memory location of list p before appending the new element and after appending the element is same. So in this scenario, the Python was able to do the operation on the P without changing the memory location. The reason is simple, that list is the mutable object. So we can change the data in list at the runtime without creating the new copy. So hopefully you guys have got some basic idea about the mutable and immutable objects. So remember one thing, if you have to do a lot of write operation, then it is always a better thing that you should use the mutable object, because In those scenario, Python doesn't need to create the copy of the data. But if your program had heavy read operation compared to write operation, then it is always a better idea to use the immutable object, because immutable object give a better performance for the read operations. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will discuss one of the very important literal that is called the none. So if you have come from the C or C++ world, you must have already heard about the null. So similarly, like null in the C or C++ or Java, we have the null literal in the Python. So when we say x equal to none, if we say print x, you can see here we are able to see none. Remember, none is not the string here. When we assign none to some variable, we are telling the interpreter that the value is not available at this time. Now you must be wondering why we need the null variable. Suppose you are working in a lab and you are finding the maximum temperature on each and every day. So suppose you have recorded the temperature for all the 7 days of week, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So suppose for some reason when issue happen in the lab and you are unable to capture the recording on Thursday. Now when you create the data in the Python, no, you cannot put some random number here, correct? You cannot say on the Thursday the temperature was 0. So suppose I'm creating the one list with the temperature, and suppose if I say on Monday that the temperature was 75.5, on Tuesday it was 76. So this way, if you see here, I have put the none for Thursday. So in this scenario, basically I'm telling to the interpreter that the information for the Thursday is not available. See, let me give you one another example. Suppose you are trying to do some analysis on the financial data, and suppose you have taken the data of last 20 to 30 years. Now suppose for some reason the data is not available for any specific day. Now you cannot say the stock price of that company was 0 on that day. To avoid those scenario, we can use the none. See, now it is up to you that how you can handle the none. For example, in this scenario, suppose someone asks you to find out the average of temperature for this week. In this scenario, you have the two different options. One, you can find the average of remaining 6 days. See, the second option will be to use some mathematical model to find the missing term in the series, and then you can find the average. So you can use the non-literal to assign any variable in case the data is not available at this moment. Hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of non-literal. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see in how many ways we can assign a string to a variable. So let's go ahead. The first option is that we can write any string in a single quote. I can say x equal to hello world between the single quotes. Let me print x. We can see here we are able to see the result. Now let me go ahead and let me create another variable that equal to Python is nice programming. Let me print the and let me print the jet. Print jet. So you can see here we are able to put the string between the single quotes and the double quotes. The next option is that we can use a three single quotes. I can say A equal to how are you. I can say print A. Let me run the code. You can see here again we are able to assign the value. How are you to the variable a? And the last option is that we can put three double quotes. I can say b equal to three double quotes. I can say good morning. B. You can see here. So there are four ways we can assign a string to a variable. Now, suppose I want to write this string in on a multi-line. Now let's try. Let's see is it possible with the single quotes and double quotes. Let me write something like d equal to hello. So you can see here as soon as I try to write this on the next line, the editor added the slash at the end. But if you see here, if I remove the slash from here and I remove the single quote from here, the compiler is throwing me error. So by just using the single quote, I cannot write the string on multiple lines. The same is applicable with the double quotes. So if I try to create a string with on multiple line with the double quotes, you can see here I'm still getting the error. If I try to run this program, you can see here the program is throwing me error. So suppose if you want to write a string on multiple lines, then you have two options that you can use the three single quotes or three double quotes. So if I replace the double quote with the three single quotes, you can see here now I'm not getting any error. So you can see here I'm not getting any error and I'm able to see the result here. Now let me try to do the same thing with double quotes. Let me try to create a variable h with three double quotes. You can see here again everything working fine. So basically to create a string we can use single quote, double quote, three single quote or three double quotes. But if we want to write the multi-line string, then we can only use the three single quote or three double quotes. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about indexing in string. We need to remember that string is basically an array of characters. So it is possible to access the specific character in the string or we can access the substring of string. In this video, we will cover how to access a specific character in the string. So let's go ahead. So suppose we have created one string x equal to hello world. So if you see here, H is the first element, E the second element, and the D the last element here. Now in the Python, the indexing start from 0. So the index of first element is 0 and the second element is 1. The hello world is 11 character long. So index of last element is 10 here. So when I say x of 6, it is basically I'm looking for the seventh character in the string. So it's the seventh character of string is w. So in this scenario, we will get the w as output. Now, if you're coming from the C or C++ or Java world, there is no concept of negative indexing. But Python support the negative indexing also. In Python, the last element index is also -1. So if we want to access the last element, we will say either x of 10 or we will say x of -1. As the length of this string is 11 characters, so the index of first element is either -11 or 0. So remember, Python support both the positive index as well as negative index. In case of positive index, the index start from 0, and in case of negative index, the index start from -1 and the index of last element is -1. So let's go ahead and let's try some example in Python. So if I say x equal to Python teach full programming, if I say print x of 1, you can see here we have got the y. So when we say we need the x of 1, it is basically we are looking for the second character in the string, which is y. Now let's try with the negative indexing. Let me say print x of -1. Let me run this program. You can see here we are getting the g, which is the last element of string. Let me find out the length of the string, which is 26. So when will I say print x of -26, then we will basically get the first character in the string. You can see here the p, that is the first character of the string. So hopefully you guys have understand how to access the specific character in the string using the positive index as well as negative index. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to retrieve the substring from a string. So let's go ahead. So suppose we have one string x equal to hello world, and I want to access the three characters, the third and fourth and the fifth character like LLO from the string. To achieve that, Python has provided the range function. So if you can see here, the range function has basically the three parameters, that is the start index, the end index, and the state. So we can provide the three input like this is my start index from the string, this is my end index, and then we can provide the steps. We will learn about the step in next few minutes. Also remember one thing, all of these arguments are optional. So it is not necessary to provide any of this input, or we can provide just one or two input out of three. So suppose if I don't provide start, end or step value, so if I just say x of colon colon, then I will get the output as hello world. So similarly, if I say x colon, then again I will get the output as hello world. Now moving forward, so the next statement is x of 1 4. Now when I say x of 1 4, that basically I'm looking for a string whose index start from 1 and ending with the 3. Remember the in this scenario the ending will be the 4 minus 1 equal to 3, not the 4. If you see here, the index of E is 1, and as I said, we are looking for a string whose index will ending with the 3. So in this scenario, we will get the output as ELL. Moving to next statement, when I say x of 4 comma 1, that in this scenario basically I'm looking for a string whose starting index is 4 and the last index is 1. Remember one thing, if start value is more than end value, you will always get an empty string. So in this scenario we will get an empty string. Moving forward, when I say x of 2 comma 8, so in this scenario the L is at the index 2, and as I mentioned, we need to find the character who will be at the index 8 minus 1 equal to 7. So in this our scenario, the O is at the index 7. So in this scenario, we will get the output as LLO space WO. So let's now discuss about the step argument. See, till now when we were iterating the strings, we were iterating character by character. But suppose in some scenario we are just looking for all the characters which are at the even position, or we're looking for the characters which are at the odd position. In some scenario we want to move the characters by three string. In those scenario, the step argument will be helpful. So when will I will say x of colon colon 2, in this scenario, the interpreter will start from index 0, and then it will keep ignoring one character. So in this scenario, the interpreter will start from index 0, and it will keep moving two position ahead. So what will happen in this scenario? First we will get h. Interpreter will directly move to the L. It will ignore the character E in between. After printing L, again it will move to by two position, and it will print character O, and then again it will ignore the space, and it will print W. So when I say x colon colon 3, in this scenario basically the interpreter will ignore two characters in between. So in this scenario the first H will print, then interpreter will ignore two characters E and L. It will next print the L, then again it will ignore the O and space, and it will print W, and so on. Now what will happen if I provide the step as negative? When we will provide the step as negative in this scenario, the interpreter will start from the last position. So if I say x of colon colon minus 1, in this scenario, interpreter will basically provide the reverse string. Remember one thing, if your step is negative, then your start and end should be negative. And if your step is positive, then your start and end should be positive. Else you will get the empty string. So if I say x of 2, 4 minus 1, we will get the empty string. Now let me open the PyCharm and then we will see some of the example. So let me say x equal to Python H tool programming. So when we will say print x of 2 colon 5, we will basically looking for a string whose index will start from 2 and ending with 4. Let's see. You can see here we are getting the THO. So T is the character at the second position, H at the third, and O at the fourth. So similarly, if we say print x of 10 colon 15, you can see here we are getting the cool. Now let me try to print the characters which are at the even position. I will say print x of colon colon 2. So basically I am asking interpreter to skip alternate character. Let's print here. So if you can see here, the interpreter has ignored the alternate character y, h, n and all. We are getting all the characters which are at the even index position. So similarly, if I want to print all the characters which are at the odd position, I will say print x 1 colon colon 2. In this scenario, the string will start from the index 1 y, and it will again skip alternate character. So now suppose if I say print x of colon colon minus 1, then this will basically return me the reverse string. You can see here we are getting the reverse string here. Now moving further, I say print. Let me see what is the length of the string. Print length of x. The length is 26. So now let me try to print x of minus 26 minus 1. You can see here we are getting all the characters except the last character here. So basically here we are getting the string which start with the index minus 26 and ending with minus 2. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to concatenate the multiple string. So suppose we have one string good morning and we have another string John. And now suppose we want to create a single string like good morning John. To achieve that, we can use the plus operator. So we can say something like z equal to x plus y. Now let's go and print the value of z. So you can see here we are able to print everything together, but we have one problem. There is no space between good morning and the John. That's not looking good. To handle that, we can say something like z equal to x, and then we can create a string with the one space, and then we will say y. Now let's print y. Now let's print z. So you can see here now we have achieved our target. So we can append as many as string we want. So it is not necessary that we can only append two string. So using the plus operator, we can add n number of string. Suppose if I say a equal to value of x each, and I say b equal to 8. Now suppose if I want to print the value of x is 8. In this scenario, we cannot simply use the plus operator. The reason is that a is string and b is integer. We cannot use the plus operator between string and integer. To achieve this, we have to first convert the 8 into string. So we can say something like a plus str of b. Now let's say print c. You can see here the value of x is 8. Suppose g equal to a, b, c, d. Now suppose if I want to create a string where the ABCD each repeated 10 times. To handle that, Python has provided the operation. For that we can use the multiplication operator. So let's go ahead and say if h equal to g into 8. So in this scenario, I am asking interpreter to create a string in which ABCD has been repeated 8 times. Let me say print h. So you can see here we have created a string where the ABCD had been repeated 8 times. So hopefully you guys have got basic understanding of concatenation of strings. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to split the string. So suppose we have one long string x equal to Python is tool programming. We can easily learn the Python programming. So suppose I want to get all the different words available in this string. To achieve that, we have a split function in Python. So suppose if I say y equal to x dot split, let me print the y and also let me print the type of y. Now let me run the program. And if you see here, the output of y is not the string but the list. And in this list, each element is the word of this string. Now suppose you have one file or one string where all the characters are connected using some other delimiter like comma. So how to handle that? Remember one thing, in split function, the space character is considered a delimited character by default, but we can change that value. So suppose I have one string a equal to, and now if I say b equal to a dot split, and I will provide the delimiter character as a comma. I will say print b. Let me run the program and we will see the result. So you can see here we are able to break this string into multiple parts using the split function and using the delimiter character h comma. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to check that the any substring is part of the string. So let's go over it. So let's suppose if I say x equal to Python is cool programming. So suppose if I want to find out that the cool is part of this x string or not. To achieve that, Python has provided one function that's called the find. Find function has three input parameter. The first one is the substring. The second and third is the start and end. So in the first example, we will just try with the substring. So if I say y equal to x dot find cool. Now let me print the y. Print y. It will run the program. So if you see here, the output of this statement is 10. This is the basically the index where this cool word is getting started in the string. So now suppose if I try to find out the substring which is not present in the main string, then the output will be -1. So suppose if I say z equal to x dot find java print z. So you can see here for the second find statement the value is -1 because java is not the part of the string x. Also remember one thing, that a string may contain substring many times. In that scenario, the function will always return the index of first occurrence of the substring. So suppose if I say a equal to Python is cool programming, we can learn Python very easily. So let's go ahead and try to see that the Python is present in the string or not. So if I say b equal to a dot find Python print b, so you can see here the output of this is 0 because Python is present at the first character in the string. So you can see here even the Python was present multiple time in the string, we got the output at 0 because that is the first instance of Python present in the string. Moving further, if we try to find out if that the string is present in the some part of the string or not. So let me suppose say c equal to a dot find Python 20 and 50 print c. So basically in this scenario we try to find out that either any Python string is present between the index 20 and 50. So in this scenario we got the output is 41 because we had the another Python string present at the index 41. Also, it is always not necessary to put the and position. So suppose if I say I can say the same thing here. Let me say d equal to a dot find. I can remove the and from here. Let's see. You can see here again we got the output at 40. So in this scenario, basically we asked Python to find out either any substring is present after the index 20. Similarly, suppose if you want to find out either any substring is present in the first X character, then we can say something like, let me run the program now. We can see here now the output is 0 because in this scenario basically we are trying to find out that the Python is present in first 20 characters or not. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see what are the different type of function available for the string. So let's go away. So suppose if I say x equal to Python is full programming, it is easy to learn Python. Now the first function is capitalized. This basically convert the first character of string to capital letter. Remember, it is only the first character of the string. So suppose if I say y equal to x dot capitalize print y, you can see here the out. So you can see here in the output, the P is capital here. So basically, the capitalize has changed the first character into the capital letter. The next function is caseboard. Now the caseboard function basically convert the string into the lowercase. So suppose if I say b equal to good morning John. Now if I say e equal to d dot caseboard print e. So you can see here the output of this string is in lowercase. So it converts each and every character into the lowercase. Similarly, we have the upper function. So suppose if I say f equal to e d dot upper, and if I say print f, you can see here now each and every character has been converted into the uppercase. Now moving further, the next function is count. So suppose if I say e equal to x dot count python print e, we can see here the output is 2 because this python is present 2 times in the string. Now suppose if I say g equal to x dot count learn print g, you can see here the output is 1 because learn is present only once in the string. The next function is title function. So suppose if I say y equal to x dot title print y, let me run the program. So you can see here the first character of each and every word has been converted into the capital letter. So title function convert the first character of each and every word into the capital. The next function is swap cache. So let's try it. So suppose if I say j equal to b dot swap cache print j, you can see here for the each and every character in the Good Morning John, the case has been swapped. So suppose earlier it was a capital letter, now it become the lowercase letter, and earlier if it was lowercase letter, then now it become the capital letter. Moving forward, the next function is ends with. So this function is basically check that the string is ending with this substring or not. So suppose if I say g equal to b dot ends with John print g, we can see here we got the value true because string d ending with the John. But suppose now if I say Mike, let me run this. You can see here the value is false because the string is not ending with the Mike. The next important function is called the is alpha. That function basically check that the string contains only alphabets or not. So suppose if I say a equal to b dot is alpha, you can see here print e, output is false because if you see here in the string we have the spaces and the spaces are not the alphabets. Only the letter A to Z in capital and lowercase are considered as the alphabets. Now suppose if I say P equal to good, E equal to P dot each alpha print E. Now if you see here the output will be true. So if you see here the output is true because P only contains the alphabets. Similarly, we have the function to check that string only contain the alphanumeric characters or not. So when we say the alphanumeric character, it basically contains the alphabets and numbers. So suppose if I say E equal to B dot each alphanumeric print E, You can see here the output is false again because there are spaces in the string. So suppose now if I say u equal to a b c d 1 2 3 4, and if I say f equal to u dot alphanumeric, and if I say print f, you can see here the output is true because the string a b c d 1 2 3 4 contain only the alphabets or numeric. Similarly, we have the function to check that the string is in capital letters or not. So if I say f equal to good morning, and if I say p equal to f dot each upper print p, you can see here the output is true. But if I say p equal to x dot each upper print p, you can see here the output is false because in the x all the characters are not in the uppercase. So similarly, we have function is lower. For example, if I say L equal to A B C D, K equal to L dot each lower print K, you can see here the output is true because every character in the string L is in the lower case. Similarly, we have the function each digit to check that each and every character in the string is number or not. So suppose if I say j equal to 1 2 3 4 5 6, k equal to j dot each digit print k, you can see here the output is true because each and every character in the string j is number. So moving forward, we can learn about the trim function. So let's go ahead. So suppose if I say L equal to, let me add some spaces here. I'll say A B C D E F G H. So I will say if M equal to L dot L strip print M. Let me also print L also. Let me run this. You can see here in the string L we have the spaces, but in the string M we don't have any spaces at the left hand side. So L strip function basically remove all the spaces from the left hand side. Remember, it doesn't remove any spaces between the words. It just remove the spaces from the left hand side of the string. So similarly, we have the right strip function which basically remove the spaces from right hand side. So let me go ahead and copy this code. Let me add a space at the right hand side. I will say R strip, and let me run this program now. If you see here, we have some spaces at the right hand side, but in this string, we don't have any spaces at the right hand side. So suppose if you want to remove the spaces from both sides of the string, then we can use the strip function. So let me copy this code. So you can see here, this was the original string, which had the spaces at the left and right hand side. But you see here in the output, we don't have any space at the left or right hand side. So as I have mentioned that the string library contains many more functions but I have covered most used function in this video. For rest of the function, you can refer the Python documentation. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the escape sequence character. Now the first question will be that why will we need the escape sequence character? So let's take an example. Suppose I want to print a string Python H full programming and I want to put the double quotes at the start and at the end of the cool word. So if I try to do that as a print x, so you can see here I'm getting the error. The reason is if you see this string, the double quotes was there to indicate the start and at the end of the string. Now here the Python is unable to understand that this double quotes is the part of the string or that is considered as the end of the string. So suppose Python was considering this as a string and then it was unable to read these words. So Python was considering this as a string and then throwing error for this part of the code because this is not a valid Python syntax. So how to handle the double quotes in a string? To resolve that issue, we have the multiple solution. Like I can say x equal to, and I can start a string with the single quote Python each full programming. So now if I run this program, I will get the output because I have started the string with the single quote, and now the Python was considering this double quote as a part of the string. Another option is that I can start the string with the three quotes and all those. But remember, if we need to use the single quote, double quotes, and everything in a same string, then we cannot use this technique. To overcome from this issue, Python has the concept of the escape sequence. So what that means, let me copy this code again. In this scenario, before the double quote, we have to do the slash. So basically, as soon as you put the slash before the double quote, the Python will consider this as a double quote in the string and not the end of the string. So let me run this program now. You can see here now this code is working because Python is not getting confused between this, that this is at the end of the string. So similarly, like this slash double quotes, we have the another escape sequences also. So for example, if I say x equal to, I will say something like slash n. So now if I run this, so if you can see here, the Python is getting printed on one string and the code programming on the second line because slash n is considered as a new line character. So what happened that during the printing, Python interpreter replaced the slash n with the new line. So let me open the official Python document site. So you can see here there are many escape sequence character available in the Python. So suppose if I say slash slash, then this will be considered as a single slash in the string. Let us go ahead and try this. Y equal to abcd slash slash def print y. So you can see here Python has replaced the double slash with the single slash because if double slash is a escape sequence. So let us try with the slash t. So slash t is basically like a tab. So you can see here Python has replaced the T with the tab, which is around 4 to 5 characters. So similarly, slash quote is the escape sequence for the single quote. Let us try this. So you can see here, while printing, the slash quote got replaced with the only quotes. So escape sequence character will be very, very, very useful when you want to handling the special character like single quote, double quote, tabs, new line, and all. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the format function available in the Python and why should we need to use that. So let's go ahead. So if I say first number equal to 4, second number equal to 9, sum equal to first number plus second number. Now suppose if I want to print something like the sum of 4 and 9 is 13, then we had to do lot of string manipulation. We had to convert the integer into the string first. I will say something like p equal to sum of str of first number. We have to convert the integer into string. First number plus, and again we have to convert the integer into a string. Second number each of sum. Let me print p. So you can see here we are able to get the correct output. This is not the correct way to print any string in the Python because we have to do so much manipulation of the string. We have to convert the integer to string and all. To overcome from this, the Python has provided the another solution to use the format method. So let's go ahead right and see what is the format function. So we will say something like p equal to sum of, we will do the braces and again braces each, again braces, then you will say format, and then I will provide the values of these braces. You can see here in both the scenario we got the exactly same output, but the second method was much cleaner and much easier. Now suppose I want to print the value of multiplication also. So I will say something like multiplication equal to first number into second number. Then I will copy here again, and then I will say multiplication of let me run the program now. Okay, we had to provide the value of this basis again. So I will say first number, second number, and the multiplication. So remember we had the six bases here, so we had to provide the six input in the format. So let me run the program now. You can see here the sum of 4 and 9 is 13 and multiplication of 4 and 9 is 36. So if you see here, we have to provide the six variables in the format, and we are repeating the first number and second number multiple times. So this is not the optimal solution. Now to overcome from this, we have the concept of to provide the index within the braces. So let's go ahead and try that. So if you see here, I will say something like p equal to this one. I will remove this first number and second number from this. Now I only have the four variable here. So, and I will now do the mapping of the. So now I will do the mapping of indexes here. So my first number is at the zero index. I will say zero here. I will say one here. The sum at the second position. The first number is again at zero position. Second number at the one first position, and the multiplication at the third position. So now if you see here, now I'm getting again the same result, but with a much cleaner approach. So I'm not passing the six argument to the format function, and I'm just passing the four argument to the format function. This is again not the best optimal approach. So now the question will be why? Why? What is the better than this? Let me give you an example. Suppose if you are creating a function to generate the graphs. Now, if you know that in the graph, normally we have so many variables like graph colors, width, height, graph type, and all those. But in all the scenario, we cannot remember what is the sequence of the input parameter. To handle this output, I need to remember the sequence of the variable here. That the first number is at the first position, second number is at the second position, and all those. We should avoid to do that. To avoid that scenario, we have one another approach to create the name parameter. So what we will say here, that x equal to for first number, y equal to second number, sum equal to sum, and let me say mul equal to multiplication. What I will do here, I will replace this with the x, y, sum, again here x, y, and mul. Now let me do one thing. Let me change the sequence of these numbers. I will copy paste here at the beginning. Let me run this program now. So you can see here we are getting this again the same input, but here the sequence of input parameter is not important because we have replaced the variables with the name parameter. Also, format function provide to formatting the data. So for example, in this case, the x is integer, but suppose I want to print the value of x as a float with the two decimal. So in that scenario, I can say something like I will put x colon dot 2f. 2f means basically I want to print the float number which has two digits. Now let me run the program. You can see here the output here is sum of the 4.00 because we converted x into the float number. Similarly, we can convert the number into the octal number or hexadecimal number. So to convert the y into octal number, we will say y colon o. Let me run this program now. You can see here sum of 4.00 and 11. Remember 11 here is in octal. So similarly, you can do different type of conversion to display float number as integer or display the number as hexadecimal and all. So you can see here we had various different format parameter available. Suppose if I want to display something decimal format or scientific format, float number, or if I want to print something in the binary format and all. So using the format function, you can format the individual parameter also. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to use the print function for formatting. So till now in the print function, we were using the only one argument. So suppose I can say x equal to hello world. I can say print x. Let me run this. Okay. But in the print function, we can pass the n number of input parameter. So if I pass the multiple argument to the print function, then in the console it will print all the argument separated by the space. So let's go and try to that. So if I say print good morning John, you can see here we are getting a single string separated by John. Remember one thing, we can change the separator from space to something else. For that, we can use the separator argument in the function. So we will say something like print. We will say separator equal to. Let me replace the space with the comma. Let me run this now. You can see here now the space has been replaced with the comma. So similarly, we can pass the n number of argument to the print function. I will say something like let me run this. You can see here I am able to see all the countries here separated by a space. I can change the separator. Let me set the separator as a colon. So you can see here all the countries are now separated by the colon. Also remember that we can use the format function inside the print statement to generate the formatted output. So for example, as we learned in the previous video about the format function, let's try here value of x is. You can see here we are getting the value of x is 10. So to format the string, either you can use the print statement with the separator option or you can use the format function. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to accept the input parameter from the user. So remember in all the program when we were doing the calculation like x equal to y and all those, we were putting the static value like x equal to 2, y equal to 4, and I will say z equal to 2 plus 4, print z. The output of this program will always be 6 because we are not asking the input from the user. So in this video, we will see how to get the input from the user. To achieve this functionality, Python has provided the input function. So in this case, I will say a equal to input, please enter the value of a. So you can see here we can put any string here. Now let me run the program. You can see here it is saying please enter the value of a and I can type anything here. I will say a equal to 10. So let's go ahead and accept the one more value, b equal to input control C b. Let me print the value of a and b. Print a, print b, run. Let me enter some value 10, 20. You can see here a 10 and b 20. Now let's go ahead and find the sum of a and b. I will say sum equal to a plus b. Print sum. Now if you see if I run this program, I will say a equal to 10, b equal to 25. The output is 1025 and not the 35. So remember one thing, that whenever you use the input function, the output will always be a string. So even if I print 10, that 10 is basically the string here. So if you want to find the sum here, we have to you do the implicit conversion. I will say sum of integer a and I will say sum of integer b. Now let me run the program. I will say 10, 25. You can see here the output is now correct. So remember one thing, that output of input is always a string, doesn't matter you are typing the integer or a string or float. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the operators in Python. See, operators are basically to perform the operation on variables. So let's go ahead. In Python, basically the operators are categorized in 7 different categories like arithmetic operators. So so we have already seen many arithmetic operators like plus, minus, multiplication, division, and there are few more which we will cover in the next videos. Next, we have the comparison operators, logical operator, bitwise operator, assignment operators. So remember, when we say x equal to 4, then basically we are performing the assignment operation. So basically we are assigning the value 4 to variable x. We will cover the more assignment operators in the next video. The next two categories are identity operator and membership operator. Don't worry, we will cover each and every operator type separately in different videos. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the different type of arithmetic operators available in Python. So we have already seen the basic arithmetic operators like plus, minus, multiplication, and division. The next three parameters are exponential. We already have covered. So if I say 2 double star 3, that means the 2 raised to 3, which is equal to 8. The next operator is the modulus operator. For that, we have to use the percentage sign. The modulus operator basically return the remainder. So suppose if I say 12 divided by 5, then the 12 modulus 5 will return me 2, because when we divide the 12 by 5, the remainder become 2. Similarly, we have the floor division. So floor division basically return the lowest floor number of the division. So let's go and try. So if you see here, if I say x equal to 12, y equal to 5, I will say z equal to x modulus operator y, because when we divide 12 by 5, we get the 2 as remainder. Now let's go ahead and say z equal to x divided by y. Let me say print z. You can see here the output is 2.4, but if I say z equal to x floor division y, and let me print z now, you can see here the output is 2 and now the 2.4. So basically the floor division always return the lowest whole number which is closest to the division value. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see what are the comparison operators. So basically in Python there are 6 comparison operators. The first one is equal to equal to. This operator is basically used to check the value of a variable is equal to something or not. So suppose if the value of x equal to 5, and then if I say x equal to 5, then the value of expression become true. Remember one thing, the comparison operator always return the boolean variable either true or false. The next one is the less than. So suppose if the value of x equal to 5, and if I say x less than sign 7, then this value be written true, because the value of x is less than 7. But if I say x less than 3, then the expression value become false because x is not the less than 3 here. So similarly, we have the other operators like less than or equal to, greater than equal to, and last one is not equal to. So the last operator is used to check the value of variable is not equal to some other variable or the constant. So let's go ahead and try to do some hands-on experience in Python. So suppose if I say x equal to 5 here, and then if I say print x is less than 7 or not, we can see here it will return true because the value of x is 5, which is less than 7. But if I say something like print x greater than 7, you can see here in the second statement the value is false because x is not greater than 7 here. Now let me try something different. If I say z equal to x pi, print z, you see here the value is true because x is equal to 5 here. Remember one thing, we can print the value of logical operators inside the print statement, or we can assign this value to some other another variables. Also remember, suppose if I say print x is less than or equal to 5, in this scenario I will get the value as true because x is not less than 5 but equal to 5. Now if I say print x is less than 5, then the value become false. You can see here the value is false here. So remember, when you do the less than or equal to comparison, then either the value of x is less than 5 or equal to 5. In both the scenarios you will get the true. So let's go ahead and try the not equal to operator. So suppose if I say print x not equal to 4, then we will get the value as true because x is not equal to 4. But if I say x not equal to 5, then the value become false because x is actually equal to 5. So x not equal to 5 will return false value. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the logical operators in Python. So in previous video, when we learned about the conditional operators, we saw that it was returning the true or false based on the condition. But suppose if we want to check something like that value of x is greater than 3 but less than 10, then we have to combine two statements together and then we have to apply the logical operator. So Python has provided three logical operator. One is the AND. This function return true if both the statements are true. If either of the statement become false, then the value of this logical operation is false. Similarly, for the OR, if the both statements are false, then only the value become false. But if either of the statement value is true, then OR return the true value. The last operator is not, which basically reverse the value of operation. So let's go ahead and see the example. So suppose if the value of x equal to 5, and then if I say z equal to x is greater than 3 and x is less than 10, let me print the value of z here. We can see here the value is true because the value of statement x greater than equal to 3 is true, as well as value of x less than 10 is true. So and return true when both the conditions are true. Let's go ahead and change the one of the condition here. So if I say, so instead of 3, if I say x greater than 6. Let me run this now. So you can see here now the value of z is false. The reason is simple, that x greater than 6 will return false and x less than 10 return true, but for n condition the both values should be true. So in this scenario, at x greater than 6 returning false, then the overall condition become false. Now let me do one thing. Let me replace and with the or. You see here the value is for or is true. So remember one thing. So for the or, the value is false only and only when both the statements are false. So in this scenario, even the x greater than 6 is false, but x less than 10 is true. So suppose, let me change the condition now again. If I change this condition here, or now let me run this program. Now you can see here the value is false because both the statement x greater than 6 and x greater than 10 are false. Now the last operator, which is not, so let me apply this not operator here. So you can see here the value of z is true here. So the not operator basically reverse the value of the result. So earlier the value of result was false, and when we applied the not on top of that, we got the value h true. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of the logical operators. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, I will give you a small introduction to the bitwise operators. So basically, Python support 6 different bitwise operations. Those are AND, OR, XOR, NOT, and the left shift and the right shift. So remember, these are the binary operation. Python internally convert the variable into the binary and then perform the operations like OR, NOT, or XOR. Similarly, we have the left and right shift, where basically Python shift the bits by n number of digits. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the assignment operators. So the first operator is equal. So we have already seen the equal operator many places in our program. Like when we say x equal to 2, basically we are assigning value 2 to variable x. The next assignment operator is plus equal to. So when we say x equal to plus 5, that means we want to add value 5 to variable x and then assign this value back to variable x. So suppose if initially the value of x is 6, and if we say x plus equal to 5, then the new value of variable x become the 11. So similarly, the next operator is minus equal to. So suppose if I say x minus equal to 5, then it is basically equal to x minus 5. So suppose initially the value of x equal to 6, then the new value of x become 1. So similarly, we have the assignment operator for multiplication, division, modulus, floor division, exponential, and all. The last two operators are basically the bitwise operator, which we will cover in the future videos. So let's go and try this example in the pie chart. So suppose if I say x equal to 5, and then I say x plus equal to 6, print x. You can see here the value of x is 11. Now if I again try to do same thing, you can see here that now the value of x is 17. So suppose if we try to do same thing with the subtraction operator, let's see x minus equal to 7, print x. Now you can see the value will be 10 because here value of x was 17. Now here we are subtracting 7 from the 70. So the value of x become 10. So hopefully you guys have understand the assignment operator. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the identity operators in Python. So in Python, there are basically two identity operators. One is the is and the next one is not. So each operator basically return value true if the two operators are actually same. Now let's go ahead and the PyCharm and see what actually this means. So suppose if I say x equal to 5 and then I say y equal to x. Now let me try to print the idea both the item ID of x. You can see here the both variables are basically using the same storage value. So they are basically the same objects. So let's go ahead and if I say print x h y, if I run this, you can see here the value is true. So basically, if the two objects are referring to the same memory location, then each operator always return true. So basically, if the two operators are not referring to the same memory location, then each not will return the true. So if I say print x is not y, I will get false. Now suppose if I say z equal to 6 and if I say print x is z, then we will get the false because x and z are not sharing the same memory. Okay, but remember one thing, there are many scenarios even if the two variables had same value, it is not necessary that they are sharing the same memory location. That is specifically true for the mutable objects. So to understand that, let's use the list data type. So if I say a equal to 1 2 3, b also equal to 1 2 3, if I say print a is b, so you can see here the each operator is returning false even though the two lists had the same element. The reason is that they are not sharing the same memory location. So let me try to print the id of a. So you can see here the memory location of list a and b is not same because the lists are the mutable objects. So whenever we create a new list, Python assigned new location to them. Because of that, when we try to print A is B here, we got the result as false. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the membership operators. So basically, Python support two membership operators. One is the in, another one is not in. So basically, what the in operator do that it check basically that the value is present in the object or not. So let's go ahead and see how this we can do this operator. So suppose if we have a list with the different colors, x equal to white, black, red, purple. Now if I say print red in x, so you can see here the value is true because red is present in the list. But suppose if I say print yellow in x, I will get the false because yellow is not present in the X. Similarly, we can use the not an operation. So you can see here, earlier we were getting the true for the in, now we are getting the false for not in. And for yellow, we are getting the true because yellow is not present in the list. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will discuss about the control statement. So till now, we have seen the basic operators like plus, minus, multiplication. We have seen the arithmetic operator, conditional operator, logical operators and all. But these operators itself are not enough to handle the most of the business scenarios. For example, you are creating a shopping mart and you want to give a discount of 5% if someone do the shopping above $500. So now to handle this scenario, we cannot simply use the normal basic operators and all. We have to use the conditional operators like if and all. Or for example, if I want to print something like from 1 to 100 on the screen, we cannot go ahead and write print 1, print 2, print 3, print 4 on the screen. To handle all those different scenarios, we have to use the different type of control statements. That the control statement basically control the flow of the program based on some of the conditions. So in Python, we have some of the basic control statements like if, else, for loop, while loop, and all. So we will cover all these control statement one by one in the future videos. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the if statement. So let me go ahead and give you one example. Suppose if I say x equal to 5 and y equal to 6, and if I say if y greater than x colon print y is greater than x. Now let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to see the result y is greater than x because here the value of y is 6 and x equal to 5. And here basically we are saying the operator that print this statement only and only when the y is greater than x. Now let me change the value. I will say x equal to 7. Now let me run the program. So you can see here nothing has been printed on the screen because the condition y greater than x is returning false, and this statement will only print when this condition become true. So any if statement basically has two parts. One is the condition and other one is the statement which we want to print here. So suppose we can add multiple statement here. Hello, let me run this program again. You can see here nothing is coming on the screen because condition is still false here. Let me change x equal to 5. Let me run this program now. So you can see here we are able to see both the statement because these both statements are under the if block. Remember one thing, in Python the indentation is very important. So if you can see here, we have put the one tab here between the statements. This basically telling the Python interpreter that these two lines are under the if block. Suppose if I remove this line from here to here And let me run this program now. You can see we are able to see both this statement here. But if I change the value of x equal to 7, and if I run this program, so if you see here, this statement was not getting printed because this statement is under the if block. But now this statement print y is greater than x is not under the if statement, and it will always print. So make sure you are using the proper indentation. We will learn more about the indentation in future videos, but make sure when you are writing any control flow statement, you are putting the correct indentation. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the if and else statement. So in the previous video, we saw the if statement. So if the value of y were getting x, then we were printing the result. But we were not doing anything when the y was not greater than x or equal to x. So suppose if you want to print different message, if the value of y is equal to x or less than x, then we can use the else statement. So let's go right. So in this scenario, we will add the else statement. We will put the colon here, and we will say print y is less than or equal to x. Let's go and see. So if I say run this, you can see here the value of x is 5 and y equal to 6. We are getting the y is greater than x. But if I change the value of x equal to 7, then we will see a different message that y is less than or equal to x. So if you are familiar about the flow chart where we have to take some condition that yes or no, so if and else are very useful to handle those scenario where you want to create a different flow in the program based on the condition. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about if, elif, and else statement. So if you remember in the previous program, we learned about the if and else statement. So basically where we have only one condition. But now suppose I want to show a different message if the y equal to x. So there will be basically three messages if the y is less than x, y greater than x, and y equal to x. Then how to handle that? To handle this scenario, Python has provided the option to use the elif. So let's go ahead and see how to handle the elif here. So here I will say if y greater than x, then print y greater than x, elif x equal to y. I will say print x is equal to y. We can remove the condition from here. So let me go ahead and run the program. You can see here we are getting the output y is less than x. Now let me change the value of y to 5. I'm getting the result y is greater than x because value of y is 6 here and the value of x is 5. Now let me set the value of both the variables same. In this scenario, we will see the result x is equal to y. So you can see here using the if, elif, and else, we are able to handle the multiple condition. And remember one thing, there can be n number of elif statement. So let's go ahead and we can create a program. We can say something like student grade. So suppose in this program, if student marks are less than 40, then we will print C grade. Marks between 40 and 60, we will print B minus grade. For 60 and 70, we will print B grade, and for 70 to 80, we will print A minus grade. For marks between 80 and 90, we will print A grade, and above 90, we will print A plus grade. So we will say if marks are less than 40, then print grade H C. Now we will use the elif statement. Elif marks greater than or equal to 40 and marks are less than 60. We will use the colon and we will say print now we can copy this elif statement. Here we will say above 60 and below 70, grade will be B. Above 70 and less than 80, the grade will be A minus. Above 80 and less than 90, the grade will be A. And the last one is the else part, where we will say print grade is A plus. Let's go ahead and run this program. So you can see here when the marks equal to 78, we are printing the A minus. Let me change the marks to 95. You see here the grade is A plus. Let me change to 35. We will see you can see here the grade is C. So you can see here we have put the multiple elif statement. So always remember you can add n number of elif statement. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn how to use the nested if statement. So let's go ahead. So suppose if you want to create a program where we will accept one number, and if the number is negative, then we will directly print number is negative. But if the number is positive, then we will check that it is divisible by 2 or 5. Okay. If the number is divisible by both 2 and 5, then we will say number is divisible by both 5 and 2. If the number is only divisible by 2, then we will say number is divisible only by 2. Similarly, if the number is only divisible by 5, we will say number is divisible only by 5. And if the number is not divisible by any of 2 and 5, then we will say number is not divisible by 5 or 2. So let's go ahead. I will say number equal to 8. We will say if number greater than or equal to 0, then we will do one operation. Else we will directly say print number is negative. Now inside this if statement, we will create one more if statement. If number mod 2 equal to 0. So basically we are checking the number is divisible by 2 or not. So if the module function returns 0, it means number is divisible by 2. And number mod phi equal to 0, we will say print number is divisible by both phi and 2. Elif we will say not equal to 0, then the number is only divisible by phi. So the number is divisible by phi. Let me copy this statement. Let me reverse the condition. I will say equal to 0 here and not equal to 0 here, and I will say number is not divisible, the number is divisible only by 2, and at the end we will say else part, number is not divisible by 2 and 5. Now let's go ahead and run this program. So you can see here the output is number is divisible only by 2 because number is equal to 8, which is not divisible by 5, and number is positive. Let me say number equal to -8. You can see here number is negative. So you can see here we have created nested if statement. We have put this if statement inside this if statement. So if you want, you can create a hierarchy of n number of nested if statement. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the basic for loop. So let's go ahead and create a list. X equal to white, blue, black, red, and let me say for data in X print data. Let me run the program now. So you can see here we are able to see the color value getting printed on the console. So what exactly happened here? That for loop is basically behaving like iterator when we perform this on the list. So remember one thing: if you run the for loop on any of the collection like list, tuple, dictionary, and all, then for loop will behave like a iterator. It will go through the each and every item of the collection. So if you see here, basically the for loop is returning the each and every item one by one in the data element, and we are performing the print operation on data element. If we want, we can perform any other operation. So suppose if I say I don't want to print the red color, so I will say something like next if data not equal to black, then and then only print the data. So let's go ahead and run the program again. So you can see here for the first loop we are able to see the 4 values, but in the next loop we are unable to see the black color because we have applied the conditional logic on each and every item of the list. So we don't want to print if the color is black. As I have mentioned that for to run the for loop, you need a object on which the iteration work. So suppose if you want to run this loop exactly for 10 times, and if you are trying to write something like that for data in 10, then this will not work. You can see here we are getting the error here that this object is not iterable. So how to run the loop for a specific number of time, that we will learn in the future videos. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the range function. So as I have mentioned, to run the for loop, we need the object on which we can do perform the iteration. Now suppose if I want to print a value from 1 to 100, to achieve that I need an object on which I can perform the iteration. To achieve that, in Python we have the range function. So let's go ahead and see how the range function will be able to handle this scenario. So if I say for x in range in range 100, print x. So what will happen in this scenario, that range 100 will create a object who has 100 values inside that. They will start from 0 to 9. So if I try to run this for loop, I will be able to see the values are getting printed like 0 to 99. So if I want to print the value from 1 to 100, I will say print x plus 1. So now if I say run the program, you can see here I'm able to see the values from 1 to 100. Now suppose if I want to print the values from 10 to 100, then to achieve that I have to pass the start index. So suppose if you're passing the only the one parameter, then by default the range function will create the object which start from 0 to n minus 1. But when you will pass the two parameter, the first argument become the start value and the second argument become the end value. So let's go ahead and see the value. So you can see here we are getting the result from 11 to 12. So we have to reduce this to 9. So the start index is 9. So in this scenario, we will say, so now we are able to print the value correctly from 10 to 100. So remember, now if you see in this output, by default the difference between two element is 1. But suppose if I want to print the alternate number, or if I want to increase the difference between two number, then I can pass the step value also. So I can say something like 2. So now if you see here, basically I'm asking Python to print the value from 10 to 100 and skip the alternate values. So if I run this program now, you can see here I'm getting value 10, 12, 14, 16. If I change the 2 to 3, then the value will be like 10, 13, 16. You can see here 10, 13, 16, 19. So remember the range function has three values: start index, end index, and the step value. So based on the your requirement, you can change the number of argument to the range function. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the use of else statement inside the for loop. So suppose after completing the for loop, you want to perform some operation or you want to show some message to the user, then you can perform that operation inside the else loop. So let's go right. So suppose we have already printed the value from 1 to 100, then I will say something like else print done with for loop. Let me run this program. You can see here after printing 1 to 100, we are able to see the done with the for loop. So remember one thing, if you are putting the else statement in the for loop, then this else statement will always execute it at the end of for loop and it will execute it only once. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the while loop. So if you remember in the for loop, we were doing the iteration on object. But in the while loop, instead of doing the iteration on an object, we will keep running the loop until the condition is satisfied. So let's go ahead and see how to write the while statement. So suppose if we want to create a program to display 1 to 10 on the screen. So let's go ahead and write the program. So I will say I equal to 1 and I will say while I less than or equal to 10, print I, and then we will increase the value of I by 1. Now let's go ahead and run this program. You can see here we are getting the result as per our expectation. So you can see here we have used the while loop and here we have put the condition that run this loop until and unless I is less than or equal to 10. Also, as I have mentioned, that indentation are very important in the while and for loop. So as you can see here, we have put the same indentation on print statement and the I plus equal to statement. This basically means that these two statements are under the while loop. So that means as long as the while loop will goes on, these two statements will keep running one after one. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see where to use while and where to use for. We should use the for loop where we exactly know how many times we had to run the loop. But suppose we have a scenario where we are asking user to provide the input, and based on input we are continuing the flow or we are terminating the flow. Now in this scenario, it will always be a better idea to use the while loop. So suppose if we need to create a program where we will ask user to input two number and we will show the sum on the screen, and then we will ask user that he want to provide the new set of two numbers or not. So let's go ahead and we will see how to use the while loop to handle this scenario. Let me create a boolean variable flag equal to true. I will say while flag. Basically I'm saying here that we will run this program until the flag value is true. We will ask the user to input the number. A equal to input, please input value of A. Similarly we will ask the enter the value of B. We will do the sum, but before that we will convert in A into integer using the typecasting. Print C. So let me run this program till now. I will say 10, 15, and the output is 25. So now you can see here, we are keep asking the new values from the user. User can enter new values. So we have the indefinite loop here. But now I want to add one option to the user to terminate this flow. So in this scenario, I will ask user to enter Y if you want to continue the flow. So we will say z equal to input, please enter Y if you want to continue. If z is not equal to Y, then I will change the flag value to false. Then flag equal to false. Now let me go ahead and run this program. Let me say 10, 12, 22. I will enter Y here. Okay, let me enter value 57, 90. No, I don't want to continue. I will enter something else. I will say N. So you can see here we have terminated the loop. So remember that while loop is very useful in the scenario where you are not sure that how many times you have to run the loop, and you have to terminate the loop based on some condition or input. Hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding where to use the for loop and where to use the while loop. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see what is the break statement. So for example, I have list x equal to 10, 30, 6, 45, 67, 75, 9, 12, 45, 100, 200. So suppose if I want to print the values from this list, as long as I'm not getting any element whose value is greater than 70. So practically I want to print all the element in the list before this element, because this is 75. So once I get this element, I want to stop the for loop. To achieve that, we can use the break functionality. So let's go ahead and see how to achieve that. I will say for data in X, if data greater than 70, I will say break, else I will say print X here. Now let me, sorry, I will say print data here. Now let me run this. So you can see here, we are able to see the value 10, 36, 45, and 67. But as soon as we got the element whose value is 70, we put the break statement. So basically for loop didn't go ahead and didn't even try with the different all the different values. So if you see here, even though we have the elements like 9, 12, 45, which are less than 70, but they were not getting printed because loop itself was terminated as soon as we got the element whose value is greater than 70. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to use the else with the while loop. Once we complete the while loop, then whatever the code is under the else part will execute. Remember one thing, the code under the else part will execute only once at the end of the loop execution. So let's go ahead. So suppose we need to write a program where we need to display all the number between 1 to 100 which are divisible by 3. So let's go ahead. I will say I equal to 1 while I less than 100 if I mod 3 equal to 0. So we will print I only and only when it is divisible by 3. We will print I here. Remember one thing, we will not write this I plus equal to 1 inside the if statement, because we need to increase I irrespective that the number is divisible by 3 or not. And then we will say else print done with while loop, and then we will say print done with program. Let me run this now. So you can see here we are able to see all the number which are divisible by 3, 3, 6, 9, 12, and ending at 99. And at the end we are seeing the else part done with the while loop, and after this else we are seeing this statement which is the last statement in the program. So always remember one thing, that else part will execute only once, and that will be after the end of while loop. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the continue statement. So continue statement is used to skip the sum part of the loop. Now you must be wondering what is the difference between break and the continue. See, remember, the break is used to terminate the complete loop, but continue statement is used to escape the part of the loop. So let's go ahead and we can see the example. So suppose if I say for I in range 10 print I, let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to see the output from 0 to 9. But suppose if I don't want to print the value 5 in the loop, now we have one option to use the continue statement here. We can say something like that: if I equal to 5, continue. So what will happen here? Basically, we are telling the Python interpreter to ignore any statement inside this for loop if I equal to 5. So let's go ahead and run this program. You can see here the 5 not getting printed here. Let me add one more print statement. So suppose if I say print before continue, plus I will add the I. Let me copy this below also. I will say after continue. Let me run this program now. So you can see here for each and every number from 0 to 9, we are able to see two statements: before continue 0 and after continue. But for number 5, we are able to see the only one statement. So continue statement only ignore the statement which are after this statement, but anything before the continue statement will be executed, and loop will be continue from the next value. It will not be terminated like in the break statement. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the past statement. So, past statement is basically the placeholder for the future code. So, what this basically means? This basically means that we are telling the Python interpreter that we will write something in the future here, but at this moment we are not aware what we need to write. So please ignore this statement. So suppose if you're working on one large project where you are creating the hundred of classes and hundreds of function, and there is some functionality which you want to implement in the future, but you want to put something in the code which you will be able to track in the future that something is missing here. To overcome from this situation, the Python has provided the pass statement. So if you can see here, we have some lines of code here. So suppose if I add the pass here, and if I try to run this program, you can see here the Python had executed the above loops and ignore this statement. So suppose in the future, if you are ready with the some code which you want to implement here, now you can simply open the IDE and you can directly search at what all places I have used the pass statement. So if I say pass here, you can see here editor is telling me that this is the place where you have used the pass statement. So it will be very easy to find the exact place in the code where you want to implement the logic. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to print the numbers from 100 to 1. So we have already seen how to print the number from 1 to 100. But in this video, we will see how to print the numbers in reverse order. So suppose if I want to print the numbers from 1 to 100, then I will say something like for I in range 100 print I plus 1. You can see here you are able to see the output from 1 to 100. So if we want to print the numbers in reverse order, then we can simply use the negative step argument in the range function. So we will simply say 100 comma 1 minus 1. So basically we are telling the range function that we need the output in reverse order. So let's go ahead and see the output. You can see here we're getting the output like from 101. We will say something like, so we will remove the plus 1 from here, and here we will say 0. Now let's run program. You can see here we're getting the output from 100 to 1. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the Python function and why we need to use them. So before we proceed further, let me give you one example. Suppose if we need to write one program where we need to print that the number is divisible by 2 or 3 or by 5. So I will say something like x equal to 6 if x mod 2 equal to 0, 0. I will say print x is divisible by 2. Dot format x equal to x. Similarly, we will say 3 by 3, and last one is 5. Let's go ahead and run the program. You can see here we are getting the message that 6 is divisible by 2 and 6 is divisible by 3, but we are not getting the message that 6 is divisible by 5. But now suppose if you want to print the statement for some another number also. So we can say something like x equal to 10, and then we will again copy paste this code here. 8 million this program now. You can see here you're getting the output. The 10 is divisible by 2 and 10 is divisible by 5. Now suppose we will proceed further. I will say x equal to 30. You can see here the 30 is divisible by all the 2, 3 and 5. So you can see here we are getting the correct output here, but we are keep repeating the same code again and again and again. This is not the correct practice. To overcome from this, the Python had provided the feature that called the function. So functions are used to remove all this repetitive statement from the code. So we will write the same code inside the function, and then we will call the function from here. So let's go wait. So to write a function, we need to say define, then we need to say, then we have to provide the function name. We will say something like divisible. So basically we will pass the value of x to the function. Now we will copy the same code above. Again, remember the indentation is very important inside the function. So you have to provide the one tab after the definition statement. So now we would remove all this function, and instead of this we would directly say divisible 6, then we will call again divisible 10, and then divisible 30. Now we can remove all this line from the code. Let me go ahead and run the program. So you can see here we have got exactly the same result, but our code is now much nicer, and we have very few lines of code compared to original code. If you want to test this divisibility for another number, we can keep calling this function. We will say something like divisible 50, divisible 60, and run the program. You can see here with 50 divisible by 5 and 2, 60 divisible by all the 3, 2, 3 and 5. So we don't need to write all the 10 or 20 lines of code again and again. We simply can call the function. We will learn more about the argument in the function in the future videos. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the doc string. As I have mentioned earlier, in any of the programming, the documentation is very important. So suppose if we have created one program which will calculate the area of circle, we can see here we have created one function here, circle area, and basically we are passing the radius as input, and then we are calculating the area as 3.14 into r square, and x is the radius here. And here we can see here we are calling this circle area function with the radius equal to 5. So let me run this program now. We can see here we are able to see the area is 78.5. Now coming back to the doc string, so if you can see here we have put one comment here after the function name. This comment is called the doc string. This Python file will be used in another project, and programmer want to understand that what this function will actually do. To in those scenario, these comments will be helpful. So suppose if I want to see the comment in this file, then one of the option is for me to open this file and the search the function. The another approach is to call the doc function. So we can say something like print circle area dot underscore underscore doc. So let me run this program now. You can see here we are able to see the same comment here. So using the doc variable, the person can retrieve the doc string value of the function or class, and this will be very useful for the programmer to understand what this class or function will do. Similarly, we can say something like help circle area. And let me run this program now. You can see here we are getting the same output here. The help it function is basically printing me the function name along with the comment. So either using the help function or the doc variable, the programmer can get the doc string value and he or she can understand what this function or class actually do. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of the doc string. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to return the value from the function. In the previous example, we passed the value to the function and we print the value after doing some calculation, but we didn't return any value back to the original function. So here we will see how to return back the value from the function. So here we will create one program where we will create a function which will add 3 to the number and return back the value to the main function. So let's go wait. We will say something like define function name is add. I will say a equal to a plus 3, and now to return this value back to the calling function we will use the return statement. We'll say return a. Now in the main function we will say something like x equal to 4. We will say x equal to add x, and now we will say print value of x each. Now let me run this program. You can see here the originally the value of x was 4, we and then we call the add function. In the add function we added the 4 to the number and then we return the value back to the calling function. So basically this function return the value 7 and this value was assigned back to the variable x. So now we are saying we print the value of x is 7. So suppose if I call this function again, then the value of x become 10. You can see something here. Let me run this program now. You can see here earlier the value of x was 7. Then we call this function again. Then the value of x is 10. Also, there is one very important thing. See, if you're coming from the C or C++ world, in those programming languages, we cannot return the multiple values from the function. But in case of Python, we can return more than one value back to the function. So let me get another program, return multiple values. So let me create one function here, define add a b. What this function will do, this function will add the 1 to the a equal to a plus 1, and this function will add the 3 to the b. And this function will return both the value together back to the original function. So we will say return a comma b. Now in the main function, if I say x equal to 1, y equal to 1, I will say x comma y equal to add x y print value of x and y are let me run this program now. So you can see here that initially the value of x was 1 and the value of y was 1. Then we call the function add. Inside the add function, we added 1 to the x and 1 to and 3 to the b. So basically we added the 3 to the value to the y, and then we return the two variables a and b back to the function. So basically a was assigned back to the x and value of b was assigned back to the value of y. So 1 was added to the x and 3 was added to the y. So you can see here the value of x and y are 2 and 4. So remember one thing, in Python, from function we can return no value, we can return one value, or we can return more than one value. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the global keyword and why we need to use that and in which scenario. To understand that better, let's go right through this program. So suppose we have one variable x who initialized with value 1, then we have the one function add 1 which actually add the value 1 to the variable x and then return the value of x. So here we are calling the function add1 and assigning the value back to the x, and then we are printing the x. So you must be assuming that the output of this program will be 2. So now let me go ahead and run this program. So you can see here we are getting the error that local variable x reference before assignment. So Python is saying that this variable x was never initialized. Basically this function add1 is unable to find this value x because this variable x is outside of this function. So this function is unable to find this variable. Now how to tell this function that we have to use this global variable x in this scenario? To handle that, we have to use the global keyword and we can say something like global x. In this scenario, basically we are telling the Python that inside this function, please use this x and increment the value. Now let me run this program. You can see here the output is now 2. So basically we have to use the global keyword in the scenario where we had to use the variable which was declared outside of the function and we had to use it inside the function. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of global keyword. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the scope of variable. To understand this better, let's go with this example. So suppose here the value of x equal to 1 and we have one function add x where basically we are adding the 1 to the x. Now here we are calling the add function. Now let me run this program. So you can see here the for this print statement we are getting the value of x is 2, but for this statement we are getting the value of x equal to 1. The reason is very simple. When we are calling this function add, and then when this function is getting called here, then this function is basically creating the one local variable x. So this x and this global x are not the same. So basically we have the two copy of x now. One is the at the global level and one is inside this function. So when we are adding this one, this is getting added to this x and not the global one. That's why when you're printing this value, we are getting the value of x2, but here the value of x is still 1. So based on the your requirement, you have to decide that you want to create the local copy of variable or you want to change the global variable also. One of the solution that we can return the x back from here, we can say like return x, and then we can say x equal to add x. So basically we are returning the value 2 from this function and assigning to this global x. So let me run this program now. We can see here now in both this scenario the value of x is 2. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of the variable scope. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the arguments in Python function. So as I already mentioned earlier that in the Python it is not always necessary to send the argument to the function. We can directly call the function without any argument. We can pass the one argument or we can pass the n number of arguments. So you can see here we have the three function here. The first is the no argument. We don't have any argument inside this function, and we're directly printing the good morning everyone. In the next function, the one argument, we are passing the name as the argument, and then we are printing the good morning, and we are appending the good morning with the name variable. Similarly, in the two argument function, we are getting the message and the name from the calling function, and then we're printing here. And you can see here we are calling the no argument. We don't have any input here. In the one argument we are just sending the one argument, and in the two argument we are sending the two arguments. So let's run this program now. So you can see here we are getting the correct output. So let's go ahead and let me make some changes. So suppose if I remove this mic from here, let me run this program now. You can see here we are getting the error that the two argument missing one required position argument name. We're basically saying that for the name variable the value is missing. So if the function had two arguments in the signature, then you have to pass same number of the arguments. You cannot send the less number of argument than the mentioned in the signature. Suppose similarly in the no argument, if we try to add some value, and let me run this program now. You can see here again we are getting error that no argument take zero argument, but we are sending the additional argument. So neither you can send the less argument, neither you can send the more argument as mentioned in the signature. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the default argument. In the previous video, I mentioned that if in this function signature there are two arguments are required, then we have to pass the two arguments. But suppose there are some scenarios where we don't have the value of one of the argument available. So for example, consider this scenario, the two argument. Suppose we don't have the value of the person available. And in this scenario, suppose if we want to say something like good evening everyone, then how to handle this? So suppose in any scenario where the value is not available, we want to pass the default value as everyone. To handle this, we can pass the default value in the function. We can say something like name equal to everyone. We can see here, now let me run this program. You can see here we are getting the value as good evening everyone. But in the scenario where I will pass the value, and if I run this program, you can see here I'm getting the good evening John. So in the Python, we have the concept of default argument in case where we don't want to pass the value from the calling function. And in that scenario, the default argument will be used. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the keyword argument. So till now, we have seen whenever we are calling the function, the first argument was getting assigned to the first variable and the second argument was getting assigned to the second variable. But suppose I don't want to remember the sequence of the arguments. I simply want to pass the message and the name, but I don't care the name is the first variable in the function or the second variable in the function. To handle that, we have the feature of the keyword argument. So we can simply say something like message equal to good morning and the name equal to good morning. So basically, you get the same variable name which we have in the function. So this is a similar concept which we have seen in the format function for the strings. So in this scenario, even if I change the order of the argument, if I move the name at the beginning, let me run this program. You can see here in all the scenario the output is same. So it doesn't matter I'm passing the name as first or second. I'm just assigning the name with the correct value. Also remember that we can mix the positional argument and the keyword argument. So suppose if I say two argument good evening name equal to John, in this scenario the first argument will be assigned to the first variable and then the name will be assigned to the name. If a function has 5 to 6 argument, then you can put the 2 or 3 as a positional argument and then you can assign the rest of them as keyword argument. So let me run this program. You can see here we are again getting the same output, but remember you cannot put the keyword argument before the positional argument. So suppose if I say something like I'm moving the keyword argument before the positional argument, you can see here the compiler is throwing error. You can see here and we are getting the error positional argument follows keyword argument. So positional argument cannot be after the keyword argument. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of keyword argument. That's all in this video. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the arbitrary argument. So suppose there are some scenarios where we are not sure about the number of arguments, then how to handle this? Let's see the example. Let me create a one function define color list. I will pass one arbitrary argument, and remember one thing, for arbitrary argument you have to put the star before the name. I will say colors. I will try to print the color from the colors list. I will say something like colors in color print color. Now let me try to call this function. I will pass the n number of colors from the function. I will say something like color list red, white, blue. Now let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to pass the three colors here because the colors were defined as the arbitrary argument. So we can pass the n number of argument and each will be part of the colors object. So if I go and if I try to add more color like yellow and green, let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to pass the n number of argument. Remember one thing, we will also be able to pass the positional argument here. So suppose if I say message and then colors, and then if I say good morning, let me print message here. You can see here I'm able to pass the positional argument. So remember two very important thing, if you are passing the arbitrary argument, then all the positional argument should be before that. You cannot pass something like message and then you can pass name. You cannot pass something like this because in this scenario the function will never come to know when this color is getting ended. So let me run this now. You can see here we cannot pass the name argument here. So all the positional arguments are always declared before the arbitrary argument. And also you cannot pass more than one arbitrary argument. So I cannot say something like star colors and star name. If I try to run this, you can see here I'm getting the syntax here. So always remember all the, if you're passing the arbitrary argument, then all the position argument should be before the arbitrary argument and you cannot pass the two arbitrary arguments. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the recursive function. So suppose if we need to call the function x from inside the function x, then that is called the recursive function. So you must be wondering, why should I call the same function from that function itself? Now to understand that, let's take the example of factorial. If I say factorial of I, which is basically equal to 1 into 2 into 3 into 4 into 5, which is equal to 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. And I can say something like 5 into factorial of 4. So factorial of n is always equal to n into factorial of n minus 1. So, so suppose if you are creating one program where we need to find the factorial of n, then from inside the factorial of n function, we can call the function to calculate the factorial of n minus 1. So let's go ahead and see how this will work. So suppose I will create a function define factorial n. I will say return n into factorial n minus 1. Now let me say factorial of 5. Now let me run this program. You can see here we are getting the recursion error. So always remember, whenever you are calling the recursive function, you need to define the exit strategy also. So if you see here, we are not terminating the recursive function anywhere. It is basically if after the 1, it is going into the negative side. So suppose factorial of 2 is calling the factorial of 1, then similarly factorial of 1 is calling the factorial of 0, and the factorial of 0 is calling the factorial of minus 1. So there is no state where the function is getting terminated. To avoid that, we can say something like if n equal to 1, return 1, else return n into factorial of minus 1. Now let me run this program. Let me print here. You can see here we are able to see the output. So let me change the value here. I will say factorial of 10. You can see here we are getting the output 3628800. So you can see here we created the factorial of n using the recursive functionality, and always remember that you have to define the exit condition to come out from the recursive loop, else the program will go into the infinite loop. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of recursive functions. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the lambda function. See, lambda functions are also called the anonymous function. The reason is simple that this function doesn't have any name. So let's go ahead and see how we can define the lambda function. So suppose if I say x equal to lambda y, y plus 5. So this means I'm creating a function lambda where I'm passing the value y, and this is the output of the function. So always remember one thing, in the lambda function there will always be only one statement. We cannot say y plus 5 then and we will do y into 2 and 3 and all those. So we can only write single statement in the lambda function. But we can pass the n number of argument to the lambda function. So suppose if I say z equal to lambda x y x plus y. So basically I have created a lambda function which return me the sum of two numbers. So let's go ahead and see how to use this lambda function. So I will say something like print x phi, and I will say print z 2 comma 7. Now let me go ahead in this program. You can see here for the first lambda function get called, it added 5 to the value 5 and returned 10. In the second lambda function we got the sum of 2 and 7. So you must be wondering why should we use the lambda function and not the normal function for this thing. So always remember the execution time of lambda function is very low compared to a normal function. So if you have any functionality where you want to execute a single statement, then you can go for the lambda function instead of the a normal function. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the modules and packages in Python. So let's go ahead. See, till now we have created all the programs where we have written the logic in a single file. But in real life, we had to create the project where there are hundreds of files. Now, how to segregate the logic across the file and how to import the code from one file to another file. To resolve that issue, we had the concept of packages and modules in the Python. So suppose we are creating one large program where we had to calculate the area, perimeter, circumferences and all for the different type of shapes. To consider this scenario, we can create one package that called the shape, and inside we can create the sub packages like circle, rectangle, triangle, squares, and all those. For time being, we can assume that we are going to use the two sub packages, circle and rectangle. Now remember one thing, in the to implement the packages and sub packages, we have to create the one init file that called the underscore underscore init underscore underscore file. That this file is useful to implement some of the initialization logic. For the time being, we will create the empty files. Now, suppose under the circle, we have to implement the functionality to calculate the area and circumferences, and under the rectangle we have to create the functionality to calculate the perimeter and the area. So you can see here we have even higher level architecture here. So basically we will create the one package shape. Under that we will create the sub packages circle, rectangle, and inside the circle we will create two Python file that we call the module called the circumferences and the area. Similarly, under the rectangle we will create the file perimeter and area. So remember, the file's name can be same across the two different packages or sub packages. Let's go wide and see how can we implement them. So you can see here I have created one folder called the shape. Remember one thing, in the Python the package's name and the sub package's name normally start with the capital letter. So inside the shape we I have created two folder which is basically for the sub packages. They call the circle and rectangle, and inside the shape I created one empty file that called the underscore underscore init.py file. Now let's go wide, and you can see here in the circle I have created again one init empty file. So under the area module we have created a function circle underscore area which basically return the area of circle, that the pi r square. Now moving ahead, we have this another module, the circumference. It basically return the circumference of circle. That is the 2 pi r. Now under the rectangle subpackage, again we have the file, the ini.py, which is empty at this moment. Now under the area module, we are creating the function which will return the area of rectangle, that is the x into y, where the x and y are the length and breadth. So similarly, under the perimeter, we are returning the perimeter of rectangle, that is the 2 into length plus breadth. So you can see here, using the packages and modules, we have segregated our logic into the different files, and it is easy to make any changes in the future. Now let's go wide and see how we can use these modules and packages in our code. Now suppose in my program I want to calculate the area of circle. To do that, I can say something like import shape dot circle dot area, and I will say something, let's say radius equal to phi, y equal to the dot circle area and radius, print y. Now let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to get the area of circle, and we are actually using the modules which are present inside the circle package. Also remember one thing, here instead of writing all the shaped or circular area, we can use the a substitute. So you can say something like import shaped or circle and there are area h circle, and now instead of all this we can say something like circle dot circle area. Now if I run this program, you can see here I'm getting the same thing. Similarly, I can say something like rectangle dot rectangle, and here I will say length equal to 8, breadth equal to 9, rectangle area equal to rectangle dot area, length, breadth. Print rectangle area, and let's see. You can see here we are able to print the area both rectangle and circle, and we have divide the our code across the different file which will be easy to distribute and reuse. So suppose in the future if you are creating one more Python project, you can easily import this file and you can reuse this functionality. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of packages and modules in Python. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will discuss about the list. See, list is one of the most used data types in the Python. So remember one thing, the list is basically one of the collection type. When we say a collection, so basically list contains the multiple values. And also, as I mentioned earlier in many videos, that list is the mutable data type. So when we say the mutable, it means that we can change the value of the list without changing the memory location. So let's go ahead and see how we can define the list. So suppose I can say x equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically, X is the list here which has 4 element 1, 2, 3, 4. Also remember that list element can be of different data type. So I can say something like X equal to 1 hello world, 3.14. So you can see here the list has different data types. So you can see here the X has element of different data types like integer, string, and float. So let's go and print the value of X. We can see here first we got the value of X at 1, 2, 3, 4, and in the second, and then we got the value at 1 hello world and 3.14. Also remember one thing, we can create a list with the 0 element. So we can say something like y equal to here, and if you see here, if I say print type y, you can see here the class is list. So basically here the y is list which has 0 element. Also remember one thing, that we can create the nested list. So something like if I say z equal to c, how are you, and I can create added one more list here, something like 3, 4, 5, 6. You can see here we have the list inside the list. So if I say print z, so you can see here z had 3 element, 3 how are you and the list, and this list has 4 elements. In the next video we will see how to access the individual element from the list. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to use the for loop with the list to perform the iteration. So as I already mentioned, that list is the iteratable object. So suppose if I say x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and if I say for data in x, print x, print data here, not the x. Let me run this. We can see here we are able to see the values here 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what is happening here that we are reading the element from list x one by one, and then we can perform any operation on it. So suppose if I say data plus 1, then you can see here we are adding the 1 to the element and then we're printing here. So using the for loop, we can read the element from list one by one, and then we can perform the any operation on that. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to access the individual element from the list. So suppose if I say x equal to 1, hello world, 5, 3.14. So remember, list has the same concept like positive index as well as negative index like we have seen in the string. Similarly, the index in list start with the 0. So basically the 1 is basically at the 0 position, hello world is at this first position, 5 is basically at index 2 position, and the 3.14 is basically at the index 3 position. So if I say print x of 1, so basically we will print the hello world here. You can see here the hello world will get printed because the when we say x1, it basically the second element in the list. So similarly, if I say print x of 3, we will see that 3.14 will print because we are trying to print the fourth element of the list. Also, as I mentioned, that the list had a similar concept like the negative indexing. So in that scenario, the 3.14 had the index -1, 5 had index -2, hello world had index -3, and the 1 had index -4. So suppose if I say print x of -1, and you can see here we are getting the value of 3.14. So always remember, the if list has the n element, then the index start from 0 to n minus 1, and similarly from the negative side the index start from -1 to -n. So moving ahead, suppose there is a list inside the list. So suppose if you have something like y equal to 1, hello world, and then we have one more list 5, 8, 9, 10. If I say print y of 2, basically I'm saying that we have to print this list. Now let's see, run this. You can see here we are able to see the list here. If I want to print this element 10, so now if you can see here that the 10th is basically the fourth element in this list, so it had the index 3. So I will say something like print y2, and then I say 3 because inside this list the 10th is at the index 3. So let me run this program now. You can see here I am able to access this element using the index 3. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to slice the list. So let's go away. So suppose if we have the list x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So basically we have the list of the 10 element starting from 2 to 11. Now suppose I want to access these three elements 4, 5, 6. To retry that, we can use this range function that similarly we have seen in the string. So here we can say something like print x. Now if you see here, the 4 is basically at the index 2. So we will say 2 here, and then we will say colon. And if you see here, the 6 is basically at the index 4. So we have to say from 2 colon 5 because we had to add the 1 for the n position. So let me run this now. You can see here we are able to get the result 4 comma 5 comma 6. Similarly, suppose if I want to reverse the element for the list, then we have to use the step function. So basically, so for that we have to pass the step argument, and we have to pass step argument as -1. So we can say something like x colon colon -1. So always remember the range function had three arguments: the start index, end index, and the step value. To reverse the string, basically we have to pass the step value as a -1. So now suppose I want to print all the elements like 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and all. So basically I want to print the alternate element from the list. To achieve that value, I will say something like print x colon colon 2. So basically here I'm setting the step as 2. So what will happen? The interpreter will start from the first element, then it will move ahead with it by two elements. So basically it will print 2, then 4, then 6 and all. So let me run this program. You can see here we are able to see the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Similarly, suppose if I want to ignore the two elements between them. So suppose I want to print 2, then I want to print 5, then 8. Then instead of print x colon colon 2, I will say print x colon colon 3. Now if you see here, the output of this is 2, 5, 8, 11. Now suppose I want to print from reverse side like 11, 9, 7 and all. In that scenario, I will say print x minus 2. You can see here I'm getting the output 11, 9, 7, 5, 3. So basically here the Python will start from reverse side and it will skip one element after each iteration. So suppose if I want to print first 5 element of the list, in that scenario I will say print x colon 5. Let me run this program now. You can see here I'm able to retrieve the first 5 element. But suppose if I want to print the element starting from 4, then in this scenario I will say print x 2 7. Let me run this program now. You can see here we are able to retrieve the 5 values starting from this element. So suppose now if I want to print all the elements starting from element 6, then to handle this scenario I have to just provide the start value. I will say something like print x. Now the index of element 6 is 4, so I'll say x4 colon. So basically I'm saying I want to print all the elements which are starting from position 4. So let's go ahead in this program. So you can see here I'm able to retrieve all the values which after the element 6. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to change the value of a specific element in the list. So suppose we have the list x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So suppose if I want to change the value of third element 4 to 8. Now as I already mentioned earlier, the index of third element is 2. And as I have also mentioned that list is the mutable object. So it is possible to change the value of a specific element in the list. So to change the value of the third element, we will say x of 2 equal to 8. Now let me try to print the list. Print x. So you can see here the value of third element had been changed. Also, as I mentioned that list support the negative index also. So suppose if I want to change the value of last element to 10, then in that scenario I will say x of minus 1 equal to 10. Let me print the list now. So you can see here we are able to change the value of last element. Also, it is possible to change the values of multiple elements at same time. So suppose if I want to change the value of these three elements 4, 5, 6 to 50, 51, and 52, then to handle that we will say something like x of 2, 5 equal to 50, 51, 52. Let me print the x now. You can see here we are able to change the value of third, fourth, and fifth element at the same time using the range function. So in this video, we'll have learned that how to change a single value and multiple values in the list. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to add the new element in the list. So suppose if we have a list that x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and suppose now if I want to add new element 10 in the list, then I will say x dot append 10. Now let me try to print the list. So you can see here the 10 has been added at the end of the list. So earlier we have 6 element, and now after the append statement we have the 7 element in the list. So remember one thing, that using the append statement, we will always be able to add only one element in the list, and that element will always be added at the end of the list. Now suppose if I want to add multiple elements in the list, then we have to use the extend function. So let me go and if I say x dot extend 50, 51, 52, and let me print the x. So you can see here using the extend function, we are able to add the multiple elements in the list. And remember one thing, the input to the extend itself is a list. So you have to provide all the new elements which you want to add in the list. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to concatenate two lists. So suppose if we have two lists, the x equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and y equal to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So in Python, we can concatenate two lists using the plus operator. So suppose if I say z equal to x plus y, and let me try to print the value of z. You can see here we are able to concatenate two lists here. So now the Z has 14 elements because X had 7 elements and the Y had 7 elements. So now Z has overall 14 elements. Now let me try to do one thing. If I say A equal to Y plus X and let me print the value of A, you can see here the X plus Y and the Y plus X are not same. So remember, if you are trying to do the concatenation, then the order of list is very important. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the list multiplication option in the Python. So suppose if we have list x which equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and if I say x equal to x into 5, now let me try to print the value of x. So you can see here, now we have the a list where the element 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 had been replicated 5 times. So if you have any requirement where you want to duplicate some element in the list n number of times, then you can use the multiplication option available in the list. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to insert a single element and multiple element in between the list. So first we will see how to insert the single element in between the list. So suppose if your list equal x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and now suppose if I want to add one element after the element 4, to handle that we have the function that called the insert. So first we have to provide the index where we want to add the element. So in this scenario the index will be 3, and suppose if I want to add the element 10 in the list, then I will say 10. Now let me print the value of x. So you can see here we have successfully added the value 10 after the element 4. So proceed further. Let's see how to add the multiple values in the list. So suppose if we have one list y equal to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Now, to add the multiple values in between the list, we had to use different trick here. So suppose if we want to add two element 20 and 21 after the element 14, so that will be basically we want to add the element at index 4. Now to add these elements, we will say something like y4 comma 4, and then we will add the two elements 20 and 21. Now let me print the value of y here. So you can see here the 20 and 21 elements have been added between the list after the element 14. So you need to understand here that basically we are creating one empty list here, but we are providing the index. So basically we are telling the Python interpreter that the at the index 4 we want to add the element 20 and 21. Let's proceed further. Let me give you one more example. If I say z equal to 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27. So now suppose I want to replace this 23 with the multiple values. To handle that, I will say something like z23. So remember the z23 will basically return me this element here. I will say equal to 30, 31, 32. Now let me print the z here. So you can see here. So you can see here that element 23 had been replaced with the element 30, 31, and 32. So you guys need to understand that what exactly is basically happening here, that we are replacing the element of the list with the some different element. So in above scenario, the 4 colon 4 was returning the empty list, but it was pointing to the fourth element in the list. We so in the above scenario, we basically added the two element 20 and 21 at the index 4. So in the below scenario, the Z 2 colon 3 was returning the list with the one element, that is the 23, and in this scenario basically we replace the element 23 with the 30, 31, and 32. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to remove the elements from the list. So suppose if we have the list that x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now suppose if I want to remove the element 4 from the list, then to remove that I will say something like x dot remove 4. Now let me pin the x here. You can see here we have successfully removed the element 4 from the list. But now suppose if I try to remove the element which is not present in the list, if I say something like x dot remove 8, and if I try to run this program, I will get the error that x is not in the list. So suppose if you are trying to remove some element from the list, then make sure the element is present in the list. Also, the Python has provided a function to remove the element from the specific index. So suppose if I want, so suppose if I have a list y equal to 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and now suppose if I want to remove the element 14 from the list, then to achieve that we have to use the function pop. So in that scenario, I will say something like z equal to y dot pop. I will provide the index which I want to remove. So the index of 14 is 3 here. So I will say z equal to y dot pop. Let me try to print the value of both y and z. Now let me run this code. Let me comment this code. So you can see here we successfully removed the element 14 from the list, and z, and basically this pop function return the element which was removed from the list. So the value of z equal to 14. Also remember one thing, it is not necessary to provide the index value in the pop function. So suppose if you are not providing the index value in the pop function, then Python will automatically remove the last element from the list. Suppose if I say, so let me copy this code. I will remove this index from here. Now let me run this code. So you can see here the Python has removed the last element 16 from the list, and we have got the value of z at 16. Also, Python has provided a function to remove all the elements from the list. So for that you have to use the clear function. So I will say something like y dot clear print y. So you can see here all the elements from list y had been removed. So basically, so in this video we have learned that there are three different ways to remove the element from the list. One is the remove method, the next one is the pop method, and the last one is the clear method. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn some of the additional function available for the list data type. So suppose if you have the list x equal to 10, 50, 15, 18, 90, 55, 91, 100, 200, and 10. So the first function is the count function, which basically returns the number of times the element is present in the list. So suppose if I want to find out that for how many times the number 10 is present in the list, so I will say print x dot count, and so you can see here the output is 3 because the 10 is present 3 times in the list. Now suppose if I try to say the print that how many times the number 500 is present in the list, and you can see the output will be 0 because number 500 is not present in the list. The next function is the reverse function. So suppose if I say x dot reverse, let me try to print the value of x now. So you can see here we have the reverse the list now. So earlier the 10 was present at the end of the list, now they are present at the beginning of the list. The next important function is the index function. So suppose if you are trying to find out that at what index position the element is present in the list, then this function will return you the index of that position. So suppose if the element is present multiple time in the list, then in that scenario you will get the index of the first position in the list. So suppose if I say here print x dot index 10, then I will get the index at 0 because 10 is present at the first position. Even though the 10 is present at the first position and last position, it will be ignored by the Python. It will always return you the position of the first element in the list. So suppose if I say print x dot index 200, then the value will be 2. You can see here the value is 2 because the 200 is present at the second position in the list. The next important function is the sort function. So we can say something like x dot sort print x. Let me run this program. So you can see here we have got the list with where the all the elements has been sorted by ascending order. The next important function is the copy function. So suppose if I want to create a copy of list x, then I will say something like y equal to x dot copy. Now let me try to print the value of y. You can see here the both y and x now have the same element. Now you guys must be wondering why we need the copy function. Why I cannot say simply like y equal to x. So let me go ahead and try to print the memory location in both the scenario. So suppose if I say print id of x by, let me copy this here also. So you can see here in the first scenario, the both the y and x had this different memory location. So even though they had a similar element, they're completely different object. But in the second scenario, the memory location is same. So basically, the list x and y are basically the similar same object. They are pointing to the same memory location. So in the second scenario, if you add or remove some element from x, it will remove the element from y also. But in above scenario, these two lists are completely different objects. So any change in x will not affect y, and similarly, any change in y will not affect x. So based on the US scenario, that you have to decide that you want to create the copy of the list or you want to create a new reference to the list. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to use the membership operator in and not in with the list. So suppose if you have one list that x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and if I try to see that element 2 is present in the list or not, I will say something like print 2 in x. Let me run this program. You can see here they are getting it true because the element 2 is present in the list. So similarly, if I say print 10 in x, I will get the false because element 10 is not present in the list. So similarly, we can use the not in function also. So suppose if I say print t not in x, and I will get the false because 3 is actually present in the list. So not in will return false. But if I say print 9 not in x, I will get true because 9 is not present in the list. So hopefully you guys have understand how to use the membership operator with the list. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the tuples. So there are various similarities between list and tuple, but one of the biggest difference is that tuple is immutable while the list was mutable. So what that means that we cannot change the value of tuple. So basically, when we perform any operation on tuple, in that scenario, the Python interpreter basically apply the operation logic and then create the new copy of the tuple. So let's see how to declare the tuple. So if I say x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, remember one thing, for tuples we have to use the parenthesis. So similarly like list, the tuple can contain the element of different types. So I can say something like x equal to hello world. Then I can add one more element of the integer type. I can add the element of float. Let me print x now. You can see here. Also let me go away and type the type of x. You can see here the type of x is tuple. So if you want to create a tuple with zero element, then you can simply say x equal to, so parenthesis print x. You can see here the empty tuple. Also remember one thing, we can add the list as the element in the tuple. So I can say something like x equal to 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see here we had the two integer here and then we have the list. So I can say print x. You can see here we have the three element here. The first element is one, second element second, and the third element is list. Also, we can have the nested tuple, so we can put the tuple inside the tuple. So I can say x equal to 1, 2, and then I can create a tuple 3, 4, 5, 6. Print x. Let me run this. You can see here we have the tuple which has the tuple as an element. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the iteration of tuple. So iteration in the tuple is similar as the list. So suppose if your tuple x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, then I can simply say for data in x print x, sorry, print data here. So let me go ahead and run the program. We can see here we are able to do the iteration on list, and we are able to get the element one by one, and we are able to print here. So as I mentioned, we can do the iteration on the list as well as on the tuple. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to create a tuple with one element. Now you must be wondering what is so special about the one element. So suppose if I say x equal to 1, now remember one thing, when we use the parenthesis can be used for the mathematical operation also. So I can say something like x equal to 1 plus 2. Then in that scenario, the x equal to 3. So if I say print x here, you can see here the output is 3 here. So suppose if I say x equal to 1, now the Python interpreter cannot be distinguished that this is the tuple or this is the mathematical expression. So if I say x equal to 1, and if I try to print the type of x, you can see here it will be 1, it will be integer, and if I try to print the value of x, it will be 1. So instead of creating the tuple, the element will be assigned directly to the variable x. So to create the tuple with the one element, we have to put the a comma after the element. So if I say x equal to 1 comma, and now if I try to print these statements, now you can see here we have got the tuple with the one element whose value is 1. There's one more way we can create the tuple. To create the tuple with the one element, we can simply remove the parenthesis from here. So we can say something like x equal to 1 comma. Now if I try to run this, so you can see here we are again getting the tuple here. So remember one thing, if you are creating the tuple with the one element, then you should put the comma after the element. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to access the individual element from the tuple. So remember one thing, that accessing of the element in the tuple is similar as the list. So suppose if I say x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and if I say print x of 0, this means that I want to access the first element in tuple. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are able to retrieve the first element from the tuple. So similarly, suppose if I want to print the last value of the tuple, the last element is basically the sixth element in the tuple. So in that scenario, the index of last element will be 5. So if I say print x5, you can see here we are able to retrieve the element 7. Remember one thing, that tuple also provide the negative index similar to list. So the index of this element is -1 and the index of 2 is -6. So if I say print x of -1, then we will get the 7. You can see here. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about how to slice the tuple. So again, the slicing of the tuple works same way like list. So suppose if I have tuple x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and suppose if I want to retrieve these three elements, then I will simply say print x 0, 3. So basically I want to retrieve the element from index 0 to 2. So let me run this program now. You can see here we are able to retrieve the three elements 2, 3, 4, which are at the index 0, 1 and 2. So similarly, suppose if I want to print all the elements after the element 4, then I can say simply like print x2 colon, which means I want to access all the elements which are after the index 2. So now let me run this program. We can see here we are able to see all the elements after element 4. Also the step variables work similar way here. So suppose if I say print x colon colon 2, this basically mean I want to retrieve all the elements which are at the alternate position. So let me run this program. You can see here I'm getting the elements like 2, 4 and 6. Similarly, if I want to reverse the tuple, I will say colon colon -1. So if I pass the negative value for the step argument, then the Python interpreter start reading the elements from the reverse side. Now let me run the program. We can see here we are able to reverse the tuple. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will discuss about the changing the value of a specific element in the tuple. So as I have mentioned earlier that tuples are immutable objects. So we cannot change the value of any element in the tuple. So suppose if I say x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and if I try to change the value of x 0 equal to 10, then I will get the error that tuple object does not support the item assignment. So we cannot change the any element in the tuple. But there is one special scenario. So let me comment this line. So suppose if I have the tuple x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then I have the list 7, 8, 9, 10. Now if I try to print the list here, I will say print x of 5. You can see here we are able to retrieve the list. Now as I already mentioned that the list is the mutable objects. We cannot change the value of each element 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here, but it is possible to change the values of these elements because they are the part of the mutable objects. So suppose if I say x of 5 of 1 equal to 100. So basically I am trying to change the value of this element 8 because this is the second element in the list, so index is 1. Now let me try to print the value of x. So you can see here we are able to change the value of x here because this element is the part of the list and the list are the mutable object. So if you have any element like string, integer, float as a element in the tuple, you cannot change the value, but you can change the value if they are the part of the list inside the tuple. Hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding that how in what scenario we can change the value and not. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the concatenation of tuples. So suppose if I have the tuple x equal to 2, 3, 4, and then I have one more tuple y equal to 5, 6, 7, and if I try to concatenate this tuple, I will say x equal to x plus y. So let me go ahead and try to print the value of x now. You can see here we have got the new tuple with the 6 element 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now you must be wondering that I have already mentioned that the tuple is immutable object. Then how we are able to change the tuple here? So let me show you something. So suppose if I say print id of x here, and let me say print id of y. Let me try to print this value here also. Let me run this program. So you can see here, before the concatenation operation, the memory location of x was ending with the 5 6, but now it is ending with the 6 0. So what basically happened that Python created the new tuple with the element from the both tuples and then stored at the new location. So Python didn't change the original tuple which were present at the location at 5056, but it created the tuple at the new location. And if you can see here, the memory location of y remains same because we didn't change anything in the y. But if you perform the same operation in the list, then the memory location of x would have remained same. So you guys need to understand then how this mutable and immutable object works. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will discuss about the insertion and deletion of element from the tuple. So this will be a very short video because we cannot insert or remove the element from tuple. As I have already mentioned that tuple are the immutable object, so we cannot change their values at runtime. So like in the list, we have the options like remove, pop, insert and all. There is no such functionality available in the tuple. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the different functions available for the tuple data type. So we have seen in the previous video that the function reverse and sort were available for the list data type, but those functions are not available for the tuple because tuple is immutable object, so we cannot sort the element or we cannot reverse the order of the elements. So tuple support another two function, that is the count. So suppose if I have tuple equal to 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, 9, 7, 10, and if I say print x dot count 7, let me run the program. You can see here the output is 3 because 7 is present 3 times in the tuple. To count, return the number of occurrence of the element in the tuple. So similarly, we have the function index. So suppose if I say print x dot index 6, we will get the output as 1 because 6 is present at the index 1. So remember one thing, tuple doesn't support the functions like reverse and sort, and tuple had a function for the counting of the occurrence of the element and to find the index of the element in the tuple. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to use the membership operator with the tuple. So suppose if we have the tuple x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and if I say print p in x, let me run the program. So you can see here the value is true because 3 is present in the tuple. And similarly, if I say print 10 in x, now let me run the program. You can see here the value is false because element 10 is not present in the tuple. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will discuss about the multiplication option in tuples. So suppose if I had tuples like x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and if I say x equal to x into 5, let me print the x now. You can see here basically we have repeated the all the elements in the tuple 5 times. Also let me go ahead and print the id value of x in both the scenario. So if I say print id of x here, let me run this program now. So you can see here in both the scenario we are getting the different memory location. So basically the Python interpreter had performed the operation on original tuple and then basically copied this new tuple at the different memory location. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn the basic thing about the set data type. So remember one thing, the set is unordered data type. So when we say the unordered, it means the order of the element is not important. So suppose if I say x equal to, also remember one thing, for set we have to use the braces. So if I say x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, now we have seen that in case of list and tuple, we were able to access the element at the specific index. In case of list or tuple, we were saying x of 0 equal to 2. But in case of list, the order is not important. So we cannot access the element like x of 0. So the index is not important in case of sets. One of the most important thing that sets are the mutable objects. So it is possible to change the set. So it is possible to add the element in the set or delete the element from the set. The next important thing for set is that set cannot contain the duplicate element. So suppose in this scenario, if I say print x, you can see here we are able to see the 6 element. So now suppose if I create a set 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 2, 5. Now let me print the x here. So you can see here Even though we have added the element 2 and 5, but they were not present in this set because the 2 and 5 were already available in this set. So Python interpreter has removed the duplicate element from the set. The next important thing that set also contain the element of the different data types. So we can say something like x equal to 2, 1.5, hello world. So let me print x now. So you can see here we are able to create this set with the element of different data types. The next important thing that set cannot contain any mutable object. So suppose if I try to add list in the set, then I will get the error. So let me say, and I will say, so I will add one more element, the list element, 1, 2, 3, print x. Let me run this. You can see here we cannot add a mutable type like list, dictionary, or set itself. So we cannot create the nested set like we have seen in case of list. Let me show you the example here. So first, before that, let me comment these lines of code. Let me try to add set here. You can see here again we are getting a similar error for this set that we cannot add the unhashable type set inside the set. So remember one thing, we can only put the tuple collection inside the set. So let me show you here. Let me change this from set to tuple. So you can see here we are able to create a set with the tuple edge element. Also, if you can see here, the order of the elements are not the same that how we have mentioned here. And also, as I already mentioned, that sets are the unordered data type, so order doesn't matter. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to create the set from the list. In the previous video, I have mentioned that we cannot add list as the element in the set, but it is possible to create the set from the list. So let's go ahead and see how it is possible. So suppose if I say x equal to set and I will pass this list as the argument. Let me try to print the x here and let me try to print the type of x. So let me run this program. You can see here the type of x is set, and now we have one set which had the 6 element inside. So even though we cannot add the list as the element in the set, but it is possible to initialize the set from the list. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to create set with the 0 element. So basically we will see how to create the empty set here. You guys must be wondering what is so special here? Why we cannot simply put the two empty braces? So let's go ahead and see what will happen if we try to put the empty braces. So suppose if I say x equal to empty braces and if I say print x and also let me try to print the type of x. Let me run this. So you can see here, even though we are able to create the element x, but the data type of x is dictionary and not the set. So remember one very important thing, that dictionary and set both uses the braces for the declaration. The Python interpreter doesn't able to understand that we want to create the set or we want to create the dictionary, and by default it creates the dictionary. To avoid that, we can say something like x equal to set. Now let me try to print the x and the type of x. Let me run the program. So you can see here we are able to create the empty set, and you can see here the type of x is the set here. So always make sure if you are creating the empty set, then you have to use the this method to create the empty set. You cannot simply use the two braces to initialize the empty set. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what will happen if we pass the string inside the set initializer. So suppose if I say x equal to set, how are you? Now let me say print x. Now let me run the program. So you can see here basically we have created a set with all the unique characters from the this string. So you can see here we are able to see O only once, even though the O was here twice, because set only contain the unique elements. So if you pass the string as a input to the set initialization function, we will get a set with all the unique characters present in the string. If you want to create a program in the future where you want to print all the unique characters in the string, this is the shortest way. Using this method, you will be able to remove all the duplicate character from the string, and you can get all the unique characters present in the string. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to update this set. So suppose if I have this set like x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So as I already mentioned, that set is unordered. So suppose if I want to update this element too, I cannot simply say x of 0 equal to 10. This will give me error. As you can see here, the set does not support the item assignment because set doesn't support the indexing, not the positive indexing, not even the negative indexing. So now suppose if I want to add some element in the set, then we can use the add method. So if I say x dot add 8, now let me print the x. We can see here we are able to add the element 8 in the list. Now let me proceed further and let me add the element which is already present in the set. So suppose if I try to add the element 5 and let me print x here, you can see here the Python has ignored to add this element because this element is already present in the set. So if you try to add some duplicate element, then you will not get any error, but Python will ignore the request. Let's go ahead and see how to add the multiple elements in the set. So to add the multiple elements in the set, we have to use the update function. And remember one thing, we can pass n number of argument in the update function, but each and every argument should be a iteratable type. So we have to pass the either the list or set or something like that. So basically we have to pass the collection. So we can say something like x dot update. Let me add, let me pass list here. I will say 10, 11, 12. Now let me print x here. You can see here we are able to pass the list here, and this all this item get added. Now let me do one thing. Let me again try to do the update, and suppose if I say 11, 12, 13. Now let me run this program. So you can see here the only the 13 was added to the set because 11 and 12 were already present in the set. Also, as I have mentioned, that it is possible to pass the n number of arguments. So we can pass the multiple list. So we can say something like 20, 21, 22. We can pass one more list here, 23, 24, 25. So you can see here element from both the lists got added to the set. Also, as I mentioned, that we can pass the different collection type. So instead of list, we can pass the set here. Also, let me go ahead and add some tuple. Let me some change some value here. 42. Let me run this program. So you can see here all the element from list, set, and tuple got added to the set X. So using the add function, we can only add the single element in the set, but using the update function, it is possible to add the multiple elements in the set. And in the update function, it is possible to pass the multiple argument, and each argument should be a iterable collection. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to remove the elements from the set. There are basically four different methods available to remove the elements from the set. So we will go all the methods one by one. So suppose if we have a set x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Now suppose if I want to remove the element 5 from the set, I can simply say x dot discard 5. Now let me try to print the x here. So you can see here we have successfully removed the element 5 from the set. Similarly, we have the remove function. So suppose if I say x dot remove 4, now let me print the x here. We can see here we have again successfully removed the element from 4 from the set. Now you must be wondering then what is the difference between discard and the remove. So now let's go ahead and let's try to remove the element which is not present in the set. So suppose if I say x dot discard 11, let me try to print the x here. So you can see here nothing has been removed from the set, but we didn't got any error also. Now let me try to do the same thing with the remove state function. If I say remove 11, print x, you can see here we are getting the error. So if you are trying to use the remove function, then make sure the element is present in the set, else you will get the error. So let me comment this code what I mean. Now moving forward, the third function is the pop function. So suppose if I say y equal to x dot pop. Now remember one thing, the set or unordered data type. So when we will use the pop method, basically we will remove the one element randomly from the set. So let's go and try to print the y here. and let's try to print the x. So you can see here pop function has removed the 2 here. So you can see here we are able to get the set without the element 2. Now let's go ahead and try to do the pop function again. You can see here we are able to remove the one more element 3 from the set, and this is the set after the removal of the element. The last function to remove the element from the set is the clear function, and clear function basically remove all the element from the set. So if I say something like x dot clear print x, you can see here we are getting the empty set here. So in this video we have learned about the 4 different function to remove the element from the list set. The first one was the discard, the next one was remove, the third one was pop, and the fourth one is the clear. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will learn about the union operation in the set. So let's go ahead and see what is the union operation. So suppose if the x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and we have another set y equal to 4, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Now to perform the union operation, we have to use the pipe operator. So I will say something like z equal to x pipe over y. Now let me print the z here. Let me run this program. So basically, when we perform the union operation, then the element from both the set x and y got added here, but the duplicate elements like 4 and 6 are present only once in the set. So union operation basically add the element from the both the set, and it remove the duplicates element. Also, there is one more alternative way to do the perform the union operation. So suppose if I say z equal to x dot union y. Now let me print z here. You can see here we are getting the similar result here. Also, if we try to perform the union operation in reverse order, suppose if I say y dot union x, then you can see here that we are getting the again the same result. So that means the A union B is basically the same as B union A. So in this video we will learn about the union operator. So basically Python support union operator in two different way. Either you can use the union function or you can use the pipe operator. And as I mentioned that A union B is same as B union A. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the intersection operation available in the set. So suppose if x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and y equal to 2, 4, 5, 9, 11, 12, 13. So to perform the intersection operation, the first way is to use the AND operator. We can say something like z equal to x ampersand y. Let me print the z here. Let me run this program. So you can see here the output is 2, 4, and 4. So these are the basically these element which are common across both the set. So intersection operation basically return the element which are similar in both the set. Also, Python support the alternative method to perform the same operation. For that, we have to mention something like z equal to x dot intersection y. Let me print the z here. You can see here we are getting the same result. Also, let me try to do the y intersection x. So I will say something like y dot intersection x. Let me try to print the z here. So you can see here again we are getting the same result. So basically x intersection y is same as y intersection x. So in this video we learn about the intersection operation, and as I mentioned there are two methods. One in first method we can use the ampersand operation, or we in the second we can use the intersection method available in the Python. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the set difference option. So suppose if we have one set x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we have one another set y equal to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now for difference operation, we have to use the minus sign. So suppose if I say z equal to x minus y, now let me print the z. So you can see here the output here is 2, 3, 4, 5. So what exactly happened here? That set difference operation remove the duplicate element from set x. Now if I say what is the y minus x, so if I say z equal to y minus x, print z. In this scenario, the common element 6 was removed from the set y. So two important thing, the set difference remove the common element from the first set. So when we say x minus y, it basically remove the common element from x and return the set. Also, the x minus y is not y minus x. So we are seeing for the union and intersection that x union y equal to y union x and x intersection equal to y intersection x, but in case of difference that is not true. We cannot say x minus y equal to y minus x. Also other than minus sign we can use the difference function. So we can say something like z equal to x dot difference y. Let me print z here. We can see here we are getting the similar values. So either we can use the minus sign or we can use the difference function. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see what is the symmetric difference in the sets. So suppose if I have set x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and if I have set y equal to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Now for symmetric difference, we can use the correct sign. So suppose if I say z equal to x square sin y, now let me print z. You can see here the output here is 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10. So you can see here the output here is basically the union of two sets, and after that we have removed the common element from them. So basically we have added all the element 2, 3, 4, 5, then 8, 9, 10, 10, and we remove the element 6 and 7 because element 6 and 7 are duplicated in both the sets. So symmetric difference is actually equal to union of two set minus common element across the two sets. Now let's try to do the reverse way. So if I say z equal to y caret x, and we say print z, let me run the program. So you can see here the output in both the scenarios same. So similarly, like union and intersection, we can say x symmetric difference y is equal to y symmetric difference x. Also, we have one alternative way to find the symmetric difference. So similarly, we can say z equal to x dot symmetric difference y. Now let me print the z here. You can see here we are getting the same output. So either using the caret sign or using the symmetric difference function, you can be able to find the symmetric difference of two sets. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see some of the additional methods available in the sets. The first method is disjoint. So suppose if I have a set x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I have another set y equal to 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now if I say z equal to x dot disjoint y, now let me print the z here. You can see here the output is true. The reason is if you see the set x and set y, they don't have any common element. So is disjoint return true if two set doesn't contain any common element. Now suppose if I say x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I will add 7 here. Now if I say that called x disjoint y, you can see here in the second scenario the output is false because in two sets the element 7 is common. Now moving further, so suppose if I have said x equal to 2, 3, 4, if I have said y equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, now if I say z equal to x dot each subset y, let me print the z here. You can see here the output here is true. The reason is that all the element of x are present in y. So x is subset of y. So suppose if I say x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Now if let me run this program, you can see here the output here is false because now we have an element 7 in the x which is not present in y. So x is subset of y when all the element of x are present in y. So the next function it's superset. So if x equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, y equal to 1, 2, 3, and if I say z equal to x dot, it superset y. Let me say print z here. Now let me run the program. You can see here the value is true because all the elements of y are present in x. So x is the superset here. So remember, if x is the superset here, then y is the subset here. And similarly, if the y is subset, then x is the superset. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see some of the operations available in the set. So first operation is the length. So suppose if I say x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Now if I say print length of x, you can see here the output is 6. That is basically the number of elements in the set. So length function provide the number of elements present in the set. The next function is the sum function. So suppose if I say print sum of x. Now let me run the program. So you can see here the output is 27. That is basically sum of 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7. So basically the sum function add all the element in the set and provide the result. But just want to highlight one thing. If you say x equal to, and if you put some string here, but instead of hello world, if I say x equal to 2, 3 plus 4, 5, 6, 7, and if I add float number here, now let me try to print the sum. You can see here we are able to see the output. So it is possible to mix the integer number and the float numbers, but you cannot pass the string in the sum function. Similarly, we have the min function. So suppose in the above scenario, if I say print min of x, let me run the program. You can see here the output is 2. That basically return me the smallest number present in the set. But once again, if I say x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and a hello world, and then if I say print min x, you can see here we are getting the error that the less than operation not supported between instances of str and integer. So we cannot compare the integer with the string. So make sure if you are applying the min operation, then you should have all the elements like integer or float. Let me comment this line. So similarly like min, we have the max function. So if I will say print max of x, let me run the program. So you can see here the max of x is 7.5. So 7.5 is the largest number present in this set. So similarly, we cannot mix the string and integer for the max function. So hopefully you guys got the basic understanding of sum, min and the max function. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the Trojan sets. You guys must be wondering what are the Trojan sets and why we need that. So as I have already mentioned that sets are the mutable type. That means it is possible to change their value, it is possible to remove the element, and it is possible to add the element in the sets. So Trojan sets are the special type of sets which are the mutable in nature. So we cannot add the element to them, we cannot remove the element, or we cannot change the value of the Trojan set. So let's see how we can declare the Trojan set. So we can say something like x equal to Trojan set, and then we can pass the list as a input. We can say x equal to Trojan set 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Now let me print the x here. Let me run this. You can see here we are able to create the Trojan set with the element 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now let me create one more Trojan set y. I will say that is equal to 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Now if I say z equal to x dot union y, now let me print the z. You can see here we are able to perform the operations the unions and all. So remember one thing, you cannot remove the element, add element and change the element. So suppose if I say something like x dot add 10, then I will get the error. You can see here we are getting the error that Fusion set object has no attribute add. So we cannot add the element. We cannot say something like pop function. We cannot say something like pop. You can see here project set object had no attribute pop. So remember one thing, that Fusion set can have all the functions like union, intersections, semantic differences, all, but you cannot add or remove the element from the Fusion set. So you guys must be wondering why we need the Fusion set and where we should we use them. Its Fusion sets are the immutable object. They give much better performance for the read operations. So if you have any functionality where you are doing lot of read operation on the set compared to write operation where you don't have to perform the add or remove operation, then it will always be better to use the Trojan set because they give much more better speed performance and the memory performance. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of the Trojan set. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the dictionaries. So remember one thing, the dictionaries are the unordered data type. So when we say unordered type, the order in the dictionary doesn't matter. Like we have seen similarly in the set, the order of element is not important. Also, the dictionaries are like a key value pair. So let me give you one example. So suppose if I say x equal to IND, yeah. Let me create a dictionary with the country names: Mexico, England. So you can see here we have created dictionary with the country name where we have the keys like IND, MEX, ENG, and the corresponding values are India, Mexico, and England. So suppose if I say print X, and also let me try to print the type of X. Let me run the program. So you can see here we have created a dictionary with these keys and values and the type dictionary. There is one more method to initialize the dictionary. So you can see here, so if we can say something like x equal to dict, and then we can create pass this value here. We can say x equal to, we can copy paste here, print x, and then we can print the type of x. Let me run this program. You can see here in both the scenario the output is same. There is one more way to initialize the dictionary. So let's go ahead and see how to do that. So suppose I can say something like x equal to BICD. So in this scenario, we will pass the list as the input, and then inside the list we will create a tuples with the key and value pairs. So I will say something like IND, then I will pass the India as value. Let me add one more country. Now let me print the X here. Let me go and run the program. You can see here we are able to create the dictionary with the two elements, India and Mexico. Also remember one very important thing, that dictionaries are mutable type. So it is possible to add, remove the element from the dictionary. We will see how to do that in the future videos. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to access the dictionary item. So suppose if we have dictionary like x equal to IND, let me add more countries. So now suppose if I want to access the Mexico from the dictionary, whose key is MEX. So for that I have to say something like print X. I have to pass the key here, MEX. Let me run the program. We can see here we are able to retrieve the value. Now let's go ahead and see what will happen if we try to access the key which is not present in the dictionary. So suppose if I say print X of ABC, so you can see here we are getting the key error because the ABC key is not present in the dictionary. So make sure the key is available in the dictionary before you're trying to access the key, else you will get the error. Also, there is one more alternative way to get the value, that is using the gate function. So I can say something like print x dot gate, and then I will pass the MEX as a argument. Let me change the country here. I will say ENG. Let me comment this line. Now let me run the code. You can see here we are able to get the value of England using the gate function. So basically Python provide two different approaches to get the values. Either you can use the brackets or you can use the gate function. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to update the element in the dictionary. So suppose if I have a dictionary where I have the elements like first name, ABC, whose value is ABC here. Let me add the last name, XYZ. So now suppose if I want to change the name from ABC to PQR, so I can simply say x first name equal to PQR. Now let me try to print the value of the x. Let me run the program. You can see here you are able to change the value of first name key. Now earlier it was ABC and now we have changed it to PQR. Now let's go ahead and see what will happen if we try to change the value of key which is not present in the dictionary. So suppose if I say x of age equal to 20. Now let me try to print the dictionary here. Let me run the program. So you can see here, if you try to change the value of key which is not present in the dictionary, then you will not get the error, but the new key will be added into the dictionary with the value. In this video, we are seeing what will happen if we try to change the value of key which is present in the dictionary, and in another scenario when the key is not present in the dictionary. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn how to remove the element from the dictionary. So Python provides three different functions to remove the element from the dictionary. So we will cover each and every function one by one. So suppose if we have a dictionary like x equal to name, which is equal to ABC, age, let equal 20, and we can say address, let me say the XYZ, and then we can say class, let's set it at 10. So suppose if I want to remove the name key from the X dictionary, then I can simply say x dot pop. I will pass the key here. Now let me try to print the value of x. You can see here the name key has been removed from the dictionary along with the value. So similarly, Python has provided one another function, that is the pop item. So in the pop item, we don't have to provide the key name, and instead of that, the Python remove one key value randomly from the dictionary. So suppose if I say y equal to x dot pop item, let me try to print the value of x, and let me also try to print the value of y. Let's go and run the program. So you can see here, after this statement, we have the three elements: the age, address, and class. Now, one of the class has been removed by the Python. So you can see here now x only has the two key values inside, and you can see here the pop item returns the class and 10. So basically the pop item return the key value pair in the tuple which was removed from the dictionary. And the last function is the clear function. This function basically remove all the key value from the dictionary. So you can see here, let me try to print the value of x. Let me run this program. We can see here after the clear function, there is no key value pair available in the dictionary. So in this video, we have seen the three different functions available for removal of the keys from the dictionary. One is the pop method, which remove the specific key from the dictionary. The next one was pop item, which remove the key value randomly from the dictionary. And the last one is the clear method, which basically remove the all the key values from the dictionary. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see some of the additional functions available in the dictionary. So suppose if you have the dictionary like x equal to, let me say 1, and I will put the 1 in letters, 2, 3, 4. Now suppose if I want to retrieve all the keys from the dictionary, then we can say something like print x dot keys. So let me run this program. You can see here we are able to get all the keys from the dictionary 1, 2, 3, 4. Get all the values from the dictionary. Then we can say something like x dot values. Let me run the program now. You can see here we are getting all the values from the dictionary. Similarly, we can get the length of the dictionary. For that we can simply say print length of x. You can see here the length of x is 4 because we had the 4 keys inside the dictionary. So now suppose if we have the dictionary where the keys are not in the sorted order. So suppose if I say x equal to, let me move this at the beginning. Now let me try to print the x here. Let me run this. You can see here this is the x, we have the 4 at the beginning. So now we have the one function that is called the sorted. So that function basically return all the keys from the dictionary in the sorted order. So if you see here, if I say print sorted x, let me run this program. You can see here we have retrieved all the keys from the dictionary, and they are in the sorted order. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the dictionary membership test. So suppose if we have the dictionary like x equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, so basically we have the 4 keys. So suppose if I say print 1 in x, let me run the program. You can see here the output is 2 because the key 1 is present in the dictionary. So similarly, if I suppose say print 5 in x, then I will get the false because the key 5 is not present in the x. So similarly, we have the not in function. So if I say print 2 not in x, then the output will be false because 2 is present in the dictionary. So moving forward, similarly, if I say print 8 not in x, then we will get true because 8 is not present in the dictionary. So remember one thing, the membership test is applicable only for the key and not for the value. So suppose if I say print 1 in x, I will get the false because this function will try to find the 1 as the key and not as the value. So even though the 1 is present as a value here, we will get the false because 1 is not the key in this dictionary. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to iterate through the dictionary. So suppose if we have the dictionary like x equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. So let me do the iteration through the x. So I will say something like for y in x, print y. Now let me run this program. So you can see here when we perform the iteration operation on the dictionary, it basically return the key and not the value. So now if you want to print the value here, we can simply say print x of y. So basically x is the dictionary here and y the key here. You can see here. So we are getting the key edge. So you can see here we are getting the key edge 1 and the corresponding value edge 1. Here the 2 as a key and 2 as a value. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this section, we will learn about how to handle the files. So let's proceed further. Before we learn about how to open the files and write into the files, let's learn about the different type of modes available to handle the files. So as you able to see on the screen that we can open the files in different modes like read mode. In the read mode, we can open the file only for the reading. So if you try to open the file in the in the read mode and if the file doesn't exist, then you will get the error. Also remember, if you open the file only in the read mode and if you try to change the content, then also you will get the error. So to open the file in read mode, you have to pass the argument R. So moving further, the next mode is the write mode. So in the write mode, if the file doesn't exist, then it will create a new file for you. But remember one thing, in the file mode, you cannot read the data, and also if the file is already exists, then it will remove all the content from file and you will get the blank file. But suppose if you don't want to remove the content from the existing file and you want to add some additional content, then you should open the file in the append mode. The next mode is the create mode. In this mode, if the file is not exist, then it will create the file for you. But if the file is already exists, then you will get the error. The next mode is R plus mode. So remember in the read mode, I have mentioned that in the read mode you cannot write anything in the file. But suppose if you want to read and write both, then you can use the R plus mode. And remember one thing, in the R plus mode, if the file already had content, then that content will not be removed. So it basically work like the append mode. The next file handling mode is the W plus mode. So in the W plus mode, you will be able to read and write. But again, if the file is already exists, then basically you will overwrite the file. You will get the blank file. So you guys need to understand the difference between R plus mode and the W plus mode. In the R plus mode, if the file is already exists, then the new content will be added at the end of the file. But in the W plus mode, the file will be overwrite and you will get the empty file. So all the existing content will be deleted from the file. The next parameter which we have to mention in the in the open file function, that is the file type, that we want to open the file in the text mode or in the binary mode. So most of the time we use the text mode, but suppose if you want to perform any operation on images and all those, then you have to open the files in binary mode. Also remember one thing, if you're not providing the file operation mode, then the read mode will be the default mode. And similarly, if you're not providing the file type, then the text will be the default option. So in this video, basically we have learned what are the different type of file operation mode available. In the next video, we will see how to open the file, write into the files and perform another operation. All in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to open the file. So you can see here, I have created one text file, file test.txt. So now we will see how to open this file and read the content from this file. So for that, we have to first open the file. For that, we can say something like file open, and where there here we have to give the file path. So I will say file test dot txt, and after that we have to provide the file mode and the file types. So as we want to read this file, I will say R here because I only want to read the file. I'm not going to write anything into this file. And at the same time, I have to provide the file type. So here I will say this is the text file. So I will provide the T here because we are trying to open the file in the text mode and not in the binary mode. Now after opening the file, so basically we have the got the file object here. So now if you want to read the file, then we can simply say content equal to file dot read. So now file dot read function basically read the complete file. So let me print the content now. I will say print content. Let me run the program. So you can see here we have retrieved all the content of the file. So if you see here under the file test.exe, this was the content which we have. Python is cool programming. It is so much easy to learn. And now we are able to read that content using the file operations. Also remember one thing, that in the previous video I have mentioned that by default the file get opened in the read mode, and by default the file type is the text mode. So instead of saying this RNT, I can say similar thing like I can simply say R because the file will open in the text mode by default. Similarly, I can say only T where by default the file will open in the read mode. And the last one, I can simply remove this R and T. So in this scenario, the file will be open in the read mode and the text mode. So all these four options are valid in this scenario. Let me comment on this one. Also, one very important thing, once you perform all the operation on the file, you should close the file. Because if you don't close this file, then this file is still be getting processed by the Python, and if you try to do some another operation, then you'll get the error. So you simply can say file dot close. So always make sure you are releasing the resources like database connection, files connection, and all those. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding that how to read the file. In next video, we will learn about more features in the file handling. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn more about the read functionality available for the file handling. So in the previous video, we have seen how to read the complete file. But suppose we had a huge file and we don't want to read the complete file, and instead of that we want to just write the few characters from the file. So in that scenario, we can say something like file equal to open file test.txt. Now suppose I don't want to write the complete file, I just want to read the first 10 character from the file. So in that scenario, I will say content equal to file dot read 10. Now let me try to print the content. You can see here we are able to read the first 10 character from the file. Now suppose if I want to read the next 10 character from the file, I will again simply say content file dot read 10. So now let me go ahead and run this program. You can see here we are able to retrieve the next 10 character from the file. So whenever you are trying to read some of the character from the file, then in that scenario, the file object is basically maintaining in the pointer that till what position you have read the file, and from that position it is reading the next characters. So similarly, suppose if you want to see that where is your pointer, then we can simply say print file dot tail. Now let me run this. We can see here it is basically telling me that we have read 20 character till now. So in this video we have learned how to read some of the characters from the file instead of reading the complete file. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to read the complete file using the loop. So in the previous video we have seen that we were able to read the first 10 character of the file and then the next 10 character of the file. But suppose if I want to read the complete file in the chunk of 10 character data, to implement that we can use the while loop. We can simply say while true, read the content from the file, then print the content. So here we will say if the content is equal to empty, then basically we will break the loop, else we will print the content. So now let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to read the complete file in the chunk of data where each chunk is 10 character long. So you can see here the first chunk is Python age, the next one is code PROGRE. This is the next chunk because remember we have the new line character slash n also here because after the programming we have the new line character. This is the fourth chunk, this is the fifth chunk, and in the last chunk of data we only have the two characters. So using the while loop it is possible to read the, so remember one thing, once you read the end of the file and if you try to read the content from the file then you will get the empty string. So you can check that you are getting the empty from the read function to make sure that you reach the end of the file. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the width feature and why should we use that. So in the previous video, we have seen that using this code, we were able to read the content of the file in the chunk of data. But remember one thing, suppose if there are any issue happen in this code, then the file will not be get closed. And as I already mentioned, it is always good practice to close the file. So we have to say something like file dot close. But suppose if some any error happen, then this statement will never be executed because the program will throw the error. To overcome from that issue, we can open the file using the with option. So to open the file using the with option, we have to say something like with open h file, then we can move this code inside this statement. And remember one thing, you don't have to mention the file dot close here because as soon as the with option will get completed or if there is any error happen, the file will get closed automatically. So now let me run this program. So you can see here we are getting the same output but using the with statement, and this is the better option because with always close the file even if there are any error happen. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see what is the seek function. So in the previous video we have seen how to read the some of the characters from the file. So suppose in this program we are reading the first five characters and then again we are reading the next five characters. So let me run this program. So you can see here from this file Python is cool programming. It is so much easy to learn. We are able to read the first five characters, and then we are able to read the next five characters. So suppose there are some requirement that you want to go back to the first position again. To achieve that, we can simply use the seek function. We can simply say file dot seek 0. So basically, you're telling the interpreter that I want to go back to the 0 position of the file. So suppose if I try to read the character again, now let me run this program. So you can see here after reading the Python it from the file, you are moving back to the again to the first character of the file using the function file.seek0. But suppose if you want to move to the first character of the file, suppose I want to start from the Y, not from the P, then I can simply say file.seek1 that I want to move to the second character of the file. So let me run this program. You can see here we are able to move to the second character of the file. And also remember that the seek function had two arguments. The second argument is basically you're telling that you want to providing this offset with respect to what. So if you don't provide the argument, then by default the value is 0, and that basically means that I am providing the offset with respect to the beginning of the file. So similarly, if you want to provide the offset from the current position, then you can provide the value as 1. And similarly, if you want to provide the offset with respect to the end of the file, then you can provide the value as 2. So remember, the seek function can be very useful if you want to change the current position of the pointer in the file. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. Till now we have seen how to read the files. In this video we will see how to write the files. Open write demo.txt and we will open the file in the write mode. So we will say W here. So let me create the file object name is file. We will say something like file dot write abcd, file dot write eqrs. Now let's go ahead and run this program. So you can see here the new file has been created now, write demo.txt. Let's go ahead and open that. So you can see here we are able to create a file with the content abcd Let's go ahead and add more content on the next line. We'll say something like file.write. We will provide the slash n here, which is basically the new line character. Python H cool programming. Let me run this program now. Now let me open the file. You can see here we are able to add the Python H cool programming on the second line. But suppose if we open the file which is already present, so suppose what will happen? Now let me open the this code again, and now suppose let me comment these two lines. Now suppose if I run this program, then see what will happen. Okay, the program has been successfully completed. Let me open the file. So you can see here the file was opened in the write mode, so all the content from the file was deleted first, and then we override this content with the only the one line, the Python is cool programming. So remember one thing, whenever you open the file in the write mode, all the content from the file will be deleted first, then only the content which you are adding will be the part of the new file. So make sure you're opening the file in the write mode if you want to override the existing data. But if you want to append the new content in the file, then you should open the file in the append mode and not in the write mode. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what is the read line function. So suppose you have the one huge file and you want to read the content line by line. Then to achieve that, the Python has provided the read line function. So let's go ahead and see how to use the read line function. So for this one, suppose if we have a file where we have this content, and you can see here that this third line is compared to the bigger line. Now let's go ahead and write a program. So I will say something like with open file test.txt h file. So just want to highlight, I'm not mentioning the read mode and the text mode because they are the default mode here. I will say something like file dot read line, and I will say this into the content. Print content. Let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to read the first line from the file.test.txt. Now let me go ahead and let me try to print the second line also. You can see here we are able to print the second line also here. Now, as I mentioned, that is third line is very big and I don't want to read the complete line. Okay. To achieve that, in the readline function, we can pass the argument that provide the maximum number of bytes you want to read from the line. And suppose if there are more character, then the file will return only the that n number of character. So you can see here, I can say something like 30. Let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to get only the first 30 character from this line. Even though we are calling the readline function, but we are passing the maximum number of characters. So we are only getting the 30 character from the that line. Now let's go wait and see what will happen if we try to call the read line function again. Suppose if I say content, now let me run the program. So you can see here now we are getting the next 30 characters from the that line. But remember one thing, that line is still not completed. So let's go ahead and try to read the file again. So you can see here in the last line we are getting the only the end list. In this scenario we are just getting the 6 or 7 characters, even though these are not the 30 characters. It is not reading from the next line. It is terminating the line as soon as it is finding the slash n characters. So let's go ahead and try to read the next line now. So I will say something again. So you can see here now we are able to get the last line. So remember one thing, that using the read line function you will be able to read the file line by line, but at the same time it is possible to set the number of character you want in the result. So if the line contain more than character mentioned in the maximum limit, then the line will be broken into multiple parts. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to read a complete file line by line using the readline command. So suppose if you have a file called the file test.txt which has the content. Now let's go ahead and read the file line by line. So we will simply say with open file test.txt h file while true. We will read the file now line by line. We say file content equal to file dot read line if content equal to empty. Then we will break the loop. We will say break, else we will say print content. Now let's go ahead and run the program. So you can see here we are able to read the program line by line. So first we got the Python school programming, then we got the so much easy to learn, and then you got the remaining two line. So using the while loop, it is possible to read the complete file using the readline function. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the read line function. In the previous video, we have learned about the read line. The read line function return the data of file line by line. So similarly, we have the read line function. If you want to read the all the lines from the file in one go, then we can use the read line function. So let's go ahead and see how to use the read line function. You can see here we are opening the file text.txt. I will say something like content equal to file dot read lines. Now let me print the content here. Let me run this program. So you can see here the output of readline function is not the text or string but the list. And you can see here, so basically are getting here the list where each element is the a line from the file. So you can see here the first element is the first line of the file. Python is good programming. The second line is the it is so much easy to learn and all those. Also same time, suppose if you want to read only the first n number of character from the file, then you can pass that as the argument in the readline function. So suppose in this scenario, if we want to read only the first 100 character from the file, so then we can simply say 100 here. And now let me run the program. You can see here we are only getting the first 100 character from the file, and you can see here we are only getting the first three lines. So using the read line function, you can directly create the list object where each element is the line from the file. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to read the numbers from the file and then calculate the sum. So suppose if we have a file number input.txt and in which the numbers have been stored, so we have to read all these numbers and calculate the sum. So let's go ahead. So first we will open the file. We'll say with open number input.txt h file. Now we will use the while loop to read the number one by one from the file. We'll say while true content equal to file dot read line, and now we have to terminate the loop once we read the end of the file. So we have to say if content equal to empty, then we have to break the loop, else let's go and print the content here. Let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to retrieve the string. So you can see here that all the lines have the new line characters appended in them. So first we have to remove the new line character from all the string. So we can use the replace function for that. We can say something like content equal to content dot replace slash n with the empty string. Now let me run this program. So you can see here we have removed the new line character from the content. But remember one thing, whenever we use the read line function, the output is string and not the integer. So first we have to convert this string into the integer. Also let first declare the sum at 0. So we will say something like we will declare the sum equal to 0. Now what we will do, we will say data equal to integer of the content, and now we will sum this with the data. So now sum equal to sum plus data. Now at the end we will print the sum. Now let's go ahead and run the program. So you can see here we are able to sum all these values and the sum is 2630. So basically in this program, using the while loop and the readline function, we read the number one by one from the file, and then using the typecasting, we converted the string into the integer, and then we did the sum. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about how to handle the directories and the files. So let's go ahead. To handle the directories and all, we have to use the OS module. So we can say something like import OS. So now suppose if you want to see what is the your current working directory, then we can say something like print OS dot get current working directory. So CWD it stands for the current working directory. So let's go ahead and print that. So you can see here, this is my current working directory. You can see here. So suppose if you want to change your current working directory, you can simply say os dot change directory, and then you have to provide the path here. The next very important function is to see the directories available in the current working directory. So for that we can simply say print os dot list directory. Now let me go ahead and run the program. So you can see here we are able to see all the directories and file inside the my current working directory. You can see here the file demo.txt directory with handling and p and all those. So we are able to see all the files and directories available in this. So also remember one thing, that by default list directory provide the structure of your current working directory, but it is possible to get the directory structure of some another folder also. So suppose I have one folder here, the course folder, and if I say print os.list directory, then I will provide the path here. Let me put the double quotes, and also I will put this double slash because of the step sequence character. Now let me run this program. So you can see here it is showing me the this output because in the course folder I have the four folders: PPT, script, subtitles, and videos. You can see here this is what I'm getting here. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to create the directories, remove the directory, and remove the file from the system. So first we have to import the OS module. We say import OS. So suppose now if you see here, I had the three directory: program, shape, and shape one, and the V and V. Suppose if I want to add one more directory called the rectangle here, so I can simply say os dot make directory. I will pass the path rectangle here. Let me run this program. You can see here the rectangle directory had been created. Also, one very important thing that I had just mentioned the rectangle name here because I'm creating the folder in the current working directory. But if you want to create the folder in any other another directory, you can simply provide the full path and the directory will be created. So suppose now similarly I want to rename this shape 1 directory to shape 2, and I will say os dot rename. I will say shape 1, then I will pass the new path here. I will say shape 2. Now let me run the program. Now let me comment this one because I will get the error for the make directory because we already have the rectangle directory here. Now let me run the program. You can see here the name of folder had been changed from shape 1 to shape 2. So similarly, like directory, we can rename the files also. So you can see here we have the file temp1.txt here. So let me change the file from temp1 to temp2. Let me comment this code. I will say os dot rename temp1.txt to temp2.txt. Now let me run this program. You can see here the name of file has been changed from temp1 to temp2. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to remove the directories and files from the system. So first we have to import the OS module. We'll say import OS. So now suppose if we want to remove this temp2.txt from file from my current working directory, then we can simply say os dot remove temp2.txt. Now let me run this program. You can see here the file had been removed from the system. So similarly, suppose if I want to remove the shape2 directory from the system, now which has the file abc.txt, then let me go and try to remove the directory. I will say shape2. Now let me run this program. Let me first comment this line. So you can see here I'm getting the error because the directory is not empty. So we cannot remove the directory from the system until and unless it is empty. So to do that, we have to first remove the files from abcd.txt from the system. So I will say something like os.remove shape2 dot shape2 slash abcd dot txt. Now let me run the program. Now you can see here the first abcd.txt file got deleted, and after that shape2 directory dot get deleted. So in this video we have learned how to remove the file and how to remove the directory. And as I mentioned, you cannot remove the directory which is not empty. So first you have to delete all the files from the directory. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this section we will learn how to handle the MS Word documents using the Python. To handle the Word document, first we have to install the Python docx module. So we can download the Python docx module using the pip operation. So let's go ahead and open the command prompt, and we can say pip install Python docx. So we have successfully installed the Python docx module using the pip command. But if you are using the PyCharm, then you have to install the module inside the PyCharm. So let's go ahead and see how to do that. Let me open the PyCharm. Go to the file, then click on settings. Now under the setting, you have to go to the project. So my project is the my first project. Inside the my first project, click on the project interpreter. Now if you can see here, this is the where you can see all the modules which are already installed in your project. Now if you want to install the any new package, just click on the plus sign. So now we will search for the python docx. Python hyphen docx. We can see here, just click on it, and you can click on the install package. So this will take few seconds to install the package in your machine. You can see here we are getting the message package python docx installed successfully. We can close the window now. So in this video, we have learned that we need to install the Python docx library to work on the Word documents, and you can download the Python docx package using the pip command. And if you are using the PyCharm, then you can go to the setting and then you can download the package from there. In the next video, we will see how to create the new document and how to write the content in the document. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to create the document, how to add the title in the document, and then how to save the document. So let's start. So first we will import the docx package. So we will say from docx import document. So first we will create the instance of document module. So we will say doc equal to document. Now, suppose if you want to add the title in the document, we will simply say doc dot add heading. Then we will pass the string. This is title, and remember we have to pass the label. So if you want to state the title, then the label should be 0. Now we need to save this document. So to save the document, we will say doc dot say. We will get the path of the document. We will say my first Word document dot docx. Let's go ahead and run the program. So you can see here the document has been created. Now let me open the document. So you can see here the title is here. You can see here. So now suppose if I want to add some heading like heading 1, 2, 3, 4, then let's go ahead and see how to do that. Let me close this Word document. So to add the heading 1, 2, 3, 4, we can simply say doc dot add heading. This is heading of level 1 and I will pass the level as a 1. Let me save this. Now let me run the program. Now let me open the document. So you can see here we have created the document with the title and the heading level 1. So similarly you can add the heading of level 2, 3, 4. You can simply say level 2. So let me run the program. Now let me open the document. So you can see here we have added the heading of level 1, level 2, level 3 and level 4. So in this video we have learned how to create the document, how to add the title, heading and then how to save the file. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In last video we have seen how to add the title and the heading in the Word document. In this video we will see how to add the paragraphs in the Word document. This is the code from last video where we added the heading and the title. So let's suppose if I want to add one paragraph after the title, then I will simply say doc dot add paragraph. I will say this is my first paragraph. Now let me run this program. Now let me run this program. Now let me open the document. You can see here we are able to add the paragraph after the title. But now suppose I want to add something in this paragraph like this is bold text and I want to make this text as bold, something like this. So let's go ahead and see how to achieve that. So we will say, so I will assign a variable to here p equal to doc dot add paragraph. So to add the string in the bold, we will say p dot add run and then we will put the string this is bold and then we will say dot bold and we will say equal to true. Now let me go ahead on the program. Okay, let me open the document. So you can see here we have added the text in bold. Now suppose if I want to add some text in the italic, then I can simply say p dot this is italic. I will say italic here. Now let me run the code. Now let me open the document. You can see here we have added the text in the italic. So now suppose if I want to add some more content which is not italic or bold, I can simply say p dot add run this is simple text Now let me run the program. Let me open the document. You can see here we are able to add the simple text which is not the bold or italic. So in this video we have seen how to add the paragraph, how to make some content in bold or how to make some content in italic. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In last video we have created this file where we have the title, paragraph and multiple heading. In this video, we will see how to change the font size and font type of specific text. So suppose if I want to change the font size and font type of this text, this is simple text. So we will try to change the font type equal to Arial and we will try to set this font size as 48. So let's go ahead and see how to do that. So to handle the font size and all, we have to import the shared module from the docx. So we will say from docx import shared. So now basically we have to apply the style on this text. So we will create a one variable for this one. We will say sentence equal to p dot add run. So now we will say sentence dot font dot name equal to Arial sentence dot font dot size equal to docx dot pt and we will assign the size. So in this case we will say 48. Sorry, we will say shared. Now let me run this program. Okay, the program has been executed successfully. Let me open the document. So you can see here the font size is 48 and the type is Arial. So using the shared module, it is possible to set the font size and the type. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video, we have seen that how to set the font size and the font name. In this video, we will see how to set the font color. So to set the color, basically we have to use the RGB class of the shared module. So we have to say something like this: sentence dot font dot color, and then basically we had to set the RGB value of the color. So basically we had to provide the RGB value of the color. So we say r dot RGB equal to, and then basically we have to use the share dot RGB module. We will say RGB color. Now basically we have to provide the value in the from range to 0 to 255. So for the red color, the values are 255, and then we pass the 0 for the green and blue. Now let me run this program. You can see here we are able to create the text with the blue color. Now suppose if I want to change the color from red to green, then I can simply change the value here. I will say 0 for the red and 255 for the green. Now let me run the program. Let me open the document. Hello everyone. In the last video, we have seen that how to set the font size and the font name. In this video, we will see how to set the font color. So to set the font color, basically we have to use the RGB module of the shared. So to set the color, basically we have to use the RGB class of the shared module. So we have to say something like this: sentence dot font dot color, and then basically we had to set the RGB value of the color. So basically we have to provide the red, green, blue value. So basically we have to provide the value in the RGB format. So basically we have to provide the RGB value of the color. So we say r dot RGB equal to, and then basically we have to use the share dot RGB module. We'll say RGB color. Now basically we have to provide the value in the from range to 0 to 255. So for the blue color, so for the red color, the values are 255, which equal to red equal to 1, and then we pass the 0 for the green and blue. Now let me run this program. You can see here we are able to create the text with the blue color. Now suppose if I want to change the color from red to green, then I can simply change the value here. I will say 0 for the red and 255 for the green. Now let me run the program. Let me open the document. You can see here we are able to create the document with the green color here. So using the RGB color, it is possible to change the color of the text. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. So till now we have seen how to add the title, heading, paragraphs, and how to set the font size and all those. So in this video we will see how to add the list, bullets, and the number list. So if you want to add the some list here, we can say doc dot add paragraph. This is list item 1, and then we can say style edge list bullet. Now let me add one more item here. I will say item 2. Now let me run this program. Now let me open document. You can see here we are able to add the list item in the Word document. And now suppose if you want to create the hierarchy of the list, then we can simply say we will say 2 here, and then we will say 3 here. Now let me run the program. Now let me open the document. You can see here we are able to create the hierarchy of the list item. Now moving further, suppose if instead of list item you want to add the numbers as a bullet, then we can simply say now let me change the bullet to number here. Now let me run the program. Let me open the document. You can see here we are able to create the bullet with the numbers, and we are able to create the hierarchy. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to insert the table into the Word document with the data. So suppose if we have one tuple student which had the detail of the student like first name, last name, age, address, and all those. So we will say something like student. So we will say something like student. So inside the tuple, we have the tuple for individual student. So we will say first name like ABC, last name is DEF. Let me say age is 10, and I will say address is XYZ. Now let me copy this data. 1, 2, 1, 2, say 20 and 30. So now we have the information of 3 students which we want to add into the table, And also remember we have the one row in the table for the header. So basically we have the table with the four rows and four column, but we will add one more column for the serial number. So we will say something like document doc dot add table row equal to 4, calls equal to 5. So now we have to add the header into the table. So let me give one variable to the table. So we will say table dot row 0 dot sales 0, and we will say equal to serial number. So similarly, we will add the four more sales, and we will say 1, 2, 3, 4, and here we will say first name, last name, age, and address. Now let's go ahead and run the program till now. You can see that. So whenever we try to get the sale from the row, we normally get the tuple and not the value. So we can say, so we need to say dot text here. Let me put the text everywhere. Now let's go ahead and run the program. Now let me open the document. So you can see here we have created the table with the header, but we are not able to see any border and all here. So let's go ahead and put the style when in the add table statement. So we can say style equal to table grid. Now let me run the program. Now let me open the document. So we can see here we are able to create the table with the four rows and five columns, and we are able to set the header here. Now let's go ahead and try to fill the data from our tuples. So now one important thing that the first column in the table is the serial number. So we have to fill that information using some variable. So we will create one variable here, table rows equal to 1. Now we will create one iteration on the student tuple. So we will say for data in students. Now remember one thing, in the table we have to fill the information from the second row because the first row had been filled with the header. So we will say something like table row and the 0, and basically we will put the table row values here because we have to put the serial number. And remember one very important thing, we have to convert this table row into the string because table row is the integer. One important thing, we have to increase the value also. We will say table rows plus equal to 1. Now let me run the program. Let me open the document. Okay, so you can see here we are able to fill the serial number column. Now let's go ahead and try to fill the remaining column. So we will say something like, now we have to fill the sale 1, 2, 3, and 4. So we will say 1, 2, 3, 4, and here we have to fill the data from the tuple. So we will say data 0. So first name is at the first position in the data tuple. So the index is 0. The second column we have to use the last name, then we have to put the age, and then we have to put the address. And again, very important, we have to convert the age into the string. Now let's go ahead and run the program. Now let me open the file. So you can see here we are able to create the table from the tuple data. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to add the page break in the Word document. So this is the file which we have created in the previous program. So suppose I don't want to put any more content on this page, and instead of that I want to put the content on the next page. Then to achieve that we can simply say doc dot add page break. Now let me try to add some paragraph. So I will say doc dot add paragraph. This paragraph is on second page. Now let me run the program. Now let me open the file. You can see here we are able to add this paragraph on the second page instead of on this page. So using the add page break option, it is possible to put the page break in the Word document. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to put the images in the document. So to put the images in the document, we can directly say doc dot add picture, and then we have to provide the image path. So in my scenario, I have put the python.jpg in my working directory. So I will directly say python.jpg. But suppose if you are keeping this file in any another location like in your C drive or D drive, then you have to provide the complete path. Now let me run the program. Let me open the document. You can see here the image has been added in the document. But now suppose if you want to resize the image, then you have to provide the width. You can simply say comma width equal to, and you have to use the inches class from the shared module. We say shared dot inches. So basically you have to provide the size in the inches. We will say 2 here. Now let me run the program. Let me open the document. So you can see here the image has been resized. Let me change the inches to some higher value. I will say 8. Now let me run the program. Let me open the document. You can see here the image has been resized. So using the inches class, you can set the image size. So in this video, we have seen how to add the image in the document and how to resize the images. That's all in video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see that how to open the existing Word document file. Till now, we have seen how to create the Word document from the sketch, but in this document, we will see how to open the existing Word document. You can see here, this is a document which we have created in the previous videos. So now let me close this Word document. So suppose if I want to open this document and I want to add additional paragraph, then I can simply say doc equal to document. Then I will provide the file path here. So in the previous videos, we have seen that we were not putting any argument inside the document function. But if we need to open the existing document, then we have to provide the document path here. Now let me add some paragraph. Doc dot add paragraph. This is existing file. Now let me run this program. Let me open the document. So you can see here in this document we are able to add the new paragraph at the end of the document. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this section we will learn how to handle Excel files through Python. Before we proceed further, first we need to install the OpenPyXL package to handle the Excel files. So let's go ahead and open the command prompt. So we will say pip install OpenPyXL. So you can see here the OpenPyXL package has been installed. But suppose if you are using the PyCharm, then you have to install the OpenPyXL inside the PyCharm IDE. So let's open the PyCharm IDE. Then go to the file, settings, project interpreter. Then click on the plus sign, search for the OpenPyXL, and click on install package. So you can see here the OpenPyXL package has been installed successfully. Let's close the window. So in this video, we have seen how to install the OpenPyXL package. In the next video, we will see how to create the Excel file using the OpenPyXL package. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to create the Excel file and how to write the content into that. So first we have to import the OpenPyXL package. We will say from OpenPyXL import workbook. Now first we have to create the empty Excel file. For that we have to say something like workbook equal to workbook. Now remember one thing, in the Excel file there can be n number of sheets. So first we have to get the reference of the sheet on which we need to write the data. So if you want to get the active sheet from the Excel, you can simply say sheet equal to workbook dot active. So now we have the reference to the active sheet. Now suppose if I want to write something in the first cell, that is the A1, I can simply say sheet, then I will simply bracket A1 equal to Python. Let me write sheet B1 is sheet B1 full sheet B1 programming. Now at the end we have to save this Excel file. So for that we can simply say workbook dot save. Let me give the file name as my first Excel dot XLSS. Now let me run this program. So now let me go to the directory. You can see here the Excel file has been created. So you can see here The file has been created where the A1 is Python, B1 is C1 is code, and the D1 is programming. So in this video, we created the blank Excel file. Then we set the sheet at the current active sheet, and then we fill the data with the Python is cool programming. And at the end, we save the file with the name my first Excel. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video, we have seen how to create the Excel file and write the data into it. In this video, we will see how to open the existing file and read the data from it. So to open the existing Excel file, we have to use the load workbook module from the OpenPyXL. So we can say something like from OpenPyXL import load workbook. Now for this video, we will use one Excel file that is the order.xls. So this Excel file contain two sheets. One is the order detail. This contain the details of the orders, and we have the another sheet which is the inventory. This sheet contain the remaining inventory of the items. So let's go ahead and see how to open this file. We will say workbook equal to load workbook, and then we'll provide the file name. We will say order.xlsx. Now if you want to see the list of the sheets in this Excel file, then we can simply say print workbook dot sheet names. Now let me go ahead and run the program. So you can see here we are able to see the sheet names. So let's go ahead and see which sheet is the active by default. So we can say something like print workbook dot active. Let's go ahead and print result. So you can see here by default this order detail sheet is active. But suppose if you want to change the active sheet from the order details to inventory, then we can simply say workbook dot active equal to 1. The reason is the index of order detail is 0 and the index of inventory is 1. So if you say workbook dot active equal to 1, then by default basically we are telling to change the active sheet from order details to inventory. But suppose if you want to change the active sheet using the sheet name instead of index, then there is no direct method available in the OpenPyXL library. But it is possible to do that we will see in the future video, that how to use the sheet name to set the active sheet. So now suppose if I want to read the name of the active sheet, I can simply say sheet equal to workbook dot active. Then I will print the sheet dot title. Now let me run the program. So you can see here the name of the sheet is inventory. In this video, we have opened the file order.xlx. Then we print the sheets available in the Excel file. So order detail sheet was active by default, but it is possible to change the active sheet using the active command. So you can simply say workbook.active, and then you have to pass the index. And remember one thing, the index will start from 0 here. After that, we create the instance of the sheet object, and then we try to print the sheet name. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video, I have mentioned that you cannot active the sheet using the sheet name. You have to use the index. But it is possible that you change the sheet order whenever you open the Excel. So it is not always good idea to use the index of the sheet for the programming. So let's go ahead and see how to use the sheet name to define that which sheet I want to make the active. So in the last video we have seen how to open the file. So you can see here, let me go, you can see here we are able to get the sheet names here. Now let me go and print the sheet names, and let me go and print the type of the sheet names. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are able to see the list of the sheet name, and also we are able to see the type of sheet name is list. So suppose if I want to see what is the index of inventory in the list, I can simply say index equal to sheet name dot index inventory. Now let me print the index. Now let me run the program. So you can see here the index is 1 here. So suppose if you want to set the inventory sheet at the active, you can simply say now workbook dot active equal to index. Now let me go over and see the title of the sheet. We will say sheet equal to workbook dot active print sheet dot title. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are able to set the inventory sheet at active. Now suppose if you want to set the order detail sheet as active, I can simply say here order details. Now let me run the program. You can see here now by default the order detail sheet is the active. So using this approach, it is possible to set the sheet using the name instead of the index. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to read the sheet. So in the last video, we have seen that how to set a specific sheet from the Excel as the active sheet. So in this video, we will try to read the content from the order details sheet. Now let me open the XLS file here. So you can see here in the order detail sheet, we have the data from A1 till D9. Now let's go wait in the pie chart and let's see how to read the data. So suppose if I want to read the cell A1, then I can simply say print sheet A1. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the reference to the cell A1, but we want to read the content from the cell. For that, we can simply say dot value here. Now let me run the program. We can see here we are able to read the cell A1. Now let me open the Excel file again. Now suppose if you want to take the reference of all these cell in the column A, then for that we can simply say print sheet A. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we have got the reference to all the cell in column A from A1 to A9 because we have the data till row A9. So similarly, suppose if I want the reference to all these cells, then I can simply say print sheet 1 here because this is the row number 1. And similarly, suppose if I want to take the reference of these cells, then I can simply say sheet A1 to C6. So I will say something like print sheet A1 to C6. And similarly, suppose if you want to read only these three columns, then you can simply say print sheet A to C. Hello everyone. In the last video, we have seen how to read the data from Excel using the sheet instance. In this video, we will see how to read the data using the generators. So, let me open the Excel file here. So, suppose if I want to read this data from the file, now in the Python, we have the two generator. One do the iteration on row and when another one do the iteration on column. So let's see how to do that. So we will say, so if you see here we have to read the data from row 2 to 9 and the column 1 to 4. So we can say something like for rows in sheet dot iterate rows. Now we will define that min row equal to I want to read the data from column. So I want to read the data from row 2, max row equal to 9. I want to read the column from 1 to 4. So the min call equal to 1. And similarly the max call equal to 4. Now let me print the rows here. Let me run the program. So you can see here it is returning as the iteratable object with the cells like A2, B2, C2 and D2. So these are basically these cells. These are the A2, B2, C2, D2. Table A3, B3, C3 and D3. But suppose if you're interested in the values, then you can provide any additional parameter values only equal to true. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are able to retrieve all these value from the Excel file. So one more important thing, if you see here we are doing the iteration based on the rows. Now suppose if I write the same program using the iteration on columns, then I can simply say now let me run the program. So you can see here in the second scenario we are reading the data column wise. First, we are reading all the data from the column A. Then, so here, then we are reading all the data from column B and column C and column D. And here we were reading all the data row by one, like from row 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So Python basically provided two generators, iterator rows and iteration columns to do the iteration on the Excel file and read the data. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to insert the rows and column or delete the rows or column from the Excel sheet. So suppose if I want to add three columns after this column A, basically from position number 2, then I can simply say sheet dot insert columns. Then I have to first provide the position where I want to insert the column. I will say 2 here and I will provide the number of column. So if you don't provide the number of column, then by default it will be 1. Now let me run the program. First let me close the sheet. And remember one thing, after this insert column, you have to save the sheet. Now let me run the program. Let me open the sheet now. You can see here we are able to add the three new column in this Excel sheet. Now suppose if I want to delete the three columns from the sheet, which are the column 5 and 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 in the sheet. So I can simply say sheet dot delete columns from position number 6 and I have to remove the two columns. Let me comment above line of the code. Now let me open the sheet. You can see here we are able to remove the two column from the end of the sheet. So suppose similarly now I want to remove these two rows from the sheet, then I will simply say sheet dot delete rows, the row number 6, and I have to remove the two rows from that. Now let me comment this code. Now let me run the program. Now let me open the Excel sheet. You can see here two rows have been deleted from the sheet. So similarly, you can add the rows into the Excel sheet. So in this video, we are seeing how to delete or add the rows or column from the Excel sheet. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to do the sheets management in the Excel. So this is the code from the previous video where we were able to set the order detailed sheet at the active sheet. Now suppose if I want to change the sheet name of the order detail to something else, I can simply say sheet dot title. Let me say the name as order history. Now let me save the workbook. Now let me run the program. Now let me open the Excel. So you can see here the name of sheet has been changed to order history. So now suppose if I want to create one more sheet, then I can say something like let me create a sheet with the invoice detail. I will say workbook dot create sheet. Let me give the name as invoice history. Let me run the program. So you can see here I'm getting the error because order details is now not in the list. So let me change the sheet name to order history here. Now let me run the program. Let me open the sheet. You can see here we are able to create the sheet invoice history. But suppose if you want to create a sheet in between some of the sheet and not the at the end of all the sheet, then you can provide the index. So suppose if I want to create a sheet in between the order history and inventory, then I can simply say, let me create a sheet, product details, and I will pass the index edge 1. So now let me run the program. Let me open the order XLS. Now you can see here I was able to insert the product details sheet here after the order history because I saved the index h1. But if you can see here, the code to create the invoice history executed again, and because of that one more tab got created here with the name invoice history 1. So if you try to create a sheet which is already exists in the Excel, then you will not get the error, but it will create a new sheet with this some number at the end of the name. So now suppose if I want to delete some sheet from the Excel, then I can say something like sheet 1 equal to workbook. Let me try to delete the sheet order history. Then I will say order history here. Not let me try to delete the sheet from the Excel. Then I will say workbook dot remove sheet 1. Now let me go ahead and try to comment the other code because we don't want to create the additional sheets now. Now let me run the code. Now let me open the Excel. So you can see here we have all other sheets except the order history. So basically by using the remove function, we are able to delete the sheet from the Excel. So in this video, we have seen how to change the sheet name, how to create the sheet at the end, and how to create the sheet in between the other sheets, and also how to delete the sheet from the Excel. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to implement the freezing pins. So let me open the Excel sheet. So suppose if you want to implement the freezing pin such a way that all this column will always be visible and this header will always be visible, because if you see here, if I do this horizontal scrolling, my data is going away, and similarly if I do this vertical scrolling, I'm not able to see any data. But I want that even if someone do the scrolling, these headers and this column will be visible. So for that, you can see here basically we have to put the freezing pen before the column B, and here we have to put the freezing pen before the column, sorry. So here if, and here we have to put the freezing pen before the row number 2. So basically we can say something like that we have to implement the freezing pen at the B2. So to implement that, we can say sheet dot freezing pens equal to B2. Now make sure you're saving this file, workbook dot save. I will part the file name. Let me close the file here. Now let me run the program. Let me open the file. So now you can see here my header is remaining constant when I'm doing the vertical scrolling, and when I'm doing the horizontal scrolling, you can see here my order ID is at the fixed position. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to implement the filters in the Excel sheet. So suppose if you want to put the filter on this header, for that we can simply say sheet dot autofilter dot ref. Now to provide the range, there are two ways. If you know the columns, you can simply say A1 to D1, because we know there are four column in our Excel sheet. But suppose if you don't know the number of column, then you can simply say sheet dot dimensions Now after that, make sure that you are saving this file. Now let me close the file. Let me run the program. Now let me open the file. You can see here we are able to put the filter here. So using the auto filter option, it is possible to implement the filter in the Excel sheet. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to implement the formulas using the OpenPy Excel. So suppose if I want to find the sum of the all this quantity and I want to put the sum in this cell. So for that we can simply say sheet B10 and I will say equal to sum B1 to B9. Now let me run the program. Let me open Excel. You can see here we are able to print the sum of all the quantity. So remember one thing, using the OpenPy Excel, you can implement all the formulas like average, sum, min, max, if and all. So whatever the formulas are available in the Excel, you can execute it through the OpenPy Excel. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to apply the styles like bold, font color and all those on the cells. So for that we have to import the various modules from the openpyexcel.style package. We will say from openpyexcel.styles import. Let's first import the font package. Now let me create one variable font bold equal to font. So you can see here we are getting the variable various option here. We will say bold equal to true. Now let me go ahead and say sheet A2 dot font equal to font bold. Now let me save the file. We will say workbook dot save. Let me provide the file name. Now let me run the program. Now let me open the file. You can see here the A2 cell is now bold. So similarly, suppose if I want to make the color to green, simply say, let me say key variable font green equal to font color equal to. Basically, we have to provide the color code in the RGB format. So for green, it is 00FF00. Now let me set the color of A3 cell as green. So I will say font green here. Now let me run the program. Let me open the Excel. You can see here we are able to change the color of font from black to green here for the cell A3. Now let's go ahead and see how to change the font size. For that I can simply say font size. Also let me change the color of this one. I will say the color as red. Size equal to 30. Now let me set cell A4 with the font size. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are able to change the font size to 30 and the color to red. So similarly, it is possible to change the border color and all those. For that, you can go through the OpenPyXL documentation. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to put the images into the Excel file. So to use of the images into the Excel file, first we have to download the pillow package. So let's go away. Let's open the command prompt. We will say pip install pillow. Now if you're using the Python, then you have to go to the file setting and then you do add the pillow package from here, plus sign. Let's search for pillow. Go ahead and install the package. Okay, the pillow package has been installed successfully. Now you can close the window. So once you downloaded the pillow package, we can go ahead and we can use the pillow package. We will say from OpenPyXL import drawing. Now to add the image, we have to say image equal to drawing dot image dot image. And now we have to provide the path here. So we already have one image python.jpg. So we will say python.jpg. And now we have to provide the image location where we want to put the image. So we will simply say image dot anchor. So suppose if you want to put the image on the cell A20, let's go wait. Now we will say sheet dot add image. We will say pass the image as a argument. Now let's go ahead and run the program. Now let me go ahead and open the file. We can see here we are able to add the image at location A20. So that's all in this video. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to merge the cells in the Excel file. So suppose if you have an Excel file merge.xlx, let me open the file. So suppose if I want to merge these four cells together, so let's go ahead and see how to do it using the OpenPyXL. So let me open the workbook merge.xlx. Now we only have the one sheet, so I can simply say workbook.active equal to 0. Now I will say sheet equal to workbook.active. Now let me merge the cell. I will say sheet dot merge cell and I will provide the range here. So the range will be A1 to B2 because we are merging the four cell. So now let me save the file workbook dot save. Let me save the file with the merge or XLS. Now let me go ahead and run the program. Now let me open the file. So you can see here we are able to merge the four cells into the one cell, and always remember whenever you merge the multiple cell, the value will be replaced with the top left cell. So one was the top left cell here. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see different approach to read the data from Excel sheet. So suppose if you want to read this Excel, the C2, then till now we were saying print sheet C2 dot value. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are getting the value 100. But suppose instead of saying C2 and all those, you are more comfortable with the rows and column edge number. So suppose instead of saying C2, if you want to say, okay, I want to read the sale which is at the row number 2 and column 3, then you can simply say print sheet dot sale row equal to 2, column equal to 3, and you can say dot value. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are getting the same value. So in this video we have learned the different approach to read the data from the Excel sheet. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to create the charts. So let me open the Excel sheet. So suppose if I want to create a chart against the product name and the quantity, then let's see how to create the chart using the OpenPy Excel. So let's go it. So first we will import the chart package from the OpenPy Excel. From OpenPy Excel dot chart, we will import the reference and we will import the bar chart. So let's go it. So first we will create the object for the chart. We will say chart equal to bar chart. So now basically we have to create two objects, one containing the data and one containing the label. So basically one object will contain the product name like item 1, item 2, item 3, and the next data will contain the quantity. So we will say data equal to reference, and here we will say worksheet equal to sheet because we want to get the data from this sheet, and then we will say min row equal to 1. So basically we are trying to read this data from here to here. We are saying equal to 1 because we want to read the title also. So we will say min row equal to 1, max row equal to 9, and the column equal to 4. So we will say min row equal to 1, max row equal to 9, min column equal to 4, and the max column equal to 4. Now similarly we had to create the object for the this one. So we will say categories equal to reference. Now let me copy this. Now remember one thing, in this we will not say min row equal to 1 because we are reading only the category. So we will say min row equal to 2, max row equal to 9. Here the column will be 2 and the max column will be 2 because we are reading from the column number 2. So now we are done with the creating the categories and the data. So now we will say sheet dot add chart, and then we will say data, and here we have to pass the position in the Excel sheet where we want to put the chart. So I will say in this scenario G2, and also we have to add this category inside the chart. So we will say chart dot add data, and then we will say title from data equal to true. So basically we are saying that read this label from the data itself, and at the same time we have to add this category in this chart itself. So we will say chart dot set category, and then we will pass the categories as an input. Now let's go ahead and run the program. Let me open the sheet. You can see here we are able to generate the chart at the position G2, where we are showing the bar chart against the product name versus quantity. Go ahead and try to change the labels on the X, Y axis and the graph name. So we can simply say chart type title. We will say product versus quantity. Similarly, we will say chart dot x axis dot title equal to product name, and similarly chart dot x y axis dot title equal to quantity. Also, if you want, you can change the style of chart. You can simply say chart dot style equal to, let's put the equal to 15 here. Now let me run the program. Now let me open the Excel sheet. You can see here we are able to see the label has been changed, product versus quantity, quantity, product name, and all those. And also, so if you can see here, currently the colors of the charts are blue, but now suppose if I change this style to 20, now let me run the program again. Now let me open the Excel again. You can see here now the colors has been changed and now the bars are in the orange color. So in this video, we have seen how to create the charts, how to define the categories and the data for the chart, and how to change the title and how to set the style for the chart. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In last video we have seen how to create a bar chart, but in that bar chart we were putting only one bar against the product. For suppose if I want to see the price and quantity against the product name, then it is possible. Let's go ahead and see how to do that. So first thing, if you see here, earlier we were reading only the one column, like the four column which had the quantity. Now we had to change this from four to three, because now we are trying to read the price also. Now we need to read the both column now. So in this scenario, we will say min column equal to 3 and max column equal to 4. So there will be no change in the category because the categories will remain same here. Now if you want, we can change the title here. We can say product versus quality. Now we will say product versus quantity or price. Similarly, we can change the y-axis name, quantity slash price, and also we can change the location where we want to print the chart. Now let's go ahead and run this program. Now let me open the sheet. So you can see here we are able to generate one more chart at position G20. So and in this chart we are basically seeing the data against the product name versus price and the quantity. So for the item 1, the price is 100 and the quantity is 67. Similarly for item 4, the price is 345 and the quantity is 12. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video, we have seen how to generate the multiple bar charts. But there are many different type of charts available in the OpenPy Excel, like 3D bar chart, 3D area charts, line charts. Let's go ahead and see how to generate the 3D bar chart. So this is the code from the last video. Now let's go ahead and generate one more chart here. I will first add the bar chart 3D here. Now I will say chart equal to bar chart 3D, and in this scenario we will keep the data and categories remain same. I will chart 3D here, chart bar 3D, and I will copy the same code here. I will simply replace the name. Let me add the chart at the G40. Now let me run this program. Now let me open the Excel sheet. We can see here we are able to generate the 3D bar charts at the location G40. Now let's go ahead and similarly create the area chart. So we will first add the area chart module, and let me go and add the area chart 3D also. Let me simply copy this code and let me say chart area, and here will I say area chart. First, now let me simply replace the variables here, and similarly one more thing, we will change the row to 60 here. Now let me similarly create the area chart 3D. Let me replace here again, and I will put this at the row number 80. Now let me run the program. Let me open the Excel sheet. You can see here we are able to generate the area charts now. So this is the normal area chart in 2D, and this is the area chart in the 3D. So similarly, guys can go ahead and create the line charts. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to create the pie charts. So this is the code from the last video where we generated the bar chart. So now if you want to create the pie chart, first we have to add the pie chart library. We will say pie chart here. Basically we have to import the pie chart module from the openpyexcel.chart library. Now let me simply copy this code which we created used for the generative bar charts. Now first I will create new variable here, pie chart, and instead of bar chart I will simply say pie chart here. Now there will not be any change in your data and in your categories. There will not be any change in the a data functionally, but we have changed the variable here. Similarly, we will change the variable here. There will not be change anything in title. Again, we will simply change the variable here. Now, in case of pie chart, this y-axis and axis are not related, so we can remove these statements. Let's say the chart dot style is 20, and now we will simply change the variable name here, and we will add this graph at the position G20. Now let me go ahead and run the program. Now let me open the Excel. So you can see here we are able to generate the pie chart. So if you want to change the style, we can simply go ahead and we can change the style to 15. Now we will run the program again. Let me open the Excel sheet now. Now you can see here the pie chart style has been changed. Now this will be like a blue gradient here. Now moving further, if you want to add the 3D pie chart, then we can simply add the 3D pie chart library here. We will say pie chart 3D. Now let me copy this code again, and now we will let me simply change this pie chart 3D, and let me change the type equal to pie chart 3D here. Let me simply change the variable names, and let me change the position to G40. Let me run this program. Now let me open the Excel file. So you can see here, now we are able to generate the 3D pie chart. So in this video, we have seen how to generate the pie chart and 3D pie chart. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this section, we will learn about the error handling. Before we deep dive into the error handling, let us write one program where we will ask user to enter the dividend and divisor, and then we will show the division result to the user. So let's proceed further. So here I will say flag equal to true. So basically, once the user enter the dividend and divisor, we will show the result to the user, and then we'll ask user that he want to provide the another number again or not. So basically, if you just say y, then we will again ask the dividend and divisor. Basically, we are creating the one loop here, which will keep running until user is not entering anything other than y. So I will say while flag dividend equal to input, please enter the dividend divisor equal to input, please enter the divisor. Also, if you remember that input function always return the string, so we had to convert this that into the integer. So we will say something like integer, and here we say again integer. Now we will say result equal to dividend divided by divisor. Now we will print the result. After that, again we will ask user that he want to continue or not. So we will say option equal to input, please enter y to continue. Option not equal to y, then we will basically come out from the loop. So we will say flag equal to false. Now let me go ahead and run the program. Let me say 10 here. Let me say 2 equal to here. And you can see here we are getting the output as 5. Now let me enter that I want to continue. Let me enter that y equal to 50. Now let me enter division at 0. So you can see here now we are getting the error 0 division error, the division by 0, and the program got terminated. But this is not a good user experience. We shouldn't terminate the program in case of any exception. We should be handle to such exception. So similarly, suppose if you're creating any application where you are connecting to the databases and all those, and it may be possible that the database is down, or you are getting some timeout because of some heavy traffic and all those. your program should not be get terminated, and you should be handle those scenario. So to handle this scenario, we have to implement the error handling in our code. So to avoid such scenario, basically we can use the try statement in our code. So let's go ahead and see how to do that. So we can say something like try. Now let me write this code inside. We can say except, and then we can basically provide the exception error. Now you can see here the exception error is zero division error. So we will say except zero division error. So in this zero division error, we can provide some user friendly message to the user. We can say print, please provide input, please provide divisor other than zero. Now let's go ahead and run this program and see the behavior. Now let me say 10, like 0. Now you can see here we are saying the user that please provide divisor other than 0, and then we are again asking user to provide the numbers again. So this is much better than what we have done earlier. Now at least we are not terminating the program, but as you can see here we are just catching the one error. It may be possible that we may get different type of error. Now let's go away, and if I say instead of the number, if I enter a here, now you can see here we are getting the different error, the value error. Now to handle that, we can add one more category here, and we will say value error. And now we can say please provide the valid dividend and divisor. Now let me run the program, and now let me enter some alphabets. Now you can see here again I'm getting the message please provide the valid dividend and divisor. Now if I say 20 and if I enter 0 here, I will get the message please provide divisor. So if I put the divisor at 0, I'm getting the different error here. So based on the different type of error category, we can provide the different message to the user, and user will be able to correct the action. But now suppose that it may be possible that there may be some additional exception occur in the program. To handle that, you can simply say accept, and then you don't need to provide any specific error here. You can simply say print some exception occur, please provide values again. So in this scenario, if you are getting any error other than zero division error and the value error, then this statement will be executed. But remember, this statement will be executed only and only when there will be error. This statement will not be executed if there is no error in the program. But suppose if you want to execute some statement irrespective of the error happen or not. For example, suppose if you open the database connection and you want to close the database connection irrespective of any error happened or not, or suppose if you open one text file, now you want to close that text file in case if there is no error happen, or even there in case of error happen, then you can simply write that code in the part of the else statement. We can say something print this statement will run always. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are able to see this statement. So this statement will always run irrespective of you're getting the error or not. So make sure you are using the else statement to close your database connection or you are closing your file. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this section, we will see how to handle the MySQL database. So before we proceed further, let's go ahead and install the MySQL connector package using the pip command. So let's open the command prompt. Now you can say pip install MySQL connector Python. You can see here the MySQL connector Python has been installed successfully. But if you are using the PyCharm, then you can have to go to the file setting, go to the interpreter, and then click on plus sign, search for MySQL connector, and go and install the package. You can see here MySQL connector Python package has been installed successfully. So in this video, we have installed the MySQL connector Python package, which is required to connect the MySQL database from the Python. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. To get the hands-on experience on the MySQL database, it will be better if you download the MySQL database on your machine. For that, you can download the developer version of the database on your machine. For that, you can simply go to the Google and simply say download MySQL. On this screen, you can directly click on the download MySQL installer. On this page, you can either download the web community version or the community version. So in the web community version, it basically install the basic installer and then it will install all the component one by one. But I suggest that you should go ahead with the community version, which is the 420 megabytes. In this installer, you will get all the component in one go. So you guys can continue with the next video once you download the executable and install the MySQL on your machine. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to connect the MySQL database. So first, we have to import the MySQL connector. Now, to connect with the database, we have to basically provide the IP address or the server name, and then we have to provide the credential. So we can say something like cnx equal to mysql dot connector dot connect, and then basically we have to provide the credential. So we will say user equal to, in my case the username is root and the password is equal to admin. In my scenario, the host become local host because I'm running the SQL on my machine. So either you have to provide the IP address or your server name. Basically, suppose if your server is on some domain like abc.com, then basically you have to provide the server name here. For me, this will be local host because I'm running the MySQL server on my own machine. Now let me run this program. You can see here I haven't got any error. So basically I'm able to connect to the server. Now let's go ahead and suppose if I try to give some wrong credential, I will change the my password here. Now let me run the program. You can see here I'm getting the error that access has been denied for user root at localhost because I haven't provided the correct password here. So similarly, if I try to give the wrong username here, now let me run the program. So you can see here again I'm getting the error that access denied for user root 1. So now again let me provide the correct credential root and admin. Now let me run the program. You can see here now I'm not getting any error, and also it is always a good program that to close the connection at the end of the program, else those connection will remain open on your database. So we can say something like cnx dot close. Now let me run the program. So everything working fine here, but as you have seen that when I try to give the incorrect password, our program got terminated. So basically we should catch those exception. So as we have learned in the previous section that we should use the error handling to handle the databases and all those. So we can say something like try here. Also, as I mentioned, that we should close the database connection irrespective that we are getting the error or not. So we should write the cnx.close in the else part. So we will say else here. Now let catch the exception. So we will say except here. Just go away, print some error till now. We will say print error occurred. Now let me change the password here, and now let me run the program. So you can see here earlier our program was getting terminated and we were getting all those hundreds of lines of error messages on the screen, and now instead of that we are getting the proper message here. But as I mentioned that it may be possible that you may get the different type of error messages. But from this error message, it is not possible for user to understand that in this scenario the error occurred because the credentials were incorrect. So we should be capture the correct exception and show the related message to the user. So to handle the different error messages from the MySQL, let's import the error code module. For that we can say from MySQL connector import error code. So basically this module contain all the different type of error which we can receive from the MySQL. Now we will say accept mysql dot connector dot error. Basically now we are catching the mysql error here, HERR. So let me go ahead and we'll say if ERR dot error number equal to error code dot er access denied error. So normally this is the error code written by the MySQL if you are not providing the correct credentials. So let's go wait, and I will say print invalid credentials, else print error occurred. Now let me run the program. Now you can see here we are getting the correct error here, invalid credentials. But now let me do one thing. I will put the correct password here, but now let me change the different host name here which is not even exist. Now let me run the program. So you can see here now we are getting the error that error occurred. So basically this is not the credential error, but there's some another error happened here. Now let's do one thing. Let's display the error here. We will say print err. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the error cannot connect to MySQL server. So we can say something like elif err dot err number equal to error code dot. So basically you can say connection or host error. Now we can say print unable to connect to host. Now let me run the program. So you can see here now we are showing the correct message unable to connect to the host because I have provided incorrect host name here. Now let me change the name here and let me change the password. You can see here we're getting the error invalid credential. Now let me correct the password also. Now let me run the program. So now you can see here everything works fine. So in this video we have seen how to connect to the MySQL database and how to catch the exception and how to show the correct message to the user in case of any exception. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video, we have seen how to connect the MySQL database from the Python program. In this video, we will see how to create the database using the Python. So before we write the query and all those, first we have to create the cursor. For that, we can simply say cursor equal to cnx dot cursor. Now for this section, we will create a database named library. So we can say query equal to create database if not exists library. So basically we are saying that create the database only and only if it did not exist. So always remember you cannot create the database with duplicate name. If you don't write the if not exist and if the library database already exists, then you will get the error. Now let's go ahead and run the query. For that we can simply say cursor dot execute and we will say query here. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we haven't got any error, so everything went fine. Now let me open the MySQL workbench. Now let me take the databases. We will say show databases. Now let me run the query. So you can see here the library database has been created successfully. So in this video we have seen how to create the query and how to execute the query using the cursor. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video, we have seen how to create the database. In this video, we will see how to get the list of databases available on the server. So let's proceed further. So for that, we can simply say cursor equal to cnx dot cursor. So to get the databases from the server, we can write the query as query equal to show databases. Now we will say cursor dot execute query. So as we know, whenever we run the show database query, it normally returns us the list of the database available on the server. So we can run a for loop on the cursor object. So we can simply say for database in cursor print database. Now let me go ahead and run the program. So you can see here we are getting the list of databases available on the server. So most of the other databases are the inbuilt databases in the MySQL, and but you can see here we are able to see the library database which we created in the previous video. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to create a table using the Python program. So this is the code from the last video where we were able to connect to the MySQL database. So first we need to initialize the database in which we want to create the table. So we will say database equal to library. Now we can say cursor equal to cnx dot cursor. Now we will create a query equal to create table books, and then basically we will create a table where we have one primary key id, and that will we will make as a auto increment. We will say book id auto increment, and then we will make this key as a primary key. Now we will add one field with the book name, whom we will assign varchar 256. Basically we are saying this is a string. The maximum size will 256 character. Similarly, we create a field with the author name. Again, this will be varchar 256. Now we will add another column for the publication year, which will be integer. Now we will add two more columns. The one column for the when we are adding the record, and the next one will be when this record will be updated in the future. So we will say record added, date time, and record updated date time. So now we will run this query. We will say cursor dot execute. We'll pass query as a parameter. Now one very important thing, you have to commit this transaction. So by default, whenever you run any query, your query will not be committed. You have to specifically commit the query. We can say cnx dot commit. So now let me go ahead and run this program. You can see here everything now work looking fine. Now let me open the workbench. Now let me run the command show tables. So you can see here our table book has been created successfully. We can say describe books. You can see here we are getting the field book ID, name, author, publication year, record added, record updated, and you can see here corresponding time here. You can see here the book ID, the primary, and that is the auto increment key. So whenever we will edit the first record, it will be assigned with the value 1, and as soon as we add the second record, it will be assigned with the value 2, and all those. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video, we have seen how to create the table books. In this video, we will see how to insert the record into the table books. In the last video, we have seen that in the table books, we have the 6 column, and the first column was the auto increment key. So while inserting, we don't have to provide the value for that column. So now we have to provide the value for the remaining 5 column. So we can simply say insert into book, then we can provide the name of the 5 column, name, author, publication year, record added, and record updated. Now you can see here we are providing the name as Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. The author is J.K. Rowling, year is 2000. And now you can see here we are providing the value now for the record updated and the record edit. So this means that while inserting the record, we are asking SQL Server to put the current value of the server and insert the record. So for the column record added and record updated, the value will be updated with the current date and time on the server. So once you write the query, we can simply say cursor dot execute, and then we can pass the query. Now remember very important thing, as we are inserting the record here, so we have to commit the changes. So anytime if you're inserting, deleting the record or table, you have to commit the changes. So here we will say cnx dot commit. Now let's go ahead and let me run the program. So you can see here everything went fine here. Now let me open the MySQL workbench, and here I will say select star from books. Now let me run the query. So you can see here the fund record got added into the table. The name is Harry Potter and Goblet of Fire, author, publication year, and if you can see here, the date and time were taken from the machine. You can see here the same time it was added into the column, record added and the record updated. And most important thing, if you can see here for the book ID, the value was automatically added at 1. So next time if you insert the next record, automatically the value will be increment and the value will be assigned with the 2. So in this video we have seen how to insert the single record into the table. In the next video we will see how to insert the multiple records into the table. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video we have seen how to insert the single record into the table. In this video, we will see how to insert the multiple records into the table. As I have already mentioned in the previous video that in the books table we had the 6 column, but we had to insert the 5 column because the first column is the auto increment column and the value will be added automatically. So suppose if I want to add these 3 books into the our table. And also remember we have the 2 column, the record added and record updated. For those the date will be added automatically using the now function. So to insert the multiple record in this scenario, we can simply say something like insert into books. Then we will provide the names of the 5 column, and here we will say values. And for the 3 variables we will say percentage s, we define the string, and for the last 2 values we will say now. So basically we are trying to say that whenever the this query execute at the server side, we want to use the server time. Now question is how to pass these 3 value to the query. So for that we can create a list object, and inside that we can create a tuple. You can see here we have created one value object here with the list, which is 3 items, basically 3 tuples, and each tuples has the name, author, and the publication year. Now to execute this query we have the function available to execute many. So we can say something like cursor dot execute many, and then we have to provide this query, and this value. So what will happen that at the server side, this query will start running one by one. So first this row will be executed, then this row will be executed, and at the end this row will be getting inserted. And at the end we need to commit the transaction. And also remember, whenever you run the cursor.execute menu or execute function, you always get the one variable that is called the row count. This row count is useful to know how many record has been added, inserted, or deleted from the query. So now let's go ahead and run the program. You can see here we are getting the three output for the row count. This basically means the three record has been inserted. Now let me go ahead and open the MySQL workbench. Now let me say select star from books. Now let me run the query. So you can see here the new three books has been added into the table with the current date and time for the record edit and the record update. So usually execute many function, you can insert the more than one record into the database. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. Before we proceed further, I just want to highlight one thing that for the scores purpose, I have added many records in the books table using the insert queries from the MySQL workbench. You can find this query from the course material. So let me go ahead and see the data into the table now. So we will say select star from books. You can see here now we have many records here. If you want to do the hands-on the further video, then you can run these queries. You can get the all this query from the course material. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to use the where class in Python. To suppose if you want to retrieve all the books which are published in year 2000, then we can simply say query equal to select star from books where publication year equal to 2000. Now let us run this query. We will say cursor dot execute, and we will pass the query as an argument. Now let me print the result. So we will say for data in cursor, let's print the data. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are able to see these are the 5 books available in our databases, which where the publication year is 2000. But if you see here, we are getting the tuple here. And suppose if I want to know which column is book ID, which column is the year and all those, then we cannot find it from here. Better that we should get the data in the dictionary format. For that, we will update this statement, and in the cnx.cursor, we will say dictionary equal to true. Now let me run the program. So now you can see here, instead of getting the tuples, now we are getting the dictionary here, and you can see here we are getting the column name also. Suppose I am not interested in all these columns, and instead of that I am just interested in the name and the author, then I can simply say select name and the author. Now let me run the program. So now you can see here we are only getting the name of the book and the author. We are not getting all this additional data. Now suppose if I want to get the list of all the books in which we have the Harry name. So for that we can use the like command. We can simply say select name and author from books where name like. Now here we will say percentage Harry percentage. So what this mean that I am looking for any book who has Harry in between. So anything before I'm okay with the Harry word and anything after with the Harry I'm okay with that. Now let me run this program. You can see here we are getting all the books in which we have the Harry word, Harry Potter and Goblet of Fire, Harry Potter and Philosopher's Stones and all those. So using this where class you can filter your data. So if you want the data in the list format, you can remove the dictionary equal to true from here. But if you want to data with the column name and all, then you should put the dictionary equal to true. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to use the order by statement in the MySQL and what is the use of that. So you can see here in this program, I have put the query select star from books. So now let me run the program. You can see here I'm getting the data in the order in which we have inserted the record. But suppose I am not interested in this order. I want to sort our data by the year. So for that I can simply say select star from books order by. Also let me just get the data like a name, author and year. Name, author and the publication year, and here I will say order by the publication year. Now let me run the query. You can see here now we are getting the data in order by the year. So we are getting from 1304 to 1788, and at the end we have the books from the 2018. But now suppose if I want to reverse the order, I want the latest book should be come first and the oldest book should be at the bottom of the list, then I can simply say DESC at the end, which basically I want the data in the descending order. Now let me run the program. Now you can see here the 1304 is at the end of the list, and at the top we are getting the latest book that is in the 2018. Also remember one thing, it is possible to to put the multiple column in the order list. If you see here in 2012 we have the four books, but now suppose if I want that if two books had the same year, then I want to do the order by the book name, then I can simply say order by publication year descending order, and after that the sorting should have happened on the name. Now let me run this program. Now let me go above. Now you can see here we had the four book in 2012, and now in that 2012 the books are sorted by the book name. So 50 Shades Darker come first, then we have the Gone Girl, and then we have the Me Before You. So it is possible to add the multiple order by statement. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to use the group by statement. Suppose if you want to try to find out that how many books we have for each author, then basically we have to group by the books. In that case, we can simply say query equal to select. I will say author, and then I will say count star. So basically, I want to know how many rows we have for each author in our database. Select author count star from books, and now we will say group by author. This now let me run this query. I will say cursor dot execute query for data in cursor print data. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the output that for in our database J.K. Rowling has 8 books, Paulo Coelho had 2 books, Charles Dickens had 2 books and all those. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to delete the records from the table. So suppose if I want to delete all the records from the table where the publication year is less than 1500, then we can simply say query equal to delete from books where publication year less than 1500. Now I will run the query. I will say cursor dot execute query. Now, as I mentioned, as we are updating the database here, we have to commit the transaction. We will say cnx dot commit, and also let me try to print the number of record which has been deleted. For that, I can simply say print cursor dot row count. So now let me run the program. You can see here we're getting the output as 1. So basically there was one record which was deleted from the database. Now let's go ahead and open the MySQL workbench. I will just select star from book. Now let me do sorting. You can see here we don't have any book which was before the year 1500. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. So till now, in all the Python programs, we have write the SQL query directly inside the Python program. But that is not the how you should do into the production. You should not write the SQL query inside the Python program. You should normally use the functions or store procedures, and you should write the all this SQL query logic into the store procedure. The reason is that suppose if you are making any changes in the future, and you are suppose if you are using this code into the multiple application, then each and every application has to make the changes. But suppose if you are using the store procedure, then you have to make changes only at the one position. So suppose now if you can see here we have created one store procedure to get the list of books for the specific year. So basically we have created one store procedure get book by year, and in that we are passing the year as the input. And now have written the query select star from books where publication year equal to year. So this store procedure will return the books for a specific year. Now let's go ahead and see how we can call this store procedure from the Python program. Now we can say cursor dot call proc, and then basically we have to provide the store procedure name, that is the get books by year, and then basically we have to pass the parameters which will pass in through the list. So we can say something like 2000 comma the square bracket. Now whenever you execute this store procedure, normally you get the data into the set of the cursor. So we can say for data in cursor dot store results, and then we'll say print data dot fetch all. Now let me run the program. So now you can see here we are getting all the books from the year 2000. So you can see here in this program we haven't written any logic inside the Python program, and instead of that basically we have written the logic at the MySQL server side. So basically we are segregating the application layer from the database layer. So always avoid to write the query inside the your Python program, and instead of that you can use the MySQL store procedure or function. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to use the set and offset to implement the pagination. So suppose if I want to see all the books which are published after the year 2000, then I can simply say select start from book where publication year is greater than 2000. Now let me run this program. You can see here we are getting so many records, but I don't want to retrieve all the record in one go. So you must have seen in a lot of sites we have the pagination. So suppose I want to retrieve only the first 5 books from here, then I can simply say limit 5. Now if you let me run the program, so you can see here I am just getting the 5 rows here which were published after the year 2000. But suppose now I want to retrieve the next 5 books from the list, then I can simply say offset 5. You can see here till now here we are showing the all the document where the book ID 55. Now if I run this program, so now you can see here we are getting the books which are after the book ID 55. So similarly you can implement the pagination. So next time you can say I want the next 5 books, so you can say the offset equal to 10. Now if you run here, you can see here you will get the books after the book ID 73. So using the limit and offset, you can implement the pagination on your website or on your application. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the random numbers. So first we have to import the random package. We will say import random. Now suppose if you want to generate one random number, then you can simply say print random dot random. Now let me run this program. You can see here we are getting something like 0.30. So basically random function generate the random number between 0 and 1. Now let me say print again. Now let me run this program. So you can see here we are getting all these random numbers. But now let me set the seed. So now you must be wondering what is the seed here. So let me show you something. So I will say random dot seed and I will say 1. Now let me run the program. You can see here the first number 0.13, the second number is 0.84. Now let me run this program again. You can see here now we are getting the same output. Now if I remove this one from here and now if I try to run this program, you can see we are getting 4575. Now let me run the program again. We are getting 0.02 and 0.30. So if I remove the seed number, then we keep getting the different random numbers every time. But with this seed, we are getting the same random numbers again and again. So you guys must be wondering why we need this seed. Because so remember one thing, the seed number is very, very, very important. If you're trying to generate the same random number across the devices. For example, if you have created one multiplayer game, and in that game suppose you are two players are playing the quiz simultaneously and you want to generate the one quiz at the runtime, and in that the person will get the question randomly. Now what you want that the both players should get the same question, and the same time the question should be random. In that scenario you can pass the game id to both the devices, and you can pass the game id as an argument to seed function. In that scenario, the both player will get the same random number and both player will get the same question. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding about the seed and the how to generate the random numbers. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video, we have seen how to generate the random numbers. But in that scenario, the output was the float number from ranging from 0 to 1. But suppose if I want to generate the integer number between some range, then I can simply say random dot rand int, and then you can provide the your range. You can say I want to generate the number from 1 to 5. Now let me print this multiple times. I will say now let me run the program. You can see here we are getting the number between 1 to 5 randomly. Now let me run the program again. You can see here we are getting 4, 5, 3, 3, 4, 4, and all those. So as soon as I'm running the program, we are getting the different numbers for the random number. But as I mentioned earlier, it is possible to generate the same random numbers again and again using the seed. So suppose if I say random dot seed 1, remember one thing, you can pass anything, but suppose if you change the seed value, then you will get the different random numbers. Now let me run the program. You can see here I'm getting the output like 25131. Now let me run the program again. You can see here we are getting the same sequence again and again because we have set the C seed. So in this video we have seen how to generate the integer random number and how we can use the seed to generate the same sequence of random integer number. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video we have seen how to generate the integer random number. In this video we will learn about the range function. Random range function is similarly like the integer function. The only difference is that it is possible to provide the step value here also. So we have seen how the step value works in the string and the list. So similarly, we can provide the step value here also. So let me first import the random package. Now I will say print random dot range. Now here we are going to provide the start. I will say start equal to 1, stop equal to 100. Now let me run the program. You can see here we have got the one random number here. Now let me print this statement multiple times. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the random numbers. So now what will I do? I will provide the step value also. So I will say step equal to 2. So in this scenario, basically I am saying to skip the alternate number between the stop and start. So this will start from the 1, then I am saying skip the value 2 and go to 3. So basically here we will see get all the odd random numbers. Let me print the random numbers here. Now let me run the program. We can see here we are getting all the odd random numbers. So similarly, suppose if you want to get all the even numbers, then we can simply say start equal to 2. So I change the start equal to 2. Now let me run the program. We can see here now we are getting all the even random numbers. So similarly, you can change the step value from 2 to 3 depending on your requirement. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the choice function available in the random library. So till now we have seen how to generate the random numbers, like how to generate the random number between 0 and 1, or how to generate the random number in the range. But suppose you already have some list of the elements. Suppose you have someone list where the elements are like 10, 12, 13, 14, and suppose you want to choose one item from that list or from the tuple, then you have to use the choice option. So for example, I can say something like print random dot twice. Now I will provide the list as the input. I will say 10, 12, 14, 16. Now let me run this program. You can see here I'm getting the one number randomly from this list. So if I try to print this again, now let me run the program. You can see here every time I'm getting the one number from this list. So similarly, we can pass the tuple here. Let me change the numbers. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are getting the random number from the tuple. Let's see what will happen if I pass the string here. Random dot choice. I will pass the string like Python. Now let me run the program. So we can see here we are getting the one character randomly from the string. So using the choice function, you can select the random number from the list, tuple, or from the string. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the shuffle function available in the random package. So remember one thing, shuffle package works only on the list. So let's go and see what will happen if I try to use the shuffle function. So suppose if we have the list like x equal to 10, 89, 97, 16, 234, 12, 1000. Now let me say random dot shuffle. I will pass the x as the input. Now I will say print x. So you can see here we are getting the list which had the same element but their order had been changed. So shuffle function basically shuffle the order of the elements present in the list. So if you want to try to change the order of some of the elements in the list, then you can directly use the shuffle function. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. Welcome to the world of object oriented programming. So till now, whatever we had done in the Python, basically we had done using the procedure programming. But remember, the Python is basically the object-oriented programming. Everything in Python are in form of classes and objects. So every object has their own properties and their own method. So for example, if I say a person as object, then the person can have properties like first name, last name, age, address, and all those. And it can have function like eat, sleep, and all those. Similarly, suppose if I say that we have the vector class, then they can have the properties like x, y, z, axis, and all those. And similarly, they can have the methods like addition of vectors, subtraction of vectors, and all those. So remember one thing: everything in Python are object which have their own properties and methods, and the classes are like their blueprint where we define all those properties and methods. So let's go ahead and see how to declare the class. So suppose if we are creating the class person, we will say something like class person, and it is always a standard practice to use the camel case for the class name. So we will say class person. So meanwhile I will say pass here. So I will not describe the methods and property at this moment. Now we will create a object of this class. I will say person1 equal to person. So using the empty bracket, I will assign the this class. Now let me print the person one here, and also let me print the type of person one. Now let me go ahead and run the program. So you can see here we are able to create the object person one whose type is class person. So in this video we have seen how to define the class and how to create the object from the class. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video we have seen how to define the class and how to create the object of the class. But suppose I want to assign some value to this object, like I want to assign the name to the person and the age, then we can create a constructor here. So you must guys must be wondering what is the constructor. So constructor is the function which automatically gets called whenever you create the object. So suppose if I want to pass the name like Mike and age is 20. So now we have to create one function here. The function name is always standard. We have to say underscore underscore init underscore underscore. And now the first variable will be always the safe. The self is basically the reference to the same object here. So we will pass the name and age. And now we will say self dot name equal to name and self dot age equal to age. Basically, now we have created two variable for this class just called the instance variable, the name and age, and we are assigning these values through the constructor. So now let me go ahead and run this program. So you can see here everything working fine now. Now suppose if I say print person1 dot name, print person1 dot age. Now let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to see the name as Mike and age is 20. Now let me go ahead and let me create one more person. I will say person 2. I will assign the value as John and age is 25. Now let me go ahead and print the name and age of person 2 here. So now you can see here now we have created a second object and we assign that object with the value John and age 25, and now we are able to print their values. So in this video we have seen how to create the constructor and how to assign the values to the instance variable and how to print the value of the attributes. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video we have seen how to create the instance variable which are specific to the objects. But suppose if I want to create the variable which are not specific to object but which are at the class level. For suppose if I want to track the number of objects I had created till now, for that we have to create the a counter at the class level. So in this video we will see how to create the class variable. For the class variable we have to define at the class level. So we will say count equal to 0 here. So basically now we have declared the a variable, the class variable count, and we have assigned the value equal to 0 because we haven't created any object till now. So whenever we create any object, so basically we will call the constructor, and inside the constructor we will increase the value by 1. But now we cannot simply say count plus 1 equal to here because we will get the error that this count is not defined because within this function this count variable is not visible, but to access this variable we have to use the class name. So we will say person dot count plus equal to 1. So basically we are increasing the count of this variable using the class name. Now let's go ahead and try to print the value of this. So here we will say print person dot count. Now let me run the program. So you can see here, let me try to print the count before that also. Let me run the program again. So you can see here initially the count variable value was 0, then we created the first object person 1, then it increased the value by 1, then we created the next object John and it increased the value by 1. So hopefully you guys had got the basic understanding of the class variable and the instance variable. So in this class, the count is the class variable because this is at the class level, and the name and the age are at the instance variable. So each and every object has different name and age, but each and every object had the same count variable. And to access the class variable, we have to use the class name. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to define the class methods. So suppose if we want to create a function which will greet the person, so let me go and create a function. I will say define greet, and now I will say print have a good day, and I will pass the self dot name. Now let me go ahead and let me call this function for the person one. I will say person one dot greet. Now let me run the program. You can see here whenever I call this function have a good day for on the person one object, I'm getting the have a good day mic because by default this function was running for the this instance of the class. So similarly, suppose if I say person two dot greet. Now let me run the program. You can see here for person two dot greet, I'm getting the message have a good day, John. So always remember by default whenever you call the function, it take the instance of the object. So basically based on the instance of the class, it will retrieve the data of the instance variable and it display the value to the user. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the class inheritance. So in the previous video, we had created the class person which had the properties like name and the age. Now suppose if I want to create a class student which had the properties like name, age, the grade in which it is studying and the marks. So instead of rewriting the complete class again, we can use the person class. So basically the student class can inherit the properties from the person class and it can add its own properties and the method. So to handle that, we can simply say class student, and then we will pass the person as the base class. So basically here the student is the super class because it is inheriting the properties from the person, and the person is basically the base class. Now let's go ahead and let me create the constructor for student class. So I will say something like init self name age grade marks. Now remember that we are inheriting the name and age from the person class. So we should basically call the constructor of the person class to initiate the value. So we can simply say super dot init, and then we will pass the name and age. So so as soon as we say super, it basically we are saying that we need to call the init function from the base class. Now we will say, now basically we had to create the instance variable for this class. So we will say self dot grade equal to grade, self dot marks equal to marks, Now let me create a object of type student. So I will say student one, and I will create a class for student. I will say John, and I will say age is 20, grade is 13, and let me say mark is 80. Now let me go ahead and let me try to print the value of the age. I will say student one dot get age. Now let me run the program. Let me put the print statement. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are able to get the value 20. Now if you see here, this get age function is not available inside the student class, but it is available in the person class. But now this student class is inheriting all the properties and methods from the person class. So it is possible to call this function using the instance of student one. So similarly, we can say get name. Now let me run the program. You can see here we're getting the name John. Now basically we had to create the getter and setter for this class. So because we have created properties like grade and marks, so we will create the getter and setter here. We will say grade, grade. Similarly, we will do this for the marks. So now let me try to print the marks and the grade also. So I will say get grade, get marks. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are able to print the value of grade and marks. But not let's go and see that what will happen if we try to call this function get grade and get marks on the person object. So if I say print person one dot get marks, let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the error that person object had no attribute get marks because person one is the base class. So it is not inheriting the properties from the superclass. But for the student one, even though we haven't created any function get age and get name, we were able to call that function because student one is the superclass here. So it has inherited all the properties and methods from the person class. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of the inheritance. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the polymorphism. See, polymorphism is basically the ability to take the different forms. No, You guys must be wondering what that means. So let's go over it. So this is the example from the last video where we have learned about the inheritance. Now if you see here, we have the two objects. One is the person object and one is the student object. Now let me try to call the greet function. I will say person1 dot greet, and same time if I let me say student1 dot greet. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are getting the output like have a good day Mike and have a good day John, because in this scenario we only have the greet function available inside the person class. Now suppose if I'm creating a similar function inside the student class. Now I will say have a good day. So basically I will try to print the name and the grade of the student. I will say day. I think you are studying in class, and then I will use the format function. Now here I will say self dot get name, self dot get grade. Now let me go wait and run the program. So you can see here, now we are getting the different message here. So what is happening here, that for the person class this function was getting called, and for the student class this function is getting called. So what basically we have done, that basically we have created the function with the same name into classes, and now based on the type of the object it is the different function is getting called. So this is called the polymorphism. So it basically deciding that which function I need to call at the runtime. This is also called the function overriding. So because basically we are overriding the functionality here. Earlier this function was getting called, but now for the class student this function will be gets called. So this is called the polymorphism, and the same time this is also called the function overriding here. So hopefully you guys understand what is the polymorphism. So remember, you need to implement the polymorphism in case if you want to implement the different functionality for the superclass. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the operator overloading. Before we understand what is the operator overloading, let's go over it and create a vector class. So I will say class vector. Let me create a constructor. I will say init. Let me pass the variable x, y, z, x, y, and z. I'll say self dot x equal to x, self dot y, self dot y equal to y, and self dot z equal to z. Now let me go away and display the vector. I will say define print x equal to y equal to and z equal to. Now let me use the format function. I will pass the x, y, z value. Self dot x, self dot y, and self dot z. Now let's go wait and let me create two variable, I will say vector 1 equal to vector 2, 3, 4, vector 2 equal to vector 5, 6, 7. Now let me print the values. I will say vector 1 dot print, vector 2 dot print. Now let's go ahead and run this program. You can see here we are able to print the x, y, and z coordinate of vector 1 and 2. Now suppose I want to add these two vector and assign the value back to the vector 3. So if I say vector 3 equal to vector 1 plus vector 2. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the error unsupported operand type for plus vector and vector. So basically the Python program is unable to understand that what should he do for this plus sign. Python program had no idea that we want to add to object as a vector. So to handle this scenario, we have to use the operator overloading. So we have already seen the operator overloading in the past. So suppose if I am trying to add two complex number, then the Python is basically adding the two complex number. But if I'm using the plus sign between the two integer, then the Python is adding two element as integer. Similarly, when we are trying to use the plus sign with the string, then basically Python is doing the concatenation. So we have seen that Python is handling the plus sign differently for the different type of object. So now suppose if we want to implement this plus sign for our class, then we have to implement that functionality. So let me show you something. So you can see here, if you want to implement the plus sign, then basically we have to create the underscore underscore add underscore underscore function. So you can see here Python has provided the different function for the different type of expression. So suppose if you want to do the subtraction of the two vector, then you have to increment the underscore underscore sub underscore underscore function. And similarly for the multiplication, division, module operation, and all those operations. So let's go ahead and create the underscore underscore add underscore underscore function in our class. So I will say define underscore underscore add underscore. You can see here now we are getting the two variable here. One is the self and another is the other. So basically, if I say vector 1 plus vector 2, then the vector 1 become the self and the vector 2 become the other. So I will say x equal to self dot x plus other dot x, y equal to self dot y equal to plus other dot y, and similarly z equal to self dot z plus other dot z. Now I will return the vector object uh, whose value will be x, y, and z. Now here we'll say print vector 3. Now let's go wait and run the program. Sorry, we have to call the print function. So we'll say vector 3 dot print. Now let's go ahead. We can see here now we are able to call the plus operator and we are getting the new vector here. You can see here the x value is 7, the 2 plus 5 equal to 7, the y value 3 and plus 6, and for z this 4 plus 7. So now we are able to add the two vectors. So similarly, suppose if I want to subtract the two vector. So if I say vector 4 equal to vector 1 minus vector 2, now you can see again we will get the error now. You can see here that this is the unsupported. So basically we will again similarly create the function for the subtraction. So we can say something like, and now we will say, now instead of add we will say sub here, and now we will instead of plus we will say minus. Now let's go wait and try to print the vector 4. You can see here now we are able to print the vector 4 also. So you can see here how we can use the predefined function like underscore underscore add underscore underscore sub underscore underscore to implement the operator overloading. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of the operator overloading now. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last video we have seen what is the multi-level inheritance. In that we have seen that the student class inherited from the person class, and then the graduate class inherited from the student class. So basically we have the hierarchy of the person, student and the graduate class. Now in this video we will see what is the multiple inheritance. So suppose if we have the one class A and we have the another independent class B. So suppose there are no relationship between the class A and the class B. But suppose if you want to create a class C which inherited from the both class A and class B, then that is called the multiple inheritance, because now this class C will get all the property from the class A and the class B, but the class A and class B are not related. So if you can see here, this is the class person where we have the name and the age. Now suppose we have one another class, the hobby. Okay. Now suppose we are creating the class the hobby like somebody like the guitar or piano and all those. So we will say class hobby. Remember the class hobby will not inherit from anything. That is the independent class. So we will say define init, and then we will say self dot, we will create one property, the what is the your hobby type. So we will say underscore type, and we will pass the type here equal to type. Now let me go over and create the getter and setter for this variable. So we will say, so now we have created the setter and getter method for the class hobby. Now suppose we want to create a class art group. Now this art group basically own the property from both the class hobby and the person. So basically the class art group will inherit the property from both the classes. So we will say something like class art group. Now we will create a constructor here, init self. And one more important thing, now we have to define the classes which this class will inherit. So we will say person and we will say hobby. Now we will say I will pass the parameter here. This the property of this R group will be name, age, hobby type, and we will create one more variable, the experience. Now we will basically call the constructor from the person class. So we will say person dot init. Now we will say name int age. Similarly, we will call the constructor from the hobby class. So we will say hobby. So remember one thing, we cannot use the super function here because super will not be able to define that we need to call the which class because we are inheriting from the multiple classes here. So we say hobby dot init self type, and now we will create the one more variable, that is the instance variable for the class R group, that is the experience. So we will say self dot experience equal to experience. Now let's go ahead and create an object for this class. We will say art group 1 equal to art group. Let me say name is John, age is 20, and he likes piano. Experience, suppose he likes playing the piano from 2 years, so we'll say 2 here. Now let's go ahead and run the program. You can see here we are not getting any error. Now let's go ahead and print the name. We will say art group 1 dot get name. At the same time, we will try to print the hobby type. We will say get type. Now let me run the program. So you can see here this get num function is basically in the person class, and this piano function get type function is basically in the hobby class. As R group class is inherited from the both the classes, we are able to call the function of both of these class. Now let's go ahead and create the getter and setter for the experience. So we will say now let me try to print the experience here. Now let me run the program. So you can see here, basically we are able to call the functions from the class person, class hobby, and as well as the from the class art group. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of the multiple inheritance, and you should be able to understand what is the difference between the multiple inheritance and the multi-level inheritance. So remember one thing, when we say the class C is inherited from the class B and the class B is inherited from the class A, then that is the multi-level inheritance. But when we say the class C is inherited from the class B and class A, but there is no relationship between the class A and B, then that is called the multiple inheritance. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will learn about the multi-level inheritance. So in the previous video, we have seen how to use the inheritance to create a class like student from the person, where the student class inherited all the properties from the person, including the methods and all those. Now suppose if I want to create a class which own all the property of the student. So now suppose if I want to create a class for the graduated students, I want to the name of the class will be graduate. Now with this class own all the property from the student, and it has own property like graduation year. So let's go away and see how to do that. I will say class graduate. Now I will pass the student here. So I'm basically saying that so basically here we are saying that we are creating the class graduate which inherited from the class student. So now you can see here the student class is inherited from the base class person, and now this graduate class is inherited from the student. So basically we are creating the multi-level inheritance. So at the top level we have the person class, then at the level 2 we have the student class, and at the level 3 we have the graduate class. So now the graduate class will own all the properties like name, marks, grade, age, and now graduate class can have his own property. So I will say something. So let's go wait and first create the constructor here. So we will say define underscore underscore init. So now we will pass all the variables like name, age, marks, and we will add one more variable graduation year. Now basically we will call the constructor of the student class. So we will say super dot init, and now we will pass the first four variable there. Remember because student is remember because student class doesn't own the graduation year. So and here we will say this dot graduation year equal to graduation year. Sorry, we have to use self here. So what will actually happen here that this function is calling the constructor of the student class, and then student class is calling the constructor of the person class. So basically we have the hierarchy of the constructor function here. Let's go wait and create the setter and getter function. So now we will say, so we have created the setter and getter function for the graduation year now. Now let's go wait and create the object here. We will say graduate1 equal to graduate. Now we will pass the value here. We will say Chris, the name, age is 21. I will say grade is 15, marks is 70, and the graduation year is 2020. Now let's go wait and let's try to print the name of the graduate. I will say print graduate1 dot get name, and same time let me print the marks and the graduation year. Get marks, and then let me try to print the date graduation year. Now let's go ahead and run the program. We can see here we are able to get the value like Chris 70 and 2020, but we can see here this get name function got called from the base class person, and this gate marks function got called from the student, and this gate graduation year function got called from the graduate. So you can see here we are able to call the function from the student and as well as the person because we have implemented the multi-level inheritance here. So this class graduate inherited all the function from the student and as well as from the person class. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding of the multi-level inheritance and how the constructor gets called and how we can use the functions from the different base classes. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see what are the Python iterators. So suppose if I have the list like x equal to 2, 3, 5, 7, 10. So we have seen that we have done the iteration using the for loop. Like we have something said like a for data in x, print data. Now let me go ahead and run the program. You can see here we are able to print the value here. But now suppose if we want to create our own iterator, in Python we had the predefined function iter. Now here we will provide the x as the argument. So remember we can provide only the iteratable argument. We can provide the list or the tuple or say something. We cannot provide the integer or something as an argument here. Now once we create the iterator, so now suppose if I want to read the first value from our iterator, I will simply say print next and I will pass the iterator here. Now let me run the program. You can see here the output is 2 because this is the first element in the list. So similarly if I say next iterator again, then we will get the next element from the list. You can see here the first time we got the value 2, next time we got the value 3, and similarly there is one alternative way to get the element from the iterator. For that we can simply say print iterator dot next. Let's go ahead and print here. Let's go ahead and let me try to print this statement 3 to 4 more times more. You can see here we are able to print the first 5 value because this x contain only 5 element 2, 3, 5, 7, 10. But when we try to read the sixth element, we got the stop iteration exception. So we can use the stop iteration exception to terminate the execution to read further from the iterator. So in this video, we have seen how to use the iterator to read the iterable object like list and tuples and all. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to create the custom iterator. So suppose if I want to create an iterator which will return me the odd numbers. So let's go ahead and see how to do that. So remember one thing, for creation of any custom iterator, you first have to define the two function. One is the underscore underscore iter for the iteration, and the next one is the underscore underscore next underscore underscore. So let's go ahead and let me create one class. I will say class odd number. Now let me define two function underscore underscore iter and we have to one create another function underscore underscore next. So iter function gets called as soon as you create the iterator. So as soon as you create the instance of the iterator object, this function will get be called. So here we can initialize the value. So suppose as I mentioned that we are creating the iterator which will return me the odd number. So here we can say self dot number. So here we will define the first number, and the next function it basically get called as soon as we ask for the number. So here we will first say this number into the x. I will say x equal to self dot number, and then I will increase the value of sales dot number by 2. So you guys must be wondering why I'm increasing the value first and then returning, because remember the first number we want as 1. So if I increase the value by 2 first, then we will get the first number as 3, not the 1. Then I will say here return self dot number. Now let's go ahead and let me create an object of this class. I will say iterator equal to odd number. So now I will say for data in iterator print data. Now let me go ahead and run this program. So you can see here we are getting the error that iterator function return non-iterator of type non-type. The reason is simple. If you see here in the iterator function, we haven't written anything. So we will say return self here. Now let's go ahead and let me run the program. So now you can see here we have created the indefinite iterator which is creating the odd number. Let me terminate the program. So you can see here till now the program generated the odd number till 167k. But suppose if I want to set the some max limit, so I don't want to generate the odd number beyond the 100, then we can pass this the max number from the initialization of the function. So from this odd number we can pass the limit here, but now we have to create the constructor here, because in the constructor we can set the limit. So now we will create the constructor here. We will say div underscore underscore init, and now we will create the variable max here. Now I will say self dot max equal to max, and here you can see we have passed the 100 as max number here. Now here we will check. So here we will say if self dot number greater than self dot max, then we will throw the error. We will say reach top iteration, but else we will print the numbers. So we will put this block inside the else statement. Now let me go wait and run the program. So you can see here now we are able to generate the numbers from 3 to 101, because we are printing the self dot number here, but we have to print the x here. Now let me go ahead and the program. You can see here now we are able to generate the random number from 1 to 99. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In the last section we have seen how to create the iterators and all those. So similarly, like iterators, we have the generators in the Python. So you guys must be wondering what is the difference between iterator and generator. So basically whatever we can do in the iterator, we can do in the generator also. But generators are much more easier to create, and they also use very less memory compared to generator. Specifically in the cases where we have to generate the infinite sequence, it will always be better to use the generators. So let me go ahead and create a basic generator. Then you guys must get an idea what is the difference between the iterator and generator. So let me create a function here. I will say define generator, and I will initiate the number equal to 1. Now what I will do, I will say yield here, and I will pass the number. Now I will increase the number by 1, and then again I will yield the number. So remember one thing, in the generator we have to use the yield. So how the yield is used in the generator, that we will see in the next few minutes. So again I will say number here. Now again I will increase the number by 1. Let me go and increase the number by 2 here. Now I will say yield number. Now basically I will create a reference to this generator. I will say A equal to generator. Now let's go ahead and let me print next A. So you can see here we are able to print the one here. This printed one is basically this yield. So what is happening here, that as soon as we created the generator object and I say next, then basically this generator function got executed and this basically return the first yield from the function. Now let me go away and let me say print next A again and again. Now let me run the program. We can see here the first time we got the 1, the second time we got 2, and then we got 4. So what actually happened here, that the first time when we call the next A, this generator printed this number and it returns the output of the first yield statement, and that time the number was 1. Now when we call the next A, this generator didn't execute it from here, it started from the here. So remember one thing, generator remember the state. So next time when we call the this next A statement, the generator started the executing from the here and not from the beginning. So that time it increased the number by 1 and it returned the value equal to 2. And the third time when we call the next A, then that time generator started executing further and increase the value by 2 and return the 4. So remember one very important thing, the generator remember the state of the function including the values of the variable. Now let's go away and try to print the next again. Now if you see here in the above program we only had the 3 yield statement, and here we are printing the 4 next statement. So let's look, basically for this next statement there is no yield statement available. So let's go away and run the program. So you can see here we got the output 1, 2, 4, and then we got the stop iteration error because there was no yield statement available for this next A. Now let's go away and see how the for loop will work in the generator. So instead of seeing all this, so let me remove this statement. So let me comment out the statement. So let me say for data in A, print data. We can see here we're getting the value 1, 2, 4. So remember one thing, whenever you're using the for loop or the while loop and you're trying to put the generator, it automatically handle the stop iteration and it automatically stop the execution as soon as it gets the stop iteration exception. So you can see here the generators are much more powerful than an iterator because they remember the state. It is much more easier to write the generator because you don't have to write the multiple function like underscore underscore iterator underscore underscore next and all those. And also generators doesn't require much of the memory to generate the infinite sequence. So in case if you want to create any infinite sequence, then you should go for the generators instead of the iterators. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to generate the infinite sequence of odd numbers using the generators. So let's go away. So here we will say define generator. So we will initialize the value with the 1. We'll say a equal to 1. Now let's go away and create the infinite loop here. We will say while true. Now let me yield the a because we want to return the a here, and the next time we will increase the value by 2 because next time we want to send the 3. So we will say a plus a equal to 2. Now let's go wait and create an instance to the generator. So we will say generator equal to generator. Now let's go wait and run the while loop. It will run indefinitely, and this will basically fetch the value from the generator. So we will say while true, and here we will say print next, and then we will pass the reference of generator here. So we will pass the gen here, which is the instance variable of this generator. Now let's go wait and run the program. So you can see here we are able to generate the infinite sequence of the odd number, and if you can see here we have written much less code compared to iterator, where we define the function like iterator and the next and all those. And here we had done the same thing using just a 2 or 3 line of the code. And also if you can see here, the my screen is not getting freeze or my ID is not getting freeze because generator is not saving all this old value in the memory. It is just saving the state of the function. It is just saving the state like what is the value of a and what is the last statement it's executed in the function. Now let me terminate the program. So like in the case of iterator, we were able to set the max value. We can do the same thing here. So we can pass the max value here, and let me set the here. Let me set the max value in the function. Now I will say, and now I will say while a less than or equal to max. So while AR is less than or equal to max, we will return the value. Now instead of for loop, we will use the for loop. We will say for data in, then print data. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are able to print the value from 1 to 99. So hopefully you guys have got the basic understanding how to create the infinite sequence and the finite sequence using the generators. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to calculate the number of digits in a number. So suppose if I have a number equal to 3, 4, 5, then basically I want to print the 12 because the 3 plus 4 equal to 5 equal to 12. Similarly, suppose if the number is 956, then I want to print the 20 because the 9 plus 5 plus 6 equal to 20 here. What we will do basically here, that we will run the loop on this number, and in every loop we will divide the number by 10, and we will find at the same time we will find the modulo by 10. So in the first time when we will use the modulo operator, when we say 956 modulo 10, we will get the first number at 6 here, and then at the same time basically we will divide this number by 10. So basically we have the number remaining is 95, and in the next loop we will again find the modulo 10, and then we will basically get the 5 here, and we will add this 5 into the 6. So now the sum is 11, and the number remaining is 9. So now again when we will use the modulo operator 9, we will get 9 at the output. We will add 9 into the 11, so the output is 20. And now when we will divide this number by 10, we will get the integer part at 0. So now we will terminate the program. So basically we have to run the loop on the number until the number becomes 0. So and in each and every loop we will find the modulo, we will add that modulo into the sum, and the same time basically we will divide the number by 10. So let's go wide and then write the program. So we will say define calculate sum. Now let me pass the number here, and now let me initialize the sum equal to 0. Now I will say while number is greater than 0, we will basically use the modulo operator. So we will say modulo equal to number percentage operation 10. Now we will sum this with the modulo. So we say sum equal to sum plus modulo, and at the same time we will divide the number by 10. So we will say number divided by number 10. But remember one thing, we only take the part integer part. So we will apply the integer operation here. We are not interested into the float part. So that's all here. Now let me call this function. So suppose I size a number equal to 456. Let me call the function calculate sum. Let me return the sum here. I will say print calculate sum, then I will pass the number. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the output at 15 because the 4 plus 5 plus 6 is the 15 here. Now suppose if I pass the number as 834, then the output should be 15 again. Let me run the program. So we are again getting the 15 here. Now let me pass some bigger number 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. So the output here should be 45. You can see here we are getting the correct output here. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to find the median of the list. Before we proceed for the implementation, let's understand what is the median. So median is basically the element which is present at the center of the list when we sort the array or list. So suppose if you have the numbers like 3, 5, 96, 45, 30, and 40. Now if you arrange this number in ascending order, then we will get something like 3, 5, 6, 30, 40, 45, and the 90. In this scenario, the median will be 30 because the 30 is at the middle of the list. So in case of the odd number of the element in the list, the median will be the element which is at the middle of the list. But in case of the even number of the element in the list, the median will be the average of the middle two elements. So let's go away and see how to calculate the median now. So I will say define median, and I will pass the list here as input. Well, now let me say x equal to 10, 15, 4, 18, 30, 100, and 50. So first what we will do, first we will basically sort the list. So we will say input dot sort. So let's go ahead and let me print the sorted array. Now I will say median x. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are able to sort the list. Now if you see here, the 18 is at the middle of the list. So now we will first check the length of the list. So what we will say, if length of input mod 2 equal to 1. So basically we are here saying that if the list has the odd number of element, then we have to return the element which is present in the middle of the list. So we will say return input length of input divided by 2. So now let me say output equal to median of x on m, and let me now print the output here. Now let me run this program. So you can see here we're getting the correct output because 18 is at the middle of the list. But till now we have handled if the length each odd number. Now let's go ahead and implement what if the list contain the even number of elements. Now I will say else. Now let me add this number here. I will say 40 here. Then in this scenario we have to sum of the element which are at the index 3 and 4. So we will say return, and then we will sum here. We will say -1 here, and then we have to divide by 2. So basically we have to find the average of the two numbers. Now let's go ahead and let me run this program. Now let me print this array again. I will just print input. So you can see here we have the two number 18 and 30 at the middle of the list, and basically we are finding the average of these two numbers. So the 30 plus 18 is 48, and the average will be 24. Now let me remove this print statement. So you can see here in this program we have implemented to calculate the median. So in case if the list contains the odd number element, then we are returning the element which is present at the middle of the list. But if list contains the even number of element, then basically we are finding the average of two number which are present at the middle of the list. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to find out the nth largest element in the list. So suppose if you have the list like x equal to 45, 67, 12, 100, 13. As you can see here in this list, the 100 is the largest element, and then the 61 is the second largest element. So suppose if I want to find out the second largest element, then this function should return the 67. And if I say I want to find the third largest element, then I should get the output as 45. And remember one thing, if person pass the 1, then we will see in the largest element 100. So let's go ahead and see how to implement that. So basically we will create a one function here, define largest, and now in this we will pass the list and we will say number. So basically the number is basically the which nth largest number you want to find out. So let's go ahead. So first thing we have to do is basically this sort this array in ascending order. So we will say x dot sort. Now when we sort this array, if you then basically the 100 will go at the last position. So basically now we have to do the reverse of the array so that the 100 should come at the first position. So we will do something like x equal to x minus minus 1. So basically we will use the range function, and we will pass the -1 as step function to reverse the array. So now suppose if you want to get the second largest number, then the value of number is the 2. But remember, the second largest number in the list is at the index 1. So we will say here return list number minus 1. Now let's go ahead and see how this will work. Now I will call this function print largest, and I will pass the list x, and I will say send me the second largest number. Now let me run the program. Let me replace this x with this list. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the correct output. That is 67. It is second largest element in the list. Now if I try to get the third largest element, now let me pass 3. So the third largest element is 45. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the correct output again. So in this video we have seen how to calculate the nth largest element in the list. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will generate the multiplication table. So basically from the function we will pass the number for which we want to generate the table. Create a function, let's say define multiplication table, and let me pass the number here. Now I will say for I in range. So basically we will generate the 10 rows in the multiplication table. So we will say 10 here. Now I will say print. So basically we will print something like number into 1 equal to 8, number into 2 equal to 16, something like that. So we will say, so basically we will use the format function to print the numbers. So I will say here into, now you let me use the format function, and now let me pass the values here. So first will be the num, second will be I plus 1. So remember we had to do the I plus 1 here because main function return the value from 0 to n minus 1 and not from the 1 to n. And at the end we will say num I plus 1. So basically we do the multiplication here. Now let me call this function here. Suppose if I want to print the table of 8, so I will say multiplication table of 8 here. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are able to generate the multiplication table here. And if you want to switch the order, you can simply say num here. Now let me run the program. We are able to change the order. Now the 1, 2, 3 at the beginning of the string. So in this video we have created the multiplication table using the range function and the for loop. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to calculate the occurrence of an element in the list. So suppose if we have a list X, now we have the element like 1, 4, 2, 3, 4, 3, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1. So now suppose if I want to know that how many times number 3 had been present in the list, then one of the easiest option to use the count function available in the list class. We can simply say print x dot count 3. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are getting the output as 4 because number 3 present 4 times in the list. But in this video, we will see how to create our own function to calculate the occurrence of element. So let's go ahead and comment this line. Now we will create a function define calculate occurrence, and we will pass the list and the item as an input. Now we will say for data in list. So basically we will use the iterator here and we will compare each and every element of the list. So we will say data in list if data equal to item, and basically we will increase the counter. So let me first initialize the counter at 0. So I will say count equal to 0, and here we will say count plus equal to 1. At the end let me return the count. Now let me call our own function. I will say print calculate occurrence. I will pass the list as x, and I will pass the item at 3 here. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are getting the same output as 4. Now if I change the data to 6, which is not present in the list, then I will get the output as 0. You can see here. So in this video, we have seen that we can use the predefined function count which is available in the list, or if you want to create your own function where you want to implement some additional logic, then you can use the for loop to do the iteration on the list and then find the count. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to remove the characters from the string which are at the odd position. So suppose if your string equal to A, B, C, D, E, and F, then basically I want to remove all the characters which are at the position A, C, and D. So basically I want to get the string B, D, and F. So one of the shortest way is to use the range function. So we can simply say str equal to str, and then we will pass 1 because we want to start the string from the 1 here, and then we will pass the 2 as a step function because we want to remove the alternate character. Now if I say print str, now let me run the program. You can see here we are getting the output BDF. So basically we remove all the character like A, C, and E which are at the odd position. Now let's go ahead and see what are the alternative way we can do that. So in the alternative way we can use the for loop. Now first let me comment this code, and we will say output equal to empty string. So we will say for index in range, we will pass the length of the string here. So we don't want to read any character whose index is at the even position. So we will say if index mod 2 did not equal to 0, then we will append output with the character at that position. So we will say str index. Now let me print the output here. Now let me run the program. So you can see here we are getting the same output using the for loop. Now let me change the string here. I will say something like HYTF or now let me run the program. You can see here we remove all the character like H, T, E and all those. So in this video we have seen how to remove the OR characters using the range function and as well as the for loop. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to remove the duplicate elements from the list. So suppose if I have the list x equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 2, 1, 5, 6, 4, 7. So you can see here we have many duplicate elements in this list like 1, 4 and 2. So in this video we will see how to remove the duplicate elements from the list. So let's go ahead and create a function define remove duplicate and I will pass the list as input. So what we will do basically here that we will first convert this list into the sets because as soon as we create the set from this list, the set will contain only the unique element from the list. It will remove all the duplicate element, and after that we will again convert this set into the list, and we will return this list back to the calling function. So let's go away. So we will say here set object equal to we will create the set from the input. Now let me go and print the set object. Let me call this function. I will say remove duplicate. I will pass x as input. Now let me run this program. So you can see here we are able to create the set here which is all the unique elements. So basically we remove the duplicate 4, 2 and 1. Now we will convert this back to the list and we will return this back to the function. So now we will convert this set back to the list. So we will say return list and we will pass set object as the input. And now we will say x equal to remove duplicate x. Now let me print the x here. Now let me run this program. You can see here this is the list object. So basically we have removed all the duplicate elements from the list by converting the list first into the set and then converting this set back to the list. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to find out that a list is basically in the monotonic or not. So the first question will be what is the monotonic. So let's suppose if I have a list like 1, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11. So you can see here in this list the element at the end position is greater than or equal to the element at the n minus 1 position. So this is the monotonic array. So remember one thing, it is either greater than or equal to. So it is possible that the last element can be 11. So this is also a monotonic list. And same thing, it is possible that even the list can be in the decreasing order. So if I say the list is something like 100, 50, 20, 17, 12, 5, 3. So this is also a monotonic list. But suppose if I say here the element is like 20, then this cannot be a monotonic list because here we are decreasing the value and at this point the value got increased and then again we are decreasing the value. So this is not a monotonic list. So either all the elements are increasing or decreasing, then the list can be a monotonic list. So in this program we will return true if the list is monotonic or not. So before we go into the programming, let's first understand what is the all function available in the list. So suppose if I say x equal to, or, and now let me send the list here. I will say true, true, and true. Now let me print x here. So you can see here the output is true. Now let me change one of the element as false. Now let me run the program. You can see here the output is false here. So basically all written true if and only if the all elements are true in the list. So now to check the list is monotonic or not, basically we will use the all operation to check and compare the two adjacent element. So let's go away and see how to do that. I will say define check monotonic, and I will pass the list here. Now first come check that the list is monotonic in the increasing order or not. So now we will simply say return all list I less than or equal to list I plus 1. Basically we'll compare each and every element in the list for I in range length of list. And remember, we have to do the minus 1 here because we are comparing the ith element with the I plus 1. If I don't pass the minus 1 here, then you will get the error because you're trying to compare the last element of the list with the n plus 1 element, which is not exist in the list. So now let me create a list here. If I say x equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10. Now let me say print take monotonic, and I will pass the x here. Now let me run this program. You can see here we are getting the true because this is the monotonic and this in the increasing order. So remember one thing, we are yet to implement the logic to check the monotonic in the decreasing order. So now let me change this list, and if I say 12 here, now let me run the program. You can see here we are getting the fault because this is not in the monotonic order. So now suppose if you want to check the this list is in the monotonic decreasing order, then we can simply say or, and let me copy this code, and now instead of less than or equal to we will say greater than or equal to. Now let me create one another array or list in the decreasing order. So I will say 100, 80, 70, 60, 44, 34, 10, and 6. Now let me run this program. So you can see here for this x we are getting the true because this is in the monotonic decreasing order. Now let me put some additional value here like 80. Now let me run this program. So you can see here now we are getting false because this is not in the continuously decreasing order. So in this video we have seen how to use the all function to check the list is the monotonic or not. That's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to remove the nth occurrence of element from the list. So suppose if I have the list x equal to 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 6, 7, 4, 2, and 3. Now suppose if I say I want to remove the second occurrence of the element 4, basically I want to remove this element from the list. So I want the output something like this one. So basically we have removed the second occurrence of the element 4. So you can see here the list has element 4 three times, 1, 2, 3, but we want to remove the second occurrence. So let's go ahead and see how to implement this using the function. So let's go ahead. So I will say I will create a function here, define remove element, and I will basically pass the list, and I will pass the which element we want to verify. So I will say item, and I will say the occurrence number. So I will say occurrence. Now let's go ahead. So basically what we will do, we will first count the number of element this item is present in the list. So we'll keep a counter. I will say count equal to 0. Now we will run through the complete list. So I will say for I in range length of the list, and here basically we will check that the element at the I position, if list of I equal to item, then basically we will increase the count by 1. So basically we have found this item into the list, so I will increase the count here. Now once we increase the count, we will see if this count is matching with the occurrence which we are looking for. So we will say if count equal to occurrence, then we will basically pop the element from the list. So we will say list dot pop, and we will pass the index I here, and the same time we will return the list. And remember one thing, it is possible that we will not find the occurrence in the element, so we will still say pass the list at the end. So we will say return list. Now let's go wait, and let me say x equal to remove element x. So let me remove the element 4 and the occurrence 2, and now let me print the x here. Now let me run this program. So you can see here we have removed the second occurrence of the 4. You can see here after 5 we directly have the 6 here. Now if I say remove the 8 from the list, now let me run this program. You can see here we are getting the complete list again because there is no element 8 present in the list. And similarly, suppose if I say 7 and 2, let me run this program. So again I'm getting the complete list because even though the 7 is present, but we don't have the 7 two times. Now if I say 7 1 here, now let me run this program. So you can see here we have removed the first occurrence of the 7 from the list. So in this video we basically keep the counter of the occurrence of the element, and once we found the end occurrence of the element we remove the, then basically we use the pop function to remove the specific element from the list, and then we return the list back to the calling function. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video we will see how to reverse the number. So in this program we will see two different approaches to reverse the number. So let's go ahead and see what is the first approach. So suppose if I have a number like num equal to 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I want the output at 4, 3, 2, 1. So let's go and let me create a function. Define reverse number, and I will pass the number as input here. So in the first approach, we will basically convert this integer into the string object, and then basically we will use the range function to reverse the string by passing the step value as -1. So once we get the reverse string, we will basically again convert the string into the integer using the typecasting. So let's go away. So let me say string equal to input, and basically we will do the typecasting here. So I will say str. Now let me reverse the string. I will say string equal to string -1. Now let me print the string here. Now let me call this function. Now let's go ahead and run this program. So I think we have the problem here. Let me pass the num here. Now let me run the program. You can see here we are able to reverse the string here, but before returning this we have to convert it back into the integer. So we will say return integer, and we will say string here, and then we will say num equal to reverse number. Now let me print the num here. Let me run this program. You can see here we are able to reverse the number. So if I change the number here, now let me run the program. You can see here we are able to reverse the number. So basically in this method we change the number into the string, then we reverse the string, and then again we converted the string back to the integer. Now let's go and see the second approach. So let me copy this code. Let me create one separate file. So in the second approach, we will basically run the while loop on the number, and we will keep dividing the number by 10, and we will keep getting the number present at the unit place using the modulo operator. So let's suppose if I have the number like 567, then we will basically first get this 7, and we will get the and we will basically divide the number by 10, and then we will get the number at 56. So the next time, whenever we will say the modulo operator on this 56 by 10, we will get the 6. Then what we will do, we will multiply this number by 10 and add 6 there. So basically we will get something like 70 plus 6 equal to 76. At the same time, we will divide this number by 10. So we will get the 5. Now again we will run the modulo operation on this number 5, and this time we will get the 5. Again we will multiply this number with 10 and add this number. So we will say 76 into 10 plus 5. So we will get 765, and at the same time we will divide this number 5 by 10, and we will get the output at 0. So basically we will terminate the loop, and you can see here by this logic we will get the number 765. So let's go ahead and implement the while loop. So we will say first let me initialize the output. So I'll say output equal to 0. Now while input greater than 0, basically we will find the remainder equal to input divided by 10. And as I mentioned, we will say output equal to output into 10 plus remainder, and at the same time we will divide the input by 10. Input equal to input divide by 10, but remember we have to convert this into the integer, and at the end we will return the output. Now let me remove the statement. Now let's go wait and let me run this program. You can see here we are getting the correct output. Now let me change the number. Now let me run the program again. So you can see here we are again getting the correct output. So you can see here in this second approach, you basically run the while loop until the input was greater than 0, and we keep dividing the number and keep getting the modulo to reverse the number. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see how to calculate the sum of all the items in the dictionary. So suppose if we have the dictionary like dictionary equal to where we have element like A, value is 1, element B, value is 2, C, value 3, and the item D with the value 4. So now if I need to find the sum of the all the items in this dictionary, so one of the option to do the iteration on all the elements, so we simply say for key in dict. So remember one thing, whenever we use the iteration on the dictionary, we normally get the key and not the value directly. So now we will say here sum equal to 0. Now I will say sum equal to sum plus, and then we will basically say dict, and we will pass the key here. Now let me print the sum here. Now let me run this program. You can see here we are getting the value 10 because 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 10. So this is the one of the way we can calculate the sum of the all the item in the dictionary. Now let's go ahead and see what is the alternative way here. So now let me copy this code. Let me create a new file. So we have already learned in the previous video that we had the values function available in the dictionary, which basically return all the values from the dictionary. So we can say something like values equal to dict dot values. Now let me print this values object. You can see here we're getting the value like 1, 2, 3, 4, and the object type is dict underscore values. But remember one thing, the dict underscore value is basically a iteratable object. So we can directly apply the sum function on this. So we will pass the values inside the sum function. Now let me run the program. So now you can see here we are again getting the correct output, the 10. So in this video we have seen the two different way to calculate the sum of all the items from the dictionary. So that's all in this video. Thanks to everyone.